Chapter 601 Demon Weapon. The frightened Princess Sophia took a long time to come back, and found that she was tightly clinging to the arms of His Majesty the Emperor, holding his bare waist tightly with both hands, and her cheeks could not help but turn red. "Thank you." With a lingering heart, she said thank you from the bottom of her heart, and she won the arms of His Majesty the Emperor, her heart beating wildly. "Nothing, whoever changes will come forward." Yi Daishanzi smiled and said, "What's more, such a beautiful beauty, who would bear the heart to watch her die?" Queen Sophia was stunned for a long time before she understood what he meant. Her jade cheeks were even redder. She was very confident in her face. It was the first time that His Majesty the Emperor praised her for her beauty. There was no hint of flattery. The sincerity weakened the feeling of disgust in her heart a lot. The female assassin had her meridians controlled by Xiaoluzi, and she was limp on the ground. Yi Daishanzi always took pity and cherished the jade. Even if the other party deliberately stabbed, she didn't kill her with a single kick, but kicked her so that her whole body was painful and weak, and she lost her fighting power. Why did she assassinate me?" Queen Sophia looked at the female assassin being dragged away by the guards and asked. Yi Daishan said calmly, "She should have been sent by Duke Hank. The reason why he didn't let Xiaoluzi take action was because he wanted to see who the female assassin was targeting. If it were him, it should have been done by the radicals lurking in the city." The target of the female assassin's assassination was Queen Sophia, so she should have been sent by Duke Hank. The existence of Queen Sophia was even more threatening to Duke Hank than the army of the Eastern Continent Empire. The guard quickly reported that according to the female assassin's confession, she was indeed ordered by King Hank to sneak into Queen Sophia in Quinzhou. There were also a dozen assassins who sneaked into Quin City with her, joint locations and contact codes. All confessed. The reason why she was able to sneak into the palace smoothly was because there was an inside line to respond. Based on the female assassin's confession, the guards have arrested several rapists who had been involved in the royal guard. The police also arrested more than a dozen assassins hiding in hotels and inns at the same time. There were 5 of them in the gun battle. The assassin was shot and the police also killed and injured 7 people. Seeing Her Majesty the Emperor with an indifferent expression in front of her, Queen Sophia was both grateful and admired in her heart. Of course, there was still a lot of dissatisfaction with him, but it was less than before. Xiaoluzi submitted the combat plan agreed upon by the 4 marshals such as Mu Chunfeng. Yi Daishanzi took a closer look and found it feasible, so he immediately signed for approval. He handed the battle plan to Queen Sophia, but Queen Sophia refused to accept it, sighing faintly, "Such an important battle plan, His Majesty the Emperor, let me be a puppet queen. Please, give face and sign the name." Yi Daishan smiled bitterly. Why he couldn't hear the incomparable grievances in Queen Sophia's words, but for the sake of the Empire's thousands of years of achievements, it can only be so. Queen Sophia sighed helplessly and did not read the above content. She signed her name on the combat plan and stamped the Queen's seal. This is just a form, and it also represents the formation of the Chinese Empire and the Slovak Empire to conquer the rebellion. Army, regain lost ground. At the beginning of May, the second main army group of the Gongtengfing Empire and the 1st Defense Division of Slok attacked from the Czech Republic to forcibly cross the Fenlanlan and conquer the county of Delhi. At the same time, Queen Sophia issued a statement on the Slok Empire and the Chinese Empire. The coalition forces conquered the rebels and regained lost ground. It seems that on the same day, Chang Peng, the commander of the 4th main army group, attacked from Yana continent with the strength of 5 divisions and the 2nd Defense Division of the Slok Empire, forcibly crossed Fenlanlan, and successively captured Mina continent and more than a dozen counties and towns. Full-blown. Zheng Zixia led the 3rd main army to garrison Damingzi to prevent a surprise attack by the Midjianli United Empire, which has a good relationship with Duke Hank. According to the secret spy report, the Midjianli United Empire is gathering heavy troops on the border, and it is very likely that it will send troops to attack Damingzhou and put pressure on the empire, thereby reducing the huge pressure on Duke Hank. Sure enough, After the army of Gong Tangfing and Chang Peng converged under the city of Miro, the capital of the Throk Empire, Ados, the head of the Mijinli United Empire, issued a statement to fully support King Hank. The Mijinli United Empire dispatched 10 divisions and launched an offensive on Daming Chaw, which also represented the formal declaration of war by the Mijinli United Empire against the Throk Empire. Outside Daming City, under the cover of artillery fire, soldiers of the Mijinli United Empire launched a fierce attack on the defensive positions Zheng Zixia built outside the city. The Emperor Yi Daishan had calculated that the Mijinli United Empire would inevitably support Duke Hank and attack Daming Island, so he ordered Zheng Zixia to build a large number of strong defensive positions outside Daming City. After 2 days of extremely tragic fierce fighting, the 5 defensive positions built outside the city fell 4 in succession. Zheng Zixia shrank his troops, relying on Daming City, and fully defended the last line of defense outside the city. Amid the rumble of artillery, the infantry of the Mijinli United Empire launched a fierce attack on the 5th line of defense of the 3rd Main Army. In Daming City, under the guidance of artillery observers, large E-caliber howitzer and heavy artillery bombarded the attacking enemy infantry. Under the cover of artillery fire, there were only a few soldiers of the United Empire of the Union of Malkans in one regiment. The enemy's artillery fire was also fierce, posing a great threat to the soldiers who had held their positions, but the distance was too far, and the enemy's artillery position could not be determined, and the heavy artillery group of the 3rd Main Army could not be lethal blow. The fierce battle continued, and the entire battalion and regiment of the Militan United Empire soldiers roared and launched waves of fierce attacks. Nowadays, the great empires of the Western continent are practicing human sea tactics in the battle for positions. Artillery cover. Infantry initiates a group charge. If the firepower of the defending side is not fierce, it will inevitably be broken through the line of defense. In the face of crowded tactics, the machine guns equipped by the Imperial Army exerted a series of horrific lethality. The enemy's infantry was strafing with intensive firepower, and large swaths of soldiers fell. The casualties were heavy, causing the United Empire of Milikan. The famous commander-in-chief of the army, General Schroeder's face was pale. In just 2 days of the offensive, the United Empire Army's casualty rate was nearly 50,000. The heavy casualties made General Schroeder hesitate. He had to send a messenger to report the battle situation and casualties on the front line to the Ministry of National Defense and raised the issue. A proposal to request retreat was made. In the letter, he focused on the horrific lethality of machine guns, The heroic soldiers of the Empire slashed and fired with this demonic terrorist weapon of the Chinese Imperial Army, and fell in pieces. Battalion level. Initiating a group assault for a unit cannot pose a threat to the enemy at all. Initiating a regiment-level assault will be densely covered by the enemy's grenade and heavy artillery, and the loss will be very heavy. On the 4th day, after losing 60,000 soldiers, General Schroeder ordered to stop the offensive and led the remnants to withdraw to the country. The reputation of demon weapons spread in the Western continent. Soldiers who had participated in the battle and survived heard the beep. The beeping sound of gunshots made his hands tremble. Chapter 602 Cake. The heavy losses of the Mijinli United Empire shocked all the empires of the entire Western continent. The kings and generals of the empires had to reassess the strength and combat capabilities of the Chinese Empire. Some kings even eliminated those who wanted to interfere because of this battle. Thoughts, but the worries in my heart become more intense. The retreat of Mi Emperor's army made the 4 commanders of the empire let go of their hands and feet. Gong Tangfing and Chang Peng's troops joined the city under Mi Luo. They set up nearly 2,000 cannons outside the city. Following Gong Tangfing's cry under the order, all the artillery roared into the sky. Thousands of tons of artillery shells smashed into the city of Milo, and any buildings and creatures covered by the artillery were turned into ashes. 2 days later, the city of Milo fell. Duke Hank led his army to break through the siege before the city broke. He was shot and wounded and captured. The guards loyal to him surrendered. Duke Hank was taken to Queen City for trial. Queen Sophia convicted him of dozens of crimes including treason and ordered his death. Many nobles who supported Duke Hank were also hanged. Next, Gong Tangfing and Chang Peng led a large army to sweep across the entire Slok Empire. The governors of a few continents were tenacious, and eventually the city was destroyed and some surrendered. By the end of July, the Imperial Army and the new Slok Army were restored. Circumstances: the whole country celebrates. The officers and soldiers who have made military exploits have been rewarded by His Majesty the Emperor and His Majesty Queen Sophia respectively. However, the generals of the Slok Empire have gained confidence because of the joy of winning streak, and even become arrogant, shouting to conquer the world. The Emperor Yi Shanzi secretly sent personnel to move the boat along the river, which made the generals of the Rusk Empire more ambitious. The Slok soldiers stationed in Damingchor had to suggest that they frequently happened with the soldiers of the Mijinli United Empire at the border. Friction, and there is a tendency to become stronger and stronger. On this day, soldiers from the two countries patrolled the border as usual. The soldiers of the Throk Empire deliberately provoked and deliberately crossed the boundary. The patrols of the two sides fought first, followed by physical clashes, and then, without knowing who fired the gun first, it turned into a gun battle, and the two sides suffered casualties. There was an exchange of fire on the border, and the officers of the two empires naturally led a brigade to come, and the small-scale gun battle turned into a big battle. Queen Sophia could not control the situation. Under the instruction of Yi Shanzi, she issued a statement denounced the Mijinli United Empire for deliberately provoking the incident, and for the honor of the empire, she called on the subjects of the whole country to unite and defend the country. This was a formal declaration of war, but the great empires of the Western continent did not scream, but just watched the changes, with the intention of sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger fight. The Principality of Slok was originally a small country with a weak national power, but with the support of the Chinese Empire on the eastern continent, its strength skyrocketed. The Mijinli United Empire was formed by the union of more than a dozen principalities. It was extremely powerful and wanted to expand its territory. After the empire has suffered, it is naturally happy to watch the battle, and it is best to lose both. Queen Sophia has just issued a declaration of war. Zheng Zixia has led a large army to crush into the border of the United States of America and start a fierce battle with the U.S. Army's 100,000 defense forces in Ronny County. Hu Xiaoyan led the Royal Guards Cavalry Division to bypass the frontal battlefield and raided the town of Haln, defeating the defenders there, and seizing a large amount of military supplies. Then, the cavalry of the brigade assaulted from behind, and Zheng Zixia launched a full-scale attack at the same time and defeated me together 100,000 defense forces of the United Empire. The coalition forces of the Chinese Empire and the Throk Empire advanced toward the Mijinli Empire, and Mu Chunfing led the first main group army to follow up, and Gong Tangfing led the army to station in Daming to take over the defense. During the siege of Bina County, the 2nd and 3rd Regiment of the 1st Defense Division of Slok, who was responsible for the sweeping of the nearby towns, was ambushed by the United Empire Army of the Mijinli, and suffered heavy losses. Enemy. Subsequently, Mu Chunfin cooperated with Zheng Zixia, and the two main armies marched into the United Empire in the shape of a pincer. They played the old tricks of fighting aid in Rio County and Florida County. They wiped out the rice in the two battles. The 300,000 army of the Kennedy United Empire. Later, in Beverly County, he played an insertion outflank with a rapid march. In order to cooperate with this battle, Fox Xiaoyan led the Royal Guard Cavalry Division to rush for thousands of miles, and once smashed to the town of Johntown, the capital of the United Empire. At the Battle of Beverly County, the 200,000-meter Jianli United Empire Army was divided and surrounded. After holding on for a week, the ammunition was exhausted and the casualties were heavy, and the rest finally lay down their weapons and surrendered. Then, Mu Chunfing and Zheng Zixia led an army to encircle the city of Zhongtown, the capital of the United Empire. At the time of the siege of the army, the British and Mand empires suddenly dispatched troops to invade the Magianli Empire and carve up its territory. Subsequently, the Lugos Empire also joined the ranks of dividing the cake. The entire western continent was in flames and turbulent. Under the fierce strangulation of the huge armies of several empires, the remaining resistance force of the Magianli United Empire quickly collapsed. The two enemy empires, England and Manda, were able to exhaust most of the empire's military forces in order to compete for the land of the United Empire. The attack momentum was very fierce and the advancing speed was very fast. The vanguard troops were close to the city of Zhongtown. At this time, under the joint attack of Mu Chunfing and Zheng Zixia, the imperial capital of the Magianli United Empire, Zhongdun City, still did not fall. The rumbling of the guns indicates that Zhongdun's offensive and defensive battle is still underway. However, if you listen carefully, you can hear the sound of the guns sparsely. There is even an explosion after a long period of time. Occasionally one or two gunshots can be heard. The sound, that was the snipers of the two main armies lying prone in the trenches, practicing marksmanship with the heads of the guards of Zhongtown City. They were lucky to accidentally show their heads, and they were shot heads. The soldiers of the Magianli United Empire in the city of Zhongtown are very tenacious. After being captured on the periphery, they used the buildings in the city to resist layer by layer, fighting and retreating, and contained the attack speed of the first and three main groups of the empire. The street fighting lasted for 3 days. The imperial army has controlled two-thirds of Zhongtown. Mu Chunfing and Zheng Zixia both firmly believe that in 1 day's time, they will be able to occupy the entire Zhongtown. However, that night, Special Envoy Fakey arrived and presented a secret letter from His Majesty the Emperor. After reading it, Mu Chunfing and Zheng Zixia had no choice but to cancel the Order of the Storm. Although the soldiers of the two main army groups did not understand and were uncomfortable with the sudden assessment of the military order issued by the two commanders, the military order was like a mountain, and no one dared to disobey it. That night, the main forces of the two armies quietly withdrew, retreated to Katia and Vinerai counties for defense, and built a large number of strong fortifications, which made the two continents solid. Outside the city of Zhongdun, Mu Chunfing only left 2 divisions with 40,000 troops to pretend to attack, to contain the defenders in the city, and 2 other special reconnaissance companies quietly walked through the woods. The coalition forces of the Chinese Empire and the Throck Empire suddenly stopped their offensive and even withdrew from the occupied places or positions, which surprised the people of the United Empire of Missionly. Perhaps it was because of their stubborn resistance and the exhaustion of the enemy's offensive that they temporarily stopped the offensive, right? But all the people of the United Principality of America did not cheer for it, because hundreds of thousands of troops from the British Empire and the Italian-German Empire were murdered fiercely from the north to the south. Chapter 603 Wargame. His Majesty, the Emperor, why did you order the withdrawal? Queen Sophia asked softly. She was not interested in the war at all. She would not bother to ask if it wasn't for the group of people to ask questions. The national conditions, customs, and ideas of the eastern and western continents are different. Although the Queen is powerful, it cannot govern the sky with one hand. There is also a parliamentary council composed of respected elders. Through voting, the decision of the king or the queen can be denied. In the eastern continent, the emperor only holds the heavens. The king wants his ministers to die, and the ministers have to die. Although the ministers can influence the emperor's decision-making, they can also influence the emperor. The premise is that the emperor is weak and the minister is strong. Nowadays, the Emperor Yi is very strong. So arbitrarily, the ministers dare not touch the scales of the dragon. When the coalition forces were about to take over the city of Zhongtown, the above suddenly ordered the withdrawal of troops, which naturally caused many people to be puzzled and dissatisfied. The Emperor Yi gave an explanation to Queen Sophia. The forces of England and the Manda Empire were advancing very fast. According to the intelligence analysis reported by the scouts, The coalition forces would take a day and one night at the fastest to completely capture the city of Johntown. According to the British and Manda empires, the advancing speed is calculated, and their vanguards arrived at that time. If it doesn't work, the three parties are likely to have a melee. Johntown City is the capital of the United Empire. There must be a large number of valuable royal treasures hidden in the palace. There are also many nobles and merchants with good backgrounds. Naturally, beauty and wine are not to be mentioned. This is also England and Manda. The main reason for the imperial army desperately advancing towards Johntown. All wars are inseparable from interests. For these interests, the armies of the three empires are very likely to clash under the city of Johntown, and even lead to war. Yi Daishanzi was not afraid of the alliance between England and the Manda Empire, but felt that the two empires were natural enemies. If they were stirred up at the appropriate time and lighted, they might not be able to achieve the effect he wanted. Princess Sophia sighed faintly. War is a game that men never tire of. The man in front of her was so ambitious that she was shocked. Suddenly, she was a little grateful that her choice and compromise were wise. The Principality of Slok is located on the edge of the desert. It is the only place for the Eastern continent to invade the Western continent. If she does not compromise, the man in front of her will not hesitate to tear the Principality of Slok into pieces in order to achieve his goal. I just hope that this man remembers the promise he made. In the jungle west of Johnton, a reconnaissance squad of the Manda Empire is cautiously searching forward. Although several great empires have joined together to carve up the cake, and the Mijianli United Empire is doomed to doom, the Empire's army has been advancing along the way and still encountered some tenacious resistance. It is necessary for the reconnaissance force to search and advance in the front. A soldier walking in the forefront suddenly felt empty under his feet. His center of gravity suddenly lost, only to come out with an exclamation. The whole person had fallen into a pit. His body was pierced by a few sharp, pointed woods, and his death was extremely miserable. This is a trap set by the hunter, and this soldier can only be blamed for the bad luck. What? A miserable howl sounded, and another unlucky soldier accidentally touched the trap mechanism, was penetrated into his chest by a sharp wooden stake with a thick arm, penetrated through his back, and died on the spot. Damn trap. A soldier cursed, and continued to search cautiously. The corpse of his companion would be dealt with by someone following him. A soldier before walking suddenly felt a shock in his chest. He instinctively stretched out his hand and touched a solid object. When he looked down, a feather was plugged in the middle of his chest. Arrow! He couldn't help letting out a desperate and painful cry, and his huge body slammed down. There is an ambush. The soldiers behind did not react slowly, so they immediately got down and raised their guns. Bang bang bang, the crisp sound of gunfire echoed in the dense forest, and there was even the violent sound of a wooden grenade exploding. When the second reconnaissance squad of the Manda Empire arrived, the battle was over. The corpses of Manda soldiers lay on the ground. The enemy was nowhere to be found, and there were no casualties. Or was the body taken away by them? Search it for me. The ensign officer who led the team was so angry that he ordered his subordinates to take a closer look. Sir, there is a living one. During the search, a soldier found a panting comrade. He was shot in the abdomen. His injuries were not serious, and his chances of survival were relatively high. British London attacked us. The wounded man gasped and spoke intermittently. He was shot and fell down. He heard the enemy's voice in a daze. English is the common language of all empires in the Western continent. However, due to local reasons, there are obvious differences in accent, and it is basically possible to hear which empire or place is from. The second lieutenant officer screamed in anger and ordered people to rush back to report that they were ambushed by the British Empire, and the first reconnaissance squad was wiped out. It seems that at the same time, in the woods east of Johntown, a reconnaissance squad of the British Imperial Army was also ambushed. According to the report of the remaining severely wounded soldier, he heard the voice of the enemy evacuating the ambush and confirmed it was Manda Empire. Subsequently, the troops of the British Empire and the Mandarin Empire attacked the city of Johntown from the east and the west. The walls of Johntown had long been bombarded by the artillery of the Empire, and the defenders in the city were killed and injured more than half during the resistance. The soldiers of the Medianely United Empire finally collapsed after a day of stubborn resistance. The troops of the British Empire and the Mandarin Empire rushed into the city from the east and the west. After a day and night of tragic street fighting, the three parties suffered heavy casualties. The remaining soldiers of the Medianely United Empire retreated to the palace and made the final resistance. The commander-in-chief of the British Empire and the Mandarin Empire seemed to have reached a certain agreement, and the two sides carefully avoided conflict and attacked the palace with all their strength. Taking into account the various treasures in the palace, the commanders of the British Empire and the Mandarin Empire did not order the artillery to fire, but attacked the palace with an intensive crowd of tactics. After nearly 2 days of fierce fighting, until the Medianely United Empire soldiers bombed. After the medicine was exhausted, the palace was breached, and both the British Empire and the Mandarin Empire paid heavy casualties. When the two empires desperately attacked the city of Johntown, the special envoy of Field Marshal Fenberg of the Mand Empire secretly arrived at the capital of the Slock Empire in the city of Miro, asked to see Her Majesty Queen Sophia, and brought a lot of valuable gifts. After reading Marshal Fenberg's autograph, Yi Dacian smiled. This war game was almost as he had guessed. General Gaunaid, please tell Marshal Fenberg, and act according to what he said. Queen Sophia gave a clear answer after receiving a hint from the Emperor Yi. Chapter 604 Political Marriage. The soldiers of the British Empire and the Mandarin Empire clashed again for the treasures in the palace, and even a gun battle broke out. Marshal Fenberg of the Mandarin Empire had planned for a long time. When the conflict occurred, the soldiers of the British Empire suffered a big loss, and a group that had attacked the palace was eaten up in confusion. In Johntown city, as soon as the Mandarin Empire army, which had been prepared for a long time, launched, it immediately seized the commanding heights and important traffic arteries, and launched an attack on the British Empire army, which was completely scattered. It seems that at the same time, Mu Chunfing led the Empire's first main army group to attack from County Vinerai, attacked the rear army of the British Empire, and seized a large amount of military supplies of the British Empire. If it were not for Ronald, the commander of the British Empire, seeing that the situation is not good, the Duke retreats decisively, and his headquarters will be made dumplings. The first main army group attacked and defeated the main force of the British Empire in one fell swoop. Marshal Fenberg of the Mandarin Empire also commanded his troops to defeat the British Empire in Johntown. The Duke Ronald did not expect that the Mand Empire and the Chinese Empire would suddenly join forces to attack his army. The 250,000 army was completely defeated and suffered heavy losses. Only less than 50,000 people could escape from the sky. This is tantamount to the two empires jointly declaring war on the British Empire. Mu Chunfing and Zheng Zixia respectively commanded the first and third main army groups to sweep the counties of the original United Empire occupied by the British. Beng led the fourth main army group to follow up, and Gong Tangfing led the second main army group to take over defense. The Mandarin Empire was also commanded by a 4-star General Shenifenba, who crossed the border and invaded the British Empire. After the Mand Empire Field Marshal Fenberg left his army to garrison the city of Johntown, he also attacked into the territory of the British Empire. The two empires suddenly joined forces to attack the British Empire, making it clear that they wanted to carve up the British Empire. Victoria condemned the Mand Empire, the Chinese Empire, and the Throck Empire for violating the peace agreement. At the same time, the nation mobilized and called on the people to rise up against the invaders and defend the country. Before invading the United Kingdom of America, the King of the Kingdom of Lugos, Amanda, reacted a step slowly and did not grab much territory. This time, he no longer hesitated, and immediately sent a large army across the border to invade the British Empire and seize the territory. At this time, several great empire coalition forces, the Queen of the British Empire, no matter how good it is difficult to do anything. The unfavorable news of the fall of various counties and continents one after another came. What's more, The most combative defense forces have been exhausted when they resisted the invasion of the major empires, and it is difficult to form a combative army. The situation is gone. Queen Victoria's guard, dressed as a fleeing poor, fled to the Principality of Slock, seeking the protection of His Majesty the Great Emperor of the Eastern Continent. Queen Victoria chose to seek the asylum of His Majesty the Great Emperor of the Eastern Continent Empire, first because of the strong national power of the Eastern Continent Empire, and second, because she heard that His Majesty the Great Emperor of the Eastern Continent was a gentleman with special respect for women's sex. Queen Victoria had a good relationship with Catherine, the former princess of the Yanikou Empire, and had some correspondence. In Catherine's letters, Victoria learned about some of the wise and martial deeds of His Majesty the Great Emperor of the Eastern Continent. To this very famous and glamorous queen of the Western Continent, Yi de Shanxi showed the grace of a gentleman and placed her in the palace of the Throck Empire. That night, His Majesty the Great Emperor stayed in Queen Victoria's dormitory because she was drunk. Queen Sophia heard about it and rushed in angrily, messing up the good things. Under the gang fight of several big empires, the British Empire fell, and the three empires of China, Manda, and Lugos formed a certain tacit understanding. The three sides invariably stopped the operation of the war machine, busy digesting the large amount of land occupied, and at the same time preparing for defense. Sneak attacks on the other two empires. Today, the Western continent is in a situation where three heroes stand together. No one dares to start the war lightly before regaining vitality, but the emperors of the three empires are equally ambitious. Everyone wants to dominate the world and become the eternal emperor. Therefore, even though the empire was in a period of recuperation, the war machine was working desperately. The arsenals of the three empires are desperately producing guns and ammunition, desperately recruiting soldiers, forming armies, gathering food, and desperately suppressing the uprisings in the occupied territories. At the end of the year, the Lugos mission quietly arrived in the city of Miro, the capital of the Slock Empire, accompanied by Princess Garbo, who is known for her dignity and virtuousness. This was a political marriage. The Emperor Yi was overwhelmed by Princess Garbo's appearance and temperament, and agreed to King Amanda's terms. In the spring of the second year, when the ice and snow began to melt, the Chinese Empire and the Throck Empire used the pretext of border disputes to gather 1 million coalition forces to declare war on the Mand Empire. The General Marshal of the Man's Empire Army Fenberg commanded the 40 divisions of 800,000 troops to fortify layer by layer, resisted stubbornly, and once stopped the momentum of the coalition offensive. Mu Chunfing's first main army group attacked from the front, and the momentum of the offensive was successfully stopped by the Mand Empire army. He was not in a hurry. Anyway, his army group wanted to contain the main army of Marshal Fenberg. The other three army groups create opportunities. The three commanders Gong Tangfeng, Chang Peng, and Zheng Zixia were not in a hurry. The army only slowly swept the nearby towns and villages, leaving Mu Chunfing's first army group and Marshal Fenberg's army to confront each other there. Mu Chunfing's group army only had 200,000 troops. Marshal Fenberg deliberately wanted to concentrate his superior forces to encircle and wipe out his troops, but he was powerless. Although he commanded the 800,000 troops of 20 divisions, he had to disperse and guard important places to guard against the other three main groups of Gong Tangfeng, Zheng Zixia, and Chang Peng from breaking through their defense lines. As long as one defense line was breached, the defensive net he carefully constructed seemed to have been cut open, and he was passive everywhere. To resist the frontal attack of Mu Chunfing's first army group, he deployed nearly 300,000 troops. Although the number is more than half, the enemy is an elite force with a long battlefield, and the Devil's Gun is lethal. Too terrifying, madly harvesting soldiers' lives. Marshal Fernberg had not tried to launch a counterattack without compensation, but under the frenzied fire of the Devil's Spear, the casualties were too heavy, and if he wanted to regain all the lost ground, the 300,000 army was not enough to squeeze his teeth. After several failed counterattacks, Marshal Finberg wisely chose to stick to it and carefully constructed a huge defensive net. As long as the enemy is blocked from the defensive net, what is the lost land? Relying on solid fortifications, it can not only consume the viable strength of the enemy army and preserve one's own strength, but also can temper new recruits who have never been on the battlefield into qualified veterans. Unfortunately, God did not give Marshal Finberg this opportunity. At the beginning of March, the Lugos Empire declared war on the Mand Empire, and the 700,000 troops of 35 divisions crossed the border and advanced towards the Mand Empire. Chapter 605 Final chapter. The sudden undeclared war of the Lugos Empire dealt a heavy blow to the Mand Empire. King Shir issued an order to mobilize a large number of young men and soldiers to form an army. Several elite divisions were transferred from the eastern battlefield to resist the invasion of the Lugos Empire. Field Marshal Finberg was very helpless. The tight defense line he built required a large number of troops to be stationed. However, the situation in the northern battlefield was critical, and the king's transfer of several elite divisions from the eastern battlefield was also helpless. As a result, Marshal Finberg's forces were severely insufficient, and apart from defending himself, he was no longer able to launch a counterattack. Soon after several elite divisions were transferred away, the Gongtangfing department in St. Peters County used the night rush to make a big roundabout. The army suddenly appeared in Sidemen County and attacked Sidemen County with Changpeng's troops' defensive line, and broke through the Sidemen line in the early morning of the next day, occupying Sidemen County. Gongtangfing and Changpeng's army advanced towards Libis County, which was Marshal Finberg's base camp. At the same time, Fox Xion's Royal Guard Cavalry Division rushed across from Stemmen County to Goki. In the town, all the bridges were blown up, leaving only the jail engine bridge, and several lines of defense were built at both ends of the bridge. The Golingen Bridge was the way for Marshal Finberg's army to retreat, and it was also the lifeline of logistical supplies. Hearing that the Golingen Bridge had fallen, Marshal Finberg was shocked and hurriedly mobilized the forces of the two divisions to retake Golingen Bridge. The Royal Guards Cavalry Division of Huxion was equipped with only more than 20 machine guns and could not be equipped with howitzers. The two sides launched a fierce battle for the Jailingen Bridge. After extremely fierce fighting between the two ends, the 5 positions at the head of the Jailingen Bridge fell. Although the Foxes gathered on the other side of the bridge, at the same time, he had to bear the pressure from the guards of Goki County. It seems that at the same time, Mu Chunfing led his troops to break through the frontal defense line of Nabich County, and forced Libis County. Zheng Zixiu also led his troops to break through the defense line of the Mand Empire. The 4 main force groups faced Libis. The county launched a general offensive, and Marshal Finberg led his army to resist desperately. Faced with the fierce attack of the Empire army, the Mand Empire army collapsed across the board, and Marshal Finberg led the remnants to surrender. The Imperial Four-Way Army simultaneously advanced towards Pittsburgh, the capital of the Mand Empire, and it took nearly half a month to capture Pittsburgh. The fall of Pittsburgh also declared the demise of the Mand Empire. Subsequently, the 4 main armies of the empire swept the entire territory of Mand, and there was a clash between the armies of the Empire of Lugos and Ebi County, and the two sides met in battle. According to the agreement signed by the two countries, the northern part of the Mand Empire should belong to the Lugos Empire, but Mu Chunfing and other commanders of the 4 major army groups had been instructed by Yi Dacian early, and they simply ignored the agreement. That was like a waste of paper. The armies of the two sides fought in Ebi County. Facing the fierce offensive of the 4 main armies of the empire, the 700,000 army of the Lugos Empire was defeated across the board. The 4 commanders such as Mu Chunfing pursued the Lugos Empire. All the occupied Mand Empire land was occupied, and it also invaded the territory of the Lugos Empire. At this moment, it was tantamount to the final battle of the 2 most powerful empires in the east and west. King Lugos, Amanda, mobilized the whole country. Similarly, the Emperor Yida also used all the power of the empire. However, in terms of military strength, part of it. It was recruited from the occupied areas, and 500,000 puppet troops were armed and thrown into the battlefield as cannon fodder. A large number of troops are also conscripted from the country, continuously crossing the desert, entering the Throck Empire, and throwing them into various battlefields. The imperial soldiers fought bloody battles in the front, and at this time, the Emperor Yi was in the imperial capital to accompany the concubines in the harem. After conquering the Mand Empire, the Emperor Yi drove back to the imperial capital, accompanied by Queen Sophia, Queen Victoria, and Princess Garbo, who has been canonized as the imperial concubine. The actual ruler of the Throck Empire is the Prime Minister Duke Minas. Queen Sophia cannot affect his power either or not. The Duke Minas knows that no empire can stop the Emperor's ambition and footsteps to rule the world. It would be better to do your best to assist His Majesty the Emperor, not only to show his talents on the political stage, but also to seek a certain benefit for the family, and to get better treatment for the original Yaniku Empire. Imperial capital. After years of repeated battles and recuperation, the young people of the past have grown old, and new young people have emerged. The tigress of the Onsi Megatron imperial capital, Tanjunki, Princess Tan, has been forgotten, and the prestigious Miss Jiang Xueying Jiang replaced her. Speaking of this Miss Jiang, the younger generations of the family Daddy and the Yan are all having headaches. In terms of fighting skills, it is not as good as Miss Jiang's finger, but in terms of backing, they are the most proud disciples of the Donggong Empress, and they have nothing at all comparing. The best way to see this tigress is to hide far away to be safe. Of course, all things are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other, and this prestigious Miss Jiang also has a nemesis, and her nemesis is Fairy Wang Xiaoyu, who does not eat the incense of the world. According to legend, the two had competed on the top of the forbidden city of the imperial palace for a day and a night. As for who won or lost, no one knew. Miss Jiang was still rampant in the imperial city, and Xian continued to concentrate on cultivating the Taoism as usual. It took the empire a year and a half to fully occupy the Lugo's empire, and it would take several years or even longer to manage and digest these occupied territories. These are all things to do. The empire dominates the world, and the whole country celebrates. The Emperor Yi Dacian is naturally extolled to be a wise and martial artist. For thousands of years, he has never been the first emperor. The Emperor Yi Dacian rewarded meritorious soldiers and amnestied the world. Although the western continent under the empire's rule is not as rich as the eastern continent, but without the disputes between the empires, the people will live and work in peace and contentment. Maybe in a few years, a prosperous China will appear. 20 years later, early autumn, Imperial Palace, Qianqing Palace, still showing her manners. Empress Jin, who is in the world of mother rights, looked sad. Sister, what do you think is good? Leaf smiled bitterly and sighed. Her frowning smiles, gestures, all manner of style, especially better than when she was young. According to a report from the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Imperial Security, which was previously adapted from the Black Guard, a very powerful flower picker appeared in the imperial city. The masters of the Ministry of Internal Affairs were unable to capture them. Of course, this is just a rumors, because there was no victim to report the crime. The police did not find the scene of the crime, and no one was found dirty, so it was naturally impossible to open the case for investigation. No one takes this rumor seriously, but Empress Jin, Leaf, Princess Feng, who is in charge of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and others all know that this rumor is real, and that Big Flower Thief is. As night falls, Mrs. Gu is carefully helping her daughter to dress up in the Gus mansion in the 5th lane of the west of the city, in the 5-year-old daughter of the Gu family. Daughter, if that person crawls in through the window door, you must not shout, but you must not. Miss Gu smiled bitterly. Mother, my daughter knows. You have said these words hundreds of times. Madame Gu tirelessly said, Mother, this is not for your good. If you are pregnant with a dragon seed, Mother, that person is really ... yes. SHHH. Don't say it in a mess, just know it in your heart. Madame G made a silent gesture and lowered her voice. It's because your father spent a lot of zhejiang to buy the 6th father-in-law. In the dead of night, a dark shadow crawled into Miss Gu's scented boudoir from the open window. Through the dim moonlight, Miss Gu, lying on the inner side of the curtain, was vaguely visible. Soying was already a middle-aged veteran, stripped himself into a pig in one breath, then lifted the heavy gauze tent and got in. Hey! Something is wrong. The flower-picking thief gave a startled. Miss Gu is the daughter of a boudoir waiting to be married. Naturally, she should be petite and exquisite in size. But now, she can't hold the entire palm of her hand. Miss Gu's size is too big and scary, right? Sweetheart, you are here. The flower-picking thieves let out a painful groan. Isn't this the voice of Princess Catherine? When did she sleep on Miss Gu's bed? Chapter 606 Wandering Goods. Leaf, who was sitting on the chair, stared at Princess Catherine's angry back, and cursed angrily. Yanai Rong on the side was as calm as water. Even though she was a mother, she was still as supernatural as a fairy in the sky. Sitting in the middle, Dugajin was helpless. The concubines of the harem and Chunlin Qiu had their own advantages. There were several beautiful concubines in the western regions with blonde hair and blue eyes, but the emperor still couldn't change that bad hobby, and sneaked out again in the middle of the night. Gong did that bad thing about stealing incense, stealing jade, and harming Liang's family, but the news was leaked, and Princess Catherine played a trick to steal the dragon. It's not that Leaf is upset, it's really that Catherine can't be a human being. It's fine if you steal it. It's alok no one when you die, but she is proud of her hatred, let alone Leaf is upset, even her. She's all a bit unhappy, let alone other more jealous concubines. It seems that she must be taught her once, otherwise I don't know who is in charge of this harem. Queen Jin looked for someone to make a mistake, and ordered the eunuch to take Catherine, who had made a small mistake. Although the execution eunuch was merciful, Catherine, who had a delicate skin and tender flesh, still cried and called her mother in pain. Princess Josephine's down kneeling and pleading. Queen Jin stopped the eunuch and saved Catherine from suffering. After Queen Jin left surrounded by a group of court ladies and eunuchs, Catherine, who was full of painful tears and grievances, lay on the bed. Josephine, why? She felt that this board was too unjust. She is like this. Everyone in the palace knows, including the emperor and Queen Jin. But today she used this as an excuse to punish her. This is obviously a deliberate punishing. Catherine, it's not that I said you haven't figured out your own situation so far. Josephine, who was sitting on the bedside to help her medicine, sighed, patiently enlightening on sexuality. This is the Eastern continent, not the Western continent that you and I are familiar with. In terms of social ethos, the Eastern continent is relatively more conservative, humble, and reserved than the Western continent. Especially when it comes to men's and women's affairs, women can only follow the rules of the royal family. More and stricter. If you don't know these things and rules, it's useless. Even if your majesty spoils you, you don't know how to die in the future. Remember this lesson. Oh, it's terrible, Josephine, thank you. Josephine's remarks were like an initiation, and Catherine shuddered. Then she realized that this board was not injustice. It seemed that, like Josephine, she should learn more and understand the Eastern culture and customs. At this time, Yitan, the chief culprit who caused Princess Catherine's board, was presiding over political affairs in the Golden Temple. The Great Zhou Empire swept down the Eastern continent, swept the Western continent, and dominated the world. Yitan was finally completely relieved. He, the super-handling treasurer, threw everything down to the ministers, and just presided over the government affairs as a symbol of sex every day. Spent most of the time in the harem, chatting with the concubines about the ideals of life. But fortunately the emperor's heart he cultivated was getting stronger and stronger, otherwise it would not be able to bear it. Immigration needs to be stepped up. After dangling the empires of the Western continent, Diezu began to immigrate to some fertile and resource-rich places in the Western continent, assimilating a small number of indigenous people. The in order to achieve the purpose of permanent occupation of those remote and barren places. The puppet monarch and the garrison are supported and kept under the control of the empire. Nowadays, the people of Diezu are well-off, live and work in peace. Population is also exploding, and there are so many fields, even if it is magical. 1 acre of land cannot be changed, and the pressure can only be relieved through immigration. However, this immigration work is not easy to carry out. The ordinary people in the East continent are extremely attached to their homeland and do not want to leave their hometowns. How to mobilize officials in various places and explain the various benefits of immigration are difficult to persuade the conservative and stubborn people. The mobilization work did not have much effect, and only a few 100,000 people were willing to move. Yitan was also very helpless about this. Every migrant who moved to a new place became a big landlord with thousands of acres of fertile land and enjoyed various benefits. They were already regarded as aristocrats in the Western continent, but the common people nostalgia for the homeland cannot be enforced, but slowly persuade and mobilize. After the war, the empire's millions of troops seemed to be large in number, but they were not enough when they were dispersed and stationed in various places. They had to recruit new recruits and organize them into various armies to increase the strength of the troops stationed in various places to ensure absolute control of the occupied areas. The police are responsible for the public order in various places. After the major reforms, the former arrest officers were changed to patrols. They were dressed in black and grey uniforms, big caps, short leather shoes, and allotted batons and guns. The office was changed to the county government. The county magistrate was changed to the county head, and the overall charge was still in charge. The master book was changed to the deputy head of the county, and the deputy head of the county was added to take charge of the work of the county. The law enforcement agency is the police station. Anyway, it is all copied from later generations, don't bother to think about it. The court of the Great Zhou dynasty was changed to the central government. All 6 yeomen were reformed, army reforms, all major reforms, from the inside to the outside. In the process of major reforms, although some conservative veterans opposed or held objections, but Yitan's prestige power has reached its peak, and no one in Wishiyu can shake him. Who dares to oppose his arbitrariness? Not to mention those imaginary and tall things. The common people are simple and simple. Whoever lives on them is a good person. When today's sun is in their minds, they are Mingjun Chengjun. Whoever dares to scold the emperor and faint the king will be alive with countless saliva. No one dared to recite this spot. Although Yitan is a middle-aged uncle and the father of more than a dozen children, his unbearable loneliness has not changed. A few days later, he slipped out of the palace on the grounds of understanding the people's sentiments and through the imperial events to Queen Jin, went to have fun on her own. Over the years, Queen Jin has been able to deal with national affairs proficiently through his mandatory sexuality training. With the help of the imperial military divisions and guards, he is not worried at all. Besides, after the major reforms, the functions of each department are divided. It is very clear that there is a large group of capable ministers in charge of the handling, and he basically doesn't need to worry about it. Empress Jin can only shake her head and smile bitterly about this. It is easy to change, and the sex is difficult to change. The emperor is good at everything, but this sex makes people speechless. Fortunately, this time out, except for the chief attorney Suzalun to accompany her, Li the concubine and Feng Nishang were also accompanied, and there were hundreds of guards and plainclothes to protect her, so she didn't worry much. In fact, Yitan drove out of the palace this time. He really didn't have any thoughts about hunting for beauty. He was not too young. He was past the age of having fun. There are all kinds of beauties in the harem. The beauty has a certain degree of immunity, and his imperial tactics skills are very strong, and his concentration has also been greatly enhanced. No more fooling around. This time he went out of the palace just to take a walk and see the great rivers and mountains of the empire. Chapter 607. Parade. On this trip, Yitan did not go to the prosperous Jiangnan, but had no purpose to travel to the west. Along the way, The common people could carry farm tools and go to the fields happily. The empire defeated the empires of the western continent, and gained countless benefits. Yitan gave back a small part of the war dividends to the people. Even a small part of the benefits was enough to make the people's benefit. There have been some changes in life, and it has gained the gratitude and support of the people. The empire is now entering a period of reform and rejuvenation. It needs a lot of workers. It is easy to find a job, good benefits, cheap prices, enough food and warm clothes. It is a good scene of prosperity and prosperity. However, after all, it is an ancient empire that has been passed down for thousands of years. It is impossible to accept new things all at once. It can only be guided slowly. It is like growing hair and wearing. Young people have cut their long hair and like to dress in fashion, new shoes, new clothes and new trousers. Older ones still wear lenient and cumbersome old clothes, with long hair like women, and they are free to wear. You can't force them to wear modern clothes, right? Thanks to the great innovation, the social status of women's sex has also improved, and the dressing has become a little more open, boldly even learning from Catherine and other Western continent princesses to wear suits, showing half white her arms and skirts are short enough to daring to show her calves. And the small inner part of apron is also eliminated. They are all wearing fabric-saving, beautiful and sex-saving bras. The once popular foot binding was not only abolished by the empire, but the girls were unwilling to get tangled up because the stockings and high-heeled shoes were not only a fashion trend, but the tastes of the masters have also changed. It's all good that the tune has gone out of favor. Yitan and his party walked slowly all the way, traveling the mountains and water, watching the great rivers and mountains of the empire, accompanied by Leaf and Feng Nichang, happy like a fairy. It was late in the evening when he arrived in downtown under Anyang County. Yitan and his party went to the hotel to stay. The accompanying guards were over 100. They guarded Yitan with various identities, and they barely settled after they had hired 4 inns. There are also plain clothes of the Imperial Security Bureau hidden in the dark to protect them and find another place to live. The once infamous Black Guard has now been renamed the Imperial Security Agency. It has a much better reputation, but its functions have not changed. It is still a spy agency responsible for internal supervision. However, the organization and staff have been expanded several times, and the uniform is directly copied from the German army in World War II. His SS uniform was black and grey, and he was so handsome. There is the Imperial Security Bureau internally and the Imperial Intelligence Bureau externally. The agents of the Intelligence Bureau who have received more systematic and professional training are spreading in all corners of the East and West continents, lurking in various identities. Now the empire is dominating the world and the country is peaceful. These spies are of little use for the time being, but once something happens, it will be activated immediately. The Intelligence Bureau is under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Army, and the Security Bureau is still firmly in the hands of Yitan. Those are his eyes and eyes, his eagle dogs, and as the dictatorship emperor, he must clearly know some little-known secrets. Although the empire has made rapid development in the technology of smelting iron and steel, making guns, it still lags behind in communications, medical care, and shipbuilding. Yitan ran to the Scientific Research Bureau before leaving and instructed the scientific research elites to fully research wired phones. There are general directions provided by him for the research of steam engine, etc. The Empire's scientific research elites have avoided a lot of detours. However, what Yitan provided is only a general direction. The specific details have yet to be studied. These important things are: it is estimated that it will not be able to be manufactured in the next year. Yitan is not in a hurry. Anyway, it is already on the agenda. Sooner or later the Empire's scientific research elites will develop it. It is only a matter of time. Furthermore, he has ruled the world and the Empire has no enemies. These things are really not in a hurry. Nothing happened at night. Yitan was also rare, to be honest. Did not provoke Leaf and Feng Nishang. Although his emperor art is powerful, he still has not cultivated to the strongest level. Leaf's heavenly demon Defa has been cultivated to the pinnacle and is almost invincible. Only Yanayu can contend with the existence of course, it cannot be said that the two women are truly invincible in the world, but that there are very few masters who have cultivated to their extraordinary realm. There are countless masters in the world, and only a few are expropriated by him. Moreover, they have now fully entered the era of hot martial arts. No matter how powerful martial arts is, a bullet will still be killed. Martial arts training is bitter and tiring. Few young people now have that great perseverance and determination to practice martial arts. Even if the training is only for physical fitness, there are not many who truly become masters, only some in the army such as special soldiers, talents such as internal guards, intelligence personnel, and special agents will earnestly study, but most of them also learn simple, practical and more lethal fighting skills in the military. The combat skills in the military have undergone continuous testing, and a set of simple, practical and easy to learn military combat skills have been integrated by the military masters. Those who have good things call it Xinwu, which can be practiced by ordinary soldiers. It is a traditional move. Martial arts is called old martial arts. It is difficult and cumbersome to practice. It is not easy to practice. It is even more difficult to become a master. Imperial historians call this year's major innovation the year of division between hot martial arts and cold martial arts. That is, cold weapons such as swords, and the official division of guns and ammunition. Old martial arts and new martial arts. Early the next morning, Yi Tan was served by Feng Nishang. After breakfast, he went out shopping. Feng Nishang is the mother of 2 children. Not only is she full of mature and charming charm, but also more considerate. This is also every time he goes out. The reason for bringing Feng Nishang, Feng Nikenwenwen is considerate and has the best popularity in the palace. He is also loved by Empress Jin, Leaf and Yanayu. The concubines dare not complain, because except for the old eunuch Suzilan, she can figure out the mind of the emperor best, plus her sex personality, is also the most favored by the emperor, and sisters jokingly call her the shadow of the emperor. Yi Tan strolled along the street accompanied by Leaf and Feng Nishang. Although downtown is a small town, there are many shops, goods, and people shopping, cheering and laughing, making it lively and prosperous. Out of safety considerations, and also a strong request from Queen Jin and other concubines, Yi Tan still carried the 3 treasures of the body: a human skin mask, golden silk and soft armor, a dagger that was cut into mud, plus a dagger that was carefully crafted by a firearms expert, polished and remodeled revolver, that is, revolver of later generations. He was wearing a long-sleeved hunting suit and medium-tube leather shoes. Because he was wearing gold silk and soft armor inside, his jacket looked bulging. But on the whole, he was only strong. If he didn't touch it, he wouldn't find anything inside. There is a universe. The iron-cut dagger is hidden in the shoe barrel, and the revolver is hung in the holster under the arm. The attendants of the guards either hid the shotguns under the armpits, or plugged them in the waistbands, and strapped them to the lower legs. Some were single guns, some were double guns, and some carried a rattan along with them. The box is filled with dismantled sniper rifles and a bag with a bag on the back. The grenades are more lethal. It can be said that they are armed to the teeth. It is their duty to protect the emperor's safety. If any, it is not an exaggeration to pull on a few large E-caliber howitzers. Of course, the imperial law expressly stipulates that private manufacturing and possession of guns and ammunition are prohibited. Offenders are heavily punished. If you like to play with guns, join the army, or go to gun clubs for hand addiction. Gun clubs must undergo strict censorship. Only after obtaining a business license, the firearms and ammunition used are strictly registered. People from the Imperial Security Bureau will check it every quarter. If the business license is revoked in violation of the rules, the boss will be held accountable. Although downtown is bustling, it is only a small market town after all. After only walking for a while, the market was finished. Yi Tanzing was about to go back. There was a quarrel in the alley on one side. and the sound of fighting with fists, accompanied by the woman's screams of horror. Chapter 608 Debt Collection. There was a fight in the Hutong, and there was a woman crying, not to mention that Yi Tan would not sit idly by, and Feng Nishang would not sit idly by. If it were not for the guards, she would be the first to rush in. A group of guards dressed up as passers-by, or scholars on study tours, or businessmen, or as wealthy businessmen, with guards also dressed as family members, guarding Yi Tan intentionally or unintentionally to ensure his safety. There was something in the Hutong. The little guard rushed in. Most of them remained outside, intentionally or unintentionally separating Yi Tan, Leaf and Feng Nishang from the passing people. Yi Tan walked into the alley and saw a few young people dressed in family attire surrounding a young man in Europe. The young man was beaten to his head and lying on the ground. Next to him, there was a young and beautiful girl crying and trying to rush, but was stopped by a greasy young man. Obviously, this guy is a good hand. He only knows to eat, drink and play, molesting the dude of the good family. He stopped the girl, molested with improper mouth, and also used his hands, scared the girl Harong to lose her color. Who are you? As soon as Yang Xiao saw more than a dozen sturdy men rushing in, he was shocked, and immediately stopped to ask the few people who had beaten Ding who were in front of Yang Xiao. The bullied girl took the opportunity to get rid of the entanglement of the evil young man, ran to the injured young man lying on the ground, lifted him up, and with tears, helped him wipe the blood from his face. Big brother, do you want it? Why hit people? Yi Tan asked Evil Xiao with the gold-painted folding fan in his hand. The folding fan used to be the favorite of scholars and talents when they went out. When it was popular, he often took this gold-painted folding fan when he went to the streets to tease his sisters. After using it for many years, I feel a little emotional and I am not willing to throw it away. You ask him. The big and strong brother who was beaten by Evil Xiao's fingers, Yi Tan's many people made him scrupulous, but his tone of voice was still very arrogant. This is his sight, and you are the raptor who crosses the river. I have to give me a bit of face. What's the matter? Feng Nishang asked. She had an emergency good Jinquang medicine on her body, but seeing that Diaz Wang only suffered a little skin trauma, she didn't need to take the medicine at all, and she did not take it out. Diaz Wang's face was ashamed, and he couldn't hold back a word for a long time. It was the girl's commentary that made people understand what was going on. It turned out that Diaz Wang was a villager near the market town. He didn't want to farm, but wanted to do business. He used the money he saved from food and frugality, and borrowed some from his friends, and he set up a store on the market to start a daily miscellaneous business. But lost money due to the first time in the bank, poor management and other reasons, and the funds were difficult to turn over. In desperation, I borrowed usury from the Magia pawn shop for fund turnover, but still closed at a loss, unable to repay the debt, and was blocked by the creditor. The girl's name is Xiao, who is his childhood sweetheart, and when it's time to talk about marriage, she is waiting for Diaz Wang to come and propose marriage. Ma's family is a wealthy household in downtown. Mango Ma is the vice chairman of the county chamber of commerce. Ma Jinlun Ma is the deputy inspector of the county police station. Ma Jini U Ma is the young man in front of him, the standard dandy brother. Repaying debts is justified. The second son of Ma yelled loudly. The big and strong shame and shrinking contributed to his arrogance, not to mention that he was still the party of reason. However, the look of Xiaoya's eyes is wolfish, standard evil. Wolf image. Usury. Yi Tan scratched his head. This gadget has existed from ancient times to the present. It was legal in ancient times and can be credited openly. In modern times, it is illegal and can only be stored underground. The consequence of borrowing usury is the ruin of the family's property, the destruction of the family and the death of others. There are many cases. There are countless, but there are still some red-eye gamblers who are willing to take the risk to borrow loan sharks, and finally die without a place to bury them. He had forgotten that this Dong who had killed people in the civil scourges, he had to make an order after he returned, prohibiting the distribution of high-profit goods, and severe penalties for offenders. However, Now that the imperial law does not have this aspect, he really did not take Ma young master method. Why don't you go to the imperial bank to borrow? Yi Tan asked Das Huang. After the reform, the bank organized by the imperial and the major families was changed to the imperial bank. The major families invested as shareholders, and their shares should not exceed the total shares of the empire. Private banks still exist, but after the establishment of the imperial bank, the living space of private banks has been severely compressed and it is difficult to survive. Most of them have switched banks. Only a few private banks with strong financial resources and excellent reputation can survive. In terms of lending business, it is difficult to compete with the imperial bank. The financial resources and credibility of the imperial bank make the simple people feel more at ease unless the imperial finances collapse and the credibility collapses. Procedures are too cumbersome and time is tight. Das Wang lowered his head and bowed his head in frustration. It wasn't that he didn't go to the imperial bank in the county to apply for a loan, but the application procedures were complicated and it took at least a month, and he urgently needed it. The purchase of funds, of course, if there are acquaintances in the imperial bank, it can be done in about a week to 10 days, but he is an honest farmer, and there is no way to do it more than a month. Yi Tangwai cried out. The imperial bank was created by his copycat modern bank, and many details were provided by him from memory. In his impression, he seemed to remember that the time limit for microlending was from bank credit. It takes 1 week to 15 working days at most for the staff to receive the order, review to on-site inspection and evaluation. How can it take more than a month? The only explanation is that there is something unspeakable here. Talk about it. The gold folding fan in his hand points to Das Wang. When the emperor is used to it, even if he pretends to be an ordinary tourist, his tone of voice and demeanor unknowingly reveals the tone and momentum of the king. Das Wang was originally simple and honest farmer, and at most he had a bit of ambition to make a lot of money. At this moment, he seemed to feel Yi Tan's intriguing aura. He instinctively shrank his neck and seemed more and more nervous. He rubbed his hands and cried, "I haven't been able to make it clear for a long time." Xiao still interpolated in the sidelines, helping to add and explain, and also sent some complaints and dissatisfaction along the way. Yi Tan and other talents understood a little. When applying for a loan, it's easy to do if it is related and there are ways, but it's okay. But it's hard. You have to ask the credit clerk in charge of the review to have a meal to make a good relationship. Once you get the money through the review, you will have to ask others to drink it. For a meal, I would like to express my gratitude for the hard work of some tea. If the loan is a large repayment, it would not be cost-effective to borrow only tens of millions. Really? Asshole. Yi Tan couldn't help but want to go crazy. Fortunately, he responded quickly and didn't say anything. To prevent credit clerks from using power for personal gain, he promulgated relevant banking laws and carefully listed various prohibitions, but apparently some people didn't. Taking these laws seriously, it seems that we have to rectify them and stop this unhealthy trend. Hey, don't just talk. What about my money? Chapter 609 Medical Expenses. Hey, don't just talk. What should I do with my money? Ma Xiao, who was standing by the side, was dissatisfied. The wolf's fan and fan eyes kept spinning on Feng Nishang and Leaf. It was only then that the two women were not only beautiful and moving, but also had a mature and charming charm that Xiao, a young girl, did not have, and Leaf had a seductive charm on her body. This is the true peerless beauty. Ma Xiao relied on his family background to harm the young and beautiful women, but none of them could make him fascinated like Leaf. If it weren't for Yi Tan surrounded by a group of strong and sturdy men, it's been a long time ago. How much do you borrow from him? Yi Tan frowned. If it were a few years ago, the look in Mai's eyes would have been beaten to death by his guards. 5,000 for the first time. 3,000 for the second time. Das Wang drooped his head. His voice was so low that he couldn't pay off the money he owed. and he could only be so embarrassed. A total of 12,000 including the interest. Second young Master Ma interpolated. Grab the money. Feng Nishang raised her eyebrows, and a breathtaking cold light flashed across her phoenix eyes. The principal was 8,000, and she had to pay 4,000 interest in less than a year. It was so dark that she was very angry. I'll pay him back. What's the evidence? Yi Tan grinned at Feng Nishang, who had a pretty face and frosty face. Feng Nishang usually takes care of the money when he travels, and Leaf doesn't bother to care about it. She has nothing to do with her. Black to death you. Although Feng Nishang had hinted by Yi Tan that he knew he had a way to deal with the black-hearted young Master Ma, he was still upset. He reluctantly opened the small suitcase he carried with him and counted up to 12,000 yuan in bills. After the Empire unified the East and West continents, Yi Tan forced the issuance of banknotes to replace silver and gold that were inconvenient to carry and calculations were not accurate. Silver and gold were used as the gold standard and stored in the head office of the Empire State Bank. They were no longer used as currency in circulation. The sun can't make. Das Wang and Xiao were taken aback, and quickly stopped them. They both thanked Yi Tan for their kindness, but were also uneasy. There was no free lunch in the world. Why should people pay you back? Besides, the number is not small. 12,000, the count is clear. A guard took the money and handed it to Ma Ershou's hand expressionlessly. His voice was also cold and scary. Ma Ershou shrank his neck instinctively. I don't know why, he suddenly felt a sense of fear of being stared at by a cheater. However, he was quickly attracted by the banknotes in his hand, and he completely forgot the uncomfortable feeling just now. A feeling of the count was right, the loan receipt was given, and the money receipt was cleared. Ma Erlang's eyes swept over Leaf, and he was about to leave. Wait a minute, the debt has been paid off, and there are other things to be done, Yi Tan said with a smile. What's unresolved? Ma Ershou had a blank expression on his face. The gold folding fan in Yi Tan's hand pointed towards Das Wang. You caused someone to vomit blood from an internal injury. You have to pay for this medical medicine fee, right? Seriously wounded and vomiting blood? Ma Ershou screamed. Neem opened her eyes and said nonsense. Didn't she deliberately find fault? Why do you want to go wrong? Yi Tan's face sank. The guards gathered around squeezed forward, and they surrounded Ma Ershou and a few in a fierce manner, clenched their fists, and banged their finger bones. Those who can be selected as the guards of the Emperor are all carefully selected from the army. Elite veterans who have been honored with military exploits have to be screened and eliminated through various evaluations. In the end, only the elite of the elite will remain. Not to mention the breathtaking murderous aura emanating from these guards. Just say that the size and number of people who kill Ma Ershou casually, these few people usually bully the honest and friendly people are okay, and they can only kneel when they encounter hard stubble. 200 yuan is always enough, right? Ma Ershou understands the truth that heroes don't suffer from immediate losses, so he gets out of the way first. Dan Market Town is his site, and he's afraid that he won't be able to find the place. Yi Tan shook his head with a squinted smile. He didn't count how much medical medicine he would pay. He first went to the hospital to register for a doctor. The doctor diagnosed the medicine before it became clear. In order to ensure fairness and justice, the police must be invited to preside over justice, so as not to save us. These outsiders were bullied by fools. As in the old days, ordinary small county towns do not have military garrisons, but only patrols to maintain public order. Although Dan is a small town, there are also patrol sub-bureaus. There are 3 or 4 patrols on duty. Song Yu, who is nearly 50 years old, is on duty. Secretary. After panting, Song Yukai and a police officer were invited by the guards to preside over justice. Director Song Ma Ershou greeted him with a smile, and Song Yukai's relationship with his father, needless to say, more iron than iron bodies. Ask him to come over to preside over justice. These outsiders were kicked by a donkey with their heads. However, What surprised him was that Song Yukai didn't even look at him. He just squeezed a smile at Yi Tan and the others. He was not only polite, but also extremely respectful. It was flattering. What happened? During the Great Reform of the Empire, the former county government was changed to the county government. The arresting bureau, who was responsible for maintaining public order in the county, changed his name and became a patrol officer. The chief of the patrol officer in a county was the former county lieutenant who was in charge of arresting the bureaucracy. He had the qualifications and handled the case. Song Yukai is the old catcher in this county, and now the sub-director of the patrol sub-bureau of Danji town. The old system of catching yeomen was a local snake, well informed, and with a keen sense of smell. Song Yukai knew as soon as Yi Tan and his party entered Dan Market Town. Based on the principle of less trouble and peace, he did not provoke Yi Tan, a group of people, but still sent a subordinate to stare at. After all, there are too many people in Yi Tan, which makes him a little nervous and worried that something will cause trouble. But sometimes this is the case. The more you are afraid of trouble, the more trouble you will find. Trouble will come. The two guards went straight into the police station and revealed the identity of the Imperial Security Bureau. They almost didn't scare Song Yukai. The predecessor of the Imperial Security Bureau was the notorious and frightening black-clothed guard, who enjoyed the privilege of life and killing, only to the emperor. Be responsible and have a secret identity. Maybe the person next to your pillow is the secret spy of the Imperial Security Agency. This is not a joke. There have been such cases. Knowing the sex nature and functions of the Imperial Security Bureau, anyone who wants to be targeted by them will inevitably be scared to death even if they are innocent. Moreover, Song Yukai knows that his ass is not clean at all, and he is considered to have been prolonged if he is not scared on the spot. Old driver in windy waves. Fortunately, these people from the Imperial Security Bureau didn't come to invite him to the bureau to have tea and talk about the ideals of life, but they just asked him to come and preside over justice. With his years of experience in reading people, he can tell at a glance that Yi Tan is the righteous man, and his status is quite high. The power that has been at the top for a long time can't be pretended, not to mention there are so many people around him. The cliff is from the central government. The core tycoons are just a little outrageously young. But when I think about it, I'm relieved. One of them is the emperor's vigorous innovation and bold use of young talents. Young people are placed in related positions. In the old system, some positions did not have more than 10 years of qualifications. Don't even think about it. Not to mention, although young people have a little lack of qualifications, they are passionate and motivated. Most of them do better than the older generation, and their work efficiency is obviously better. What the hell is this god doing here? Chapter 610. The Devil in the Heart. Yi Tan occasionally used his power to teach the arrogant young master a lesson. Under his instruction, the guards not only called the patrolman in the market town, but also really took Diaz Wang to the medical hall of the market town for treatment. Among the major reforms he carried out, medical reform was also one of the key points. The huge dividends brought by the war made the imperial treasury full and sufficient finances. This is the confidence of the reform. Nowadays, all cities, counties and towns in the empire have medical clinics to facilitate the people to see a doctor and prescribe medicine. They only charge slightly higher fees than the cost, and the doctor's salary is paid by the Empire Medical Department. The monthly salary of doctors is still quite high, but it is still not enough to attract those doctors who understand the medical skills. They usually see the patients, especially for the wealthy families. The medical fees collected in the past year are much higher than the annual salary. What Yi Tan threw out was the new profession of medical officer as a bait, which indeed attracted many doctors to give up their original high income and come to work as doctors. As a transcender, Yi Tan certainly hates the old feudal system, but as a vested interests, he is also the most profitable. He is selfish. He doesn't want to change too much. At least it is hard to be like modern society. Everyone is equal, so the issue of social status has not changed much, and the hierarchy still exists. In ancient times, The social status of doctors in ancient times was not high. The middle ranks were only in the middle ranks. Medical clinics were set up all over the country. A large number of doctors were needed to attract them to serve the empire. If they did not serve the common people, they had to improve their social status. Yi Tan was too lazy to bother his brain. He directly copied the official ranks of the military and incorporated them into the military system. The official ranks of lieutenant, school, and general were set up, but they were independent and self-contained. Promotions such as seniority have greatly improved the social status of doctors. Of course, in order to stimulate those private doctors with excellent medical skills to join the medical hall and serve the empire, the law stipulates that only officially appointed doctors can obtain the official position of medical officer, and enjoy the benefits. The social status of the civilian doctors who do not have official positions remains unchanged. Although it is contradictory, there is no way. Several medical officers in Dan Market were also frightened by the identity of the agents of the Imperial Security Bureau revealed by the guards. How dare you not cooperate and make Da Wang's injuries serious, and list a large list of medicine prescriptions. Abacus. He cracked a call and calculated the astronomical medical medicine fee of 3,000 yuan. Although Ma Zhao is a idle, unlearned dude, it does not mean that he is stupid. Dan Market Town is just a small place. Everyone can see you without looking up. Ma's family is the largest family in this market town, so naturally you should talk to the patrol police. The bureau, the medical hall, and other empire government departments have some connections, and the relationship is quite good. The abnormal reaction of the police and the medical officer made him see the name hall. Yi Tan seems to have a background. He dare not be arrogant anymore. Honestly, I paid 3,000 yuan for the medical medicine. Although I only earned 1,000 yuan in interest, it was already much higher than the borrowing interest of the Imperial Bank and private banks. It was not a loss at all, but only 3,000 yuan less. This guy is still quite awake. Yi Tan was a little surprised by Ma Zhao's confession. He was still waiting for Ma Zhao to get angry, and then straightened out him to fix him. Seeing that he was so obedient, I was embarrassed to find trouble again. Put the ticket in your own pocket without hesitation. This was originally his money. The reason why he was so enthusiastic to help Da Wang pay back the money was just to find an excuse for being mad. But Ma Zhao was not stupid. He did not jump into the pit, and he was not embarrassed to bully others. My son, thank you. Da Wang was so touched that he knelt down and thanked him. Yi Tan lifted the person up and said something earnestly. It is good for a person to be self-motivated, but when deciding to do something, be cautious. If you don't understand, you must first understand, such as doing a market survey or something. In this way, losses can be avoided. Don't borrow anything like high-profit goods in the future. You can go to the bank to borrow it. If the salesperson embarrasses you, you can report a complaint. He has already thought about it. In addition to strengthening the strict supervision of the units by the relevant departments, the people must also be involved, and a report box should be placed outside the door of the unit. Those who dare to make things difficult for customers will just wait. Be reported. In addition, this report box cannot be unlocked by the department leader of the original unit. It should be handed over to the inspectorate. Such matters are within the jurisdiction of the inspectorate. The inspectorate has departments in provinces, cities and counties, and the authority is still quite good. Big. Of course, he won't help Da Wang pay back the money for no reason. If it is an interest-free loan, it is a lesson for Da Wang. If he is lucky, he will meet him, otherwise I really don't know what the result will be. For Yi Tan, this is just a small episode in his journey, and it is considered a gain. Now, he is leaving for Dan County, intending to pretend to be an ordinary small businessman, and apply for a loan at the Imperial Bank. Originally, this kind of thing was left to the guards to investigate it, but he was too leisurely as the super big shopkeeper, and it was a bit painful to be idle. Let me find something to do for myself. Although it is a bit of a bad job, it is also considered a bit serious. Right. Ma Shao stood in a bush of woods by the market town, reluctantly watching Leaf's slim figure disappear from the field of vision, and an inexplicable sense of frustration surged in his heart. He is a playboy brother, and he has played for a long time. Girl, but a woman like Leaf, who made him feel disheartened, met for the first time and made him feel unconscious, but he didn't dare to act foolishly because of Yi Tan's mysterious identity. Ma Liu, follow along, stare at a distance, don't let them find out. Ma struggled for a while, and in the end the devil in his heart defeated reason. He ordered Ding Ma Liu to follow Yi Tan and his party. He didn't know that. What's the use of doing it? It's just a subconscious reaction. He felt a little uncomfortable. He walked in the mouth of the market town with his head down. A young man walked towards him, wearing the most popular black and grey tunic suit, and jokingly said with a smile, "Oh, isn't this Ma Shao? Why is this bare facial expression lost again? Fuck you. Yo, Li Sanshao." Wait. Ma Shao replied without angrily, suddenly thinking of something. His eyes lit up. He immediately changed to a smiling face, and greeted them enthusiastically. Why, what's wrong with Ma young master? Li Sanshao stopped, with a playful smile on his face. It's really something. Walk around. Let's talk. Ma Shao enthusiastically pulled Li Sanshao aside and muttered in a low voice. The status of Li Bogo, the third young master, is a bit special. In the west of downtown, there is a rather steep mountain called Snake Banshan. Li Bogo's father Li Fu is a master of martial arts, and he opened a hall called Fi Longting on the mountain, making a living by accepting apprentices and learning kung fu. But not many local people are willing to go up the mountains to practice martial arts, mostly young people from nearby market towns. Now it is the era of hot martial arts. Cold weapons such as knives, guns, sticks, bows and arrows have long been eliminated. Learning kung fu is inherently bitter and tiring. Few people can afford the pain. Besides, no matter how powerful kung fu is, how awesome is it? A single bullet is still piled up. It is based on this idea that not many young people are willing to practice martial arts anymore. Although Ma Shao is the little overlord of this town, he dare not provoke the stern to serve the country. He is a real martial arts master. One punch can interrupt a thick tree. This has to be hit on a person. It's strange if you don't die. Ma Shao is still quite awake, and has made friends with Li Bogo. Although he is not the kind of iron buddies, he is considered a friend anyway. Chapter 611. A big business. Young Master Li, didn't you say that you need money urgently? I happen to have a big business here. Ma Shao pulled Li Bogo aside, trying his best to show off his lip service to fool people. You are in a hurry to spend money. I happen to have a big business, and if you do it, you will have money to spend. What big business? Li Bogo's eyes lit up. He was really anxious to use money, but he was unfamiliar with his life. Where could he borrow money? Go to the Imperial Bank to apply. He is a foreigner and the loan conditions are not met. Besides, for some reason, he dare not apply for a loan at the Imperial Bank. Dad and eldest brother frowned all day about the money. He looked in his eyes and anxious, but he couldn't help. He wanted to borrow from Ma's family. The interest rate was so high that they couldn't afford it. When Ma Shao said that there was a big profitable business, I couldn't help but be moved. Ma Shao talked hesitantly for a long time before Li Bogo realized that the big business he was talking about was illegal. He wanted to throw away his sleeves, but he heard Ma Shao say that the target is a foreigner, maybe a second generation. And it is. The big villain who bullies men and women is worse than his Ma Shao, and he can't help but move a little. In fact, he didn't think about stealing and robbery to make money, but he was denied and warned by his father. For this reason, he was scolded. Can he not go to the wrong way, and where can he make money? What do you care about your father? God knows this. And you know I know it. As long as we don't tell it, how can your father know? Ma rarely sees his heart move, and even more desperately flicker. You are not called robbing people to steal money, you are saving people. Rescue the poor woman from the clutches of the evil young man. Take the sheep hand in hand and carry away the little suitcase full of money. That money is all ill-gotten wealth. This is what is called a loyal and courageous warrior. Don't you usually call you a hero? Now the opportunity has come. Prove it to me. Lee Bogo frowned and thought. Although there are many loopholes in Ma Sao's words, all he thinks about is money. If it is really ill-gotten wealth, he will take it in a good way. Whether it is true or not, stare at it first. Make a decision. Remember to save that woman for me. Ma rarely sees Lee Bogo agrees, secretly cheering in his heart. Although this guy has great skill, but his brain is a bit awkward. He is easy to fool. Lee Bogo just waved his hand and didn't know whether he agreed or refused. Even if it was true, he would not save the person to Ma Sao. If a beautiful woman fell into his hand, it would be miserable. It wasn't for some reason that he had to make good friends with the Ma family. He didn't bother to make friends with dudes like Ma Shao. He made up his mind in his heart, went back to the mountain, called a few juniors who usually had fun, and muttered for a while. A few people went back to the room, brought some stuff, and followed Lee Bogo quietly down the mountain. According to the information provided by Ma Shao, Lee Bogo and others rode a fast horse and rushed to Dan County. Although the technology of the empire is changing with each passing day, vehicles and other means of transportation are still the stuff on the design drawings. Horses and carriages are still the only way to go. After Yitan and his team came to Dan County, they first found a clean hotel to register and stay, and then went to the Imperial Bank County branch to test the water, but Feng Nishang suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, so Yitan had to give up and leave to take care of it. Sent a few guards to investigate the temptation. Feng Nishang is actually not sick, but her period is coming. Her stomach hurts a little, so she can lie down for a while. Yitan can put aside the things at hand and stay with her, making her both moved and happy, even though she is already an old husband and wife. But that feeling remained the same. In fact, despite the great reforms and technological advancement carried out by the Great Zhou Empire in Yitan, the people's material living conditions have improved, the social atmosphere has changed, and the sex of women has also changed in terms of dressing and dressing. Be a little more open, and some jobs have also hired female sex, but the society of female sex still has not improved much. The old concept of male superiority and inferiority is deeply ingrained, and it is difficult to change it all at once. As a traversing crowd, even if he intends to change the status quo, he will not enforce it. Some things take time, and some things are really impatient. He can only slowly, bit by bit, make people realize and change. But he himself maintains sufficient respect for the women in the family. This is also the reason why the harem concubines, including Yanai and Leaf, are extremely sex, and the more advanced said-minded women are so moved. As a woman, Li Ji felt the same way. She comforted Feng Nishang a few words, and then went out shopping. She planned to buy some special products to bring back to the sisters and children. Li Ji's martial arts has reached the highest level of return to innocence, and there are countless people who are eligible to be her opponents, but Yitan still let 4 guards escort them to help carry Dongdong or something. As beautiful as she is, sexual women have a 100% rate of turning their heads back. Sometimes it is inevitable that they will encounter some bugs on their heads, and the unlucky ones who want to die have guards to rush people first to avoid causing death. Although Leaf became a mother, her sex pattern remained the same. She still did her own way and acted sex. If she really wanted to provoke her to hair, the Emperor Lao Tzu still cut her off. With her unfathomable skill, she became annoyed. If you don't die, you have to waste it. Li Ji seemed to know the thoughts in Yitan's heart, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is this palace a murderous demon? Although Dan County is a small county town, shops and stalls on both sides of the street can be seen everywhere, with a dazzling array of goods, a constant stream of pedestrians, and laughter, making it lively and prosperous. Li Ji was born beautiful, charming and charming. After she became a mother, she became more mature and charming. She had a sense of sex. Although she was wearing ordinary clothes, she immediately attracted countless amazing eyes when she went to the street. There are guards around to help her open the way, otherwise it will be difficult to move, too beautiful, and sometimes it is a trouble. After becoming a mother, her sex pattern has slightly changed, and her behavior has also been restrained. Unlike her sex as she did when she was a girl, she occasionally smiles back in the face of countless amazing eyes cast. Pick some small ornaments or local delicacies that she was fond of. Soon, the 4 guards who accompanied him were carrying large bags of stuff in their hands. On the other side of the street, Lee Bogo with a few juniors was squeezing through the crowd, walking forward, looking around in the crowd. He didn't know what Yi Tanin Ma Ersho's mouth looked like, but he knew that he was quite similar. June, the most important thing is that there are 2 beautiful women around him. One of them is even more charming. He is naturally charming, and he will recognize it as long as he sees it. Lucci, what are you in a daze? A few people looked and searched as they walked, and when they were walking, they suddenly found that the younger brother Lucci hadn't followed, and looked back, and found that this fellow was looking stupidly at the street on the left in a daze. He couldn't help being angry and funny. A senior brother gave him a blow. Fist. Brother, I saw a fairy. What a beautiful fairy. Lucci looked lost and swallowed desperately when speaking. To be honest, this was the first time he saw such a beautiful ecstatic woman. Was stunned for a while. That beautiful woman who seduced her soul was clearly a fairy who descended to the mortal world privately. Chapter 612 Impulse. This guy is crazy. Lee Bogo and the others couldn't laugh or cry. They looked in the direction that Lucci was looking at. Except for the endless stream of people, there was no fairy. This guy was evil. Brother, look, fairy. Look his finger forward. His face looked silly, his mouth wide open. His apple throat rolled up and down, and he swallowed hard. You have taken the wrong medicine. Lee reported the country's vitality and raised his hand to try to draw someone, but his eyes were instinctively looked over, and his breathing couldn't help but stagnated. The whole person was like a petrified person, and his right hand held in the air froze. Among the people not far in front of the tide, there is indeed a pretty young woman standing. Although only the side can be seen, but the beautiful silhouette like a river, the crystal-like skin, and the slim figure appear so conspicuous. When she turned around, Lee Bogo felt that his eyes were firmly attracted, and he could no longer move away. His heart almost stopped beating. He didn't read much, and he couldn't use words to describe the beauty and supernaturalness of a woman with a refined temperament. He only knows that this is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. Even Miss Yu, who was once shocked as a god, is a lot worse than others. No wonder Lucci said that she is a fairy. She is indeed a fairy, but, no, the kind of noble fairy who is so holy not to eat the incense of the world and dare not profanity, but a seductive and coquettish fairy. Li Ju wandered aimlessly in the street. She suddenly felt something, turned and looked back, just in time to meet the obsessive gaze of Lee Bogo and others. Liam frowned. She had long been accustomed to this amazing and obsessed world. Lee Bogo's gaze was only a little surprised by the tight-fitting and short-cut costumes often worn by martial arts practitioners. Lee Bogo is very young, quite a few 17 or 18 years old, but his body is exceptionally strong, his back is hunky, and his eyes are gleaming. He is clearly a foreign master who has already cultivated to a certain level of foreign kung fu. He can reach this level at this age. Very good, very talented. I have seen a lot of first-class masters. Most of the guards in the palace are of this level, and there are many super-class masters, and the enchanting-level masters have also beaten it. It is not surprising that she did not take it seriously, and continued to walk forward. Dan County is a small county, and the street market is so big. Lija didn't spend much time shopping, and Dong Dong bought a lot. It was time to go back to the hotel to rest. When she walked back, she saw Lee Bogo and others standing on the side of the road. His eyes were a little obsessed. Lee Bogo and others followed far behind. The expression on his face looked quite weird. According to Ma Ershau's words, he should have found the target, but he felt that Ma Ershau did not tell the truth and concealed something from him. But it doesn't matter, he will find out. What surprised him and curiosity was that the 4 big bodyguards around Li Ji, who were taller and stronger than him, also practiced hard work like him, did not seem to be under him, and they exuded a shocking wave. This is definitely the level of a first-class master. As for whether Li Ji could martial arts, he couldn't feel it. In fact, the level of the two was too different. It was normal for him not to feel it. According to normal thinking, even if Li Ji has practiced martial arts, no matter how high he is, she won't be so high. Where to go? In the bones of the old notion that men are superior to women, the sex of a big man concluded that Li Ji was just an ordinary woman. To be able to hire a master of this level as bodyguards, his family background is certainly not uncommon. Reminiscent of the information provided by Ma Ershau, the man next to Fairy must have a lot of background, which aroused his curiosity more and more. At this moment, Li Bogo had dispelled the idea of robbery. The 4 big bodyguards alone were not able to cope with him and a few juniors. The reason for following Li Ji was that she was overwhelmed by her incomparable appearance and temperament, coupled with intense curiosity. Driven by the heart, Li Ji knew that Li Bogo and others were following behind, and she didn't take it seriously. In her eyes, Li Bogo and others were just ordinary warriors who were fascinated by her beauty. She couldn't feel anything. Murderous look. Li Ji entered the hotel, and a bodyguard behind turned around and glared at Li Bogo, then followed up with a large bag. Li Bogo, with a look of despair, stood by the street opposite the hotel's gate for a long time. He didn't come back to his senses until the younger brother pulled him. He scratched his head and smirked, looking at the doors and windows of the hotel opposite. I was full of unforgettable expectations. It's a pity that most of the windows of the hotel opposite are closed. Even if they are open, they are blocked by curtains. You can't see the situation inside, let alone see the fairy who made him desperate. My heart is empty. Swing and swing, it feels like losing something precious and uncomfortable. Senior brother likes that lady? A junior asked with a smile. Nonsense. Li Bogo rolled his eyes. His sex is straightforward. He said that one is one, and he naturally wouldn't deny it. Didn't you see the desperate idiot like brother? Brother, if you can grab someone, you will lose your soul all day after saving it. Another junior brother suggested that he is also a person with 5 big and 3 rough, simple-minded, and straightforward sex personality. Since he likes it, he should be taken to the mountain. Mrs. Yozhai got it. You didn't see the 4 bodyguards next to her? Li Bogo said lazily. He had thought about it, but the martial arts of the 4 big bodyguards were so powerful that he had to dispel this idea. Senior brother forgot, no matter how powerful martial arts is, one shot will still fall down. A junior patted his bulging waist. My father knows. I'll blame it if I don't kill. Li Bogo's eyes lit up. His head drooped again, and a bitter face wrinkled. He sighed. Of course. The old man would not kill him, at most he would beat him violently. Suddenly, I have been thinking about it for 2 or 3 years, and with his sexuality, I am afraid that he will be suffocated alive for a month and a half. Senior brother, let's not talk about it. Master doesn't know that. Besides, isn't he going far away? A more clever junior said with a smile, knowing this kind of thing. I know you, as long as they don't tell me. Master is an old man. I don't know. The only trouble is how to arrange the people after they are robbed. First cook the uncooked rice for mature rice. She will definitely follow you, and then think of another way. An older junior said based on the experience of the past people, the old concept of respecting men, 3 observances and 4 virtues is still deeply ingrained, and women are lost. Either wipe your neck, or you can only be wronged and marry the man who has robbed you of your virginity. Like Li Bogo, a young man with a burly stature and high skill, if a woman is rushing to marry, that woman must be very willing. If you want to drive her away, she will not leave. It depends on you for the rest of your life. Hee. Under this flicker, Li Bogo's heart was pounding, his face flushed, and his palms were sweaty with excitement, and his heart was really moved. If the master doesn't agree with you to marry her, the big deal will take her far and high. Yeah, Tanya gaped. Can the master find it? When you have a child, it won't work if you don't want to recognize it. Hee. A few junior brothers spoke to Lee Bogo with enthusiasm. At the same time, they were full of enthusiasm. Young people, young and healthy, are easily impulsive. He slapped his thigh and said, I did it. Chapter 613 Unexpected surprise. Early the next morning, Legia went to the street for breakfast. She wanted to taste the more famous local breakfast roll powder. The 4 big guards who accompanied her were still yesterday. In fact, early in the morning, the guards bought breakfast and brought them back, including roll powder, but Legia didn't eat it. She felt that eating in the powder shop was more flavorful and more interesting. After her self-demon skills, who was originally responsible for reinvigorating the magic door, have been successful, her competitive sex personality and thoughts have unknowingly changed. Instead of fighting against her rival, Yanayu, she is in her own palace. Get some flowers and plants to cultivate one's body and nurture sex. Legia and Yanayu are natural rivals. They often fight. The biggest move was to tear down the walls of the palace for a short period of time. This is no secret in the imperial capital. The sturdy deeds of the 2 empresses have become people's love. The topic of Ladao has also attracted countless martial arts practitioners to admire it. In the harem, Legia and Yanayu are both women in the palace. One is sexy and the other is indifferent. They don't care about things, but the concubines in the palace are most afraid of them. They really want to provoke them. A finger can make you die 100 times, and it's still dead in vain. Who is not afraid? Legia accompanies Yitan on this inspection. She just feels that she hasn't been out of the palace for a long time before she comes out to relax. She still doesn't care about anything, unless Yitan can't deal with it, but there are still things in this world that he can't deal with. What? After Lee Bogo made up his mind, he stayed at a small hotel across the street to facilitate surveillance. Several juniors were still sitting by the window, staring at each other in turn. As soon as Lee Chi came out, Lee Bogo knew. Legia found a food shop with a cleaner storefront and more customers. After ordering 5 rolls of noodles, she sat in a chair and waited. There were many customers, so she had to wait in line. Many customers also meant this. The roll noodles at the food store are delicious. The 4 guards sat around. Their shining eyes glanced vigilantly at the people around them. The timid people instinctively stood farther away. The overbearing evil spirit emanating from the guards could not be resisted by ordinary people. The store guy steams the noodles, starts the pan, skillfully scrapes off the noodles, puts the stuffing, rolls noodles, and a roll of noodles. Then it can be eaten with a fragrant sauce. There are several kinds of sauces. Some are spicy, yes. There are sweet and sour, some slightly salty, as you like. Legia has tasted the rolls of the food shop. The taste is quite good. Although it is not as good as the cooking skills of the royal chef of the palace, but it also has her own unique color. She calmly finished the meal under the astounding and curious eyes of the diners. A whole roll of powder, wiped his mouth with a silk scarf before leaving lightly. Legia didn't go back to the hotel right away, but wandered aimlessly in the street to see what else could be bought. A 3 or 4-year-old girl came to face her face, holding a bunch of flowers in her arms. Her little face was red and simple. She walked in front of Legia. Milk said, "Milk, sister, here." "Little sister, what's the matter?" Legia was startled, knelt down, and protected her in her arms so as not to be knocked down by pedestrians. "A big brother asked me to give you flowers. He said he was waiting for you outside the city." The girl handed the flowers, pointing her finger to the front left. "Well, thank you, so beautiful. Is that big brother your brother?" Legia happily took the flowers, thanked her and asked casually. The flowers were freshly picked. Although they were ordinary wild flowers, they had no meaning. This year, the girl is not interested in sending roses or anything, but let her. I feel very happy. The emperor hasn't given her a rose that represents love for a long time. Isn't it a small surprise that the emperor gave her? No. The girl shook her head and shook the onion note in her hand. She didn't know the big brother who gave the flowers, but the big brother gave one you aunt to buy a lot of sugar. Come here, take it. Sister will take you home first. Lydia was in a good mood, touched a 10 bill and asked the girl to collect it, and then bought a large bag of sugar at the small grocery store on the side of the road, and some snacks to protect the girl home. The girl's house happened to be not far in front. After Lydia sent her home, she signaled the 4 guards not to follow too close, and waited at the gate of the city, and then walked out of the city gate gracefully. There was a forest not far from the city, and a man of great figure stood by the forest with his back facing her. Lydia was stunned. She could recognize from the other person's figure that she saw it on the street yesterday, obsessedly looking at her Libogo instead of the familiar Ethan. She couldn't help but feel a little bit in her heart. Lost, but driven by curiosity, she tangled for a while and walked forward. Libogo, who was waiting by the woods, heard the sound of footsteps behind him, and knew that the beauty that made him fascinated was just as promised. He was excited and nervous, and his palms were wet with sweat. This reaction was normal. Many boys were dating for the first time. Isn't it all like this? This little lady is abrupt. The ugly daughter-in-law women always sees her in-laws. Libogo took a deep breath, tried to calm her beating heart, turned around, and politely gave Lydia a fist. He often slipped down the mountain when his father was out of business. When I went to the tea house in the county seat and heard about the books, I naturally knew some of the tricks and theories of the former scholars to tease their sisters. They were only the first practice, and they were too excited and nervous, and they weren't the literary scholars. This ritual was a bit nondescript. Lydia couldn't help pursing her lips and laughing, leaning slightly, and politely in return. She originally wanted to correct the mistake in her name. The old lady is not the little lady who is waiting to be married in her boudoir, but the big lady who has married her husband. But she said when she reached her mouth, she swallowed abruptly, because she suddenly had a playful feeling of wanton and recklessness when she returned to the girlhood. Under the impetus of the great innovation, women's sexuality has also changed in some small details, such as hairstyles. The old female sex haircut sign is already married as a woman, and the one who combs the hair is to be married in the boudoir. Little lady, after the great reforms, in big cities such as the imperial capital, it is not necessarily the big lady who combs or releases the hair. It is not necessarily the little lady who combs or releases the hair. It should be distinguished from the ring between the fingers. Of course, it is very big. Some places still follow the old system, and Yeaton did not enforce it. Some old things need time to slowly change. Libogo's EQ is low, and it is not surprising that she can't understand the meaning of the ring on Lydia's ring finger. Seeing that Lydia has no haircut, she naturally regards her as a little lady in her boudoir to be married. My name is Libogo. Libogo was so nervous that he turned into a stutter. He introduced himself according to the titling routine commented by the storyteller. The word Xiaoxing almost came out. Fortunately, he responded quickly and swallowed his stomach abruptly. He was not a scholar, so naturally he could not use Xiaoxing. The word was over. Almost embarrassed, making Rang more nervous, and fine beads of sweat leaked out on his forehead. The 4 guards stood at the gate of the city and watched from a distance. They were not at all worried that Lydia would have an accident. There are countless enchanting masters who are qualified to challenge Lin Yang, and they must be self-conscious if they dare to provoke her. Living impatiently, their accompanying guards adjust their duty. Several of Libogo's juniors came out from the side and walked towards the 4 guards grinning. They all wore large outer robes today, and they were still wearing martial arts logo tights and shorts. The 4 guards frowned when they saw them coming. Based on the feeling, these young men seemed to be provoking things. Don't move, or you will be killed. Several juniors shouted in a low voice, their right hands hidden in the big loose sleeves to cover the iron guy they were holding in their hands. The 4 guards saw the iron guy in their hands. Their faces turned pale and bloodless. Chapter 614 Unspeakable Conspiracy. What the 4 guards saw was that the iron guy is the 6-round revolver that officials love to wear today. They have 1 or 2 hidden under their armpits or under their trousers, and some even have 1 or 2 handleless grenades. Nowadays, Imperial technology advances by leaps and bounds. Pistols, 6-round revolvers, and handleless grenades have long been installed in the army. Officers, local high-ranking officials, and patrols are all equipped with pistols or 6-round reels, depending on personal preference. The Empire explicitly banned guns. Even cold weapons such as bows, arrows, crossbows, etc. were banned. In some places, such as the Imperial capital, the carrying of weapons such as swords and daggers was even forbidden. Violators were severely punished, and those who violated them were severely punished. Since private ownership of firearms by civilians is explicitly prohibited, the Empire strictly controls firearms. All kinds of firearms and ammunition issued are specially registered and inspected by the Imperial Security Bureau from time to time. Power departments such as patrol police and other power departments have every month, uniform inspections are carried out. It is a trivial matter for anyone to lose their guns or their official positions. Being invited into the Bureau to drink tea by the Imperial Security Bureau is a great fun. The predecessor of the Imperial Security Bureau is notorious. The frightened guard in black. The 4 guards saw the muzzle of the black hole aimed at themselves, and they were naturally shocked. Numerous associations were formed in their minds. What background do these young people actually own guns? Are you not afraid of losing your head? If you dare to move, I will kill you. The 3 Feelongton disciples threatened in a low voice. If it weren't for Senior Brother Lee's repeated reminders, the martial arts of these 4 big bodyguards were extremely powerful, and they wouldn't show up if they weren't under him. Although this thing is a good killer, but it is also a terrible thing. Once discovered or reported by someone, the army will hunt for the dead until the person is killed and the gun is recovered. Of course, they didn't intend to kill people. They just frightened people with their guns, so that they didn't dare to act rashly, and then forced people into the woods and knocked them out. However, they didn't make it clear that the 4 big bodyguards in front of them acted in a hairy manner, and that would have to pay a price. The guards of the Emperor are all elite veterans carefully selected from the army. After rigorous training and cruel elimination, they are qualified to become the royal guards envied by countless people. They have only one duty and existence: to protect the absolute safety of the Emperor. To protect the safety of royal family members. Liege is one of the Emperor's most beloved empresses, and she will never be allowed to go wrong. Even if she is dead, she must be protected. The 4 guards exchanged glances in an instant, and the front guard suddenly roared, opened his arms, and leaned close, and immediately threw the Feelongton disciples down, followed by a few shots. The 3 Feelongton disciples were a little nervous when they did this for the first time, and they were thrown down by the guards. They subconsciously pulled the trigger. 2 shots were shot on the road paved with bluestone slabs, and the other shot hit the guard in the abdomen. The other 3 guards rushed forward. They were in a team. They usually eat, live and train together. They formed a certain tacit understanding with each other. They stared at a target separately, or grabbed the enemy's wrist with the grabbing hand and grabbed the gun, or flying with big feet, directly kicking people unconscious, or flying to suppress the enemy, pressing the gun with one hand, and clenching the fist with the other hand, fiercely crit, and subdued people in a blink of an eye. The sound of gunshots scared the people who entered the city into screams and rushed. Some of them ran too fast, stumbled under their feet, and fell into a gourd. The gunshots also shocked Liege and Lee Bogo, who were standing by the woods and talking. Both turned their heads quickly and looked at the sound of the gunshots. However, They only saw the greatly frightened people running around. Li Bogo ignored Liege and ran towards the city gate. The whole course of the action was discussed by him and a few juniors. He didn't want to make a scene where he would shoot people to death. The 4 big bodyguards were forced by the gun. He should be aware of current affairs and dare not chaotic. But the accident still happened. The juniors fired. And they fired 3 shots. Why didn't he worry? Liege thought that something very serious had happened. The guards had to shoot. The Empire banned guns. Except for the 4 guards accompanying them, ordinary people had no guns. However, she did not expose her. With her own unparalleled knowledge, she deliberately took a few steps away from Li Bogo. Brother, run. They are eagle dogs. One of the 3 Feelongtang disciples was kicked in the chin by the guards and passed out. One was held back by the rider with an iron fist so that he could see the gold stars. There was no power to fight back. The other was locked by the guards' capture technique. Caught, unable to move, and desperately struggling, he saw the guards wearing guns under their armpits. Mistakenly thinking it was a plainclothes spy from the Imperial Security Bureau, and when he was desperate, he saw Li Bogo rushing and hurriedly gave a loud warning. Lackey. Li Bogo was shocked. He wanted to rush to save people, but he saw that the 3 guards had pointed their guns at him, hurriedly turned around, got into the crowd of people running around in fright, and ran away in chaos. Liege held the earrings between her fingers and wanted to send her out. With her current cultivation skills, plucking leaves and flowers can hurt people. Plants, trees, bamboos and rocks can be used as swords, but she hesitated for a moment, and Li Bogo has gotten into chaos. In the group of people, she didn't want to accidentally hurt the innocent, and in the end she didn't shoot the beads. The guards restrained the 3 Feelongtang disciples' meridian acupoints. One helped the injured companion to stop the bleeding, and the other 2 looked around vigilantly with guns to prevent attacks by lurking enemies. The gunshots also alarmed Yitan and the county patrol. When the patrol arrived, the 3 Feelongtang disciples were taken into the hotel by guards. Although the injured guard was shot in the abdomen, the bullets only flew against the ribs. However, it is a skin trauma. Just apply medicine dressing. Several guards stayed at the scene. What they revealed was the identity of the Imperial Security Bureau, which shocked Pang Fu, the chief patrol officer who Wen Xun rushed to. He ordered his deputy to lead people to search for the fugitive, and he followed the guards behind him, enter the hotel to understand the case. Without forcing a confession by torture, Liege could easily solve the problem with the use of soul concentration defer. She secretly glanced at Yitan, regretting letting Li Bogo go. Yitan's face was extremely serious, and even a breathtaking cold light flashed in his eyes. According to the confession of the 3, the Hall Master of Feelong Hall, Li Fu, opened a gate on Snakeban Mountain to teach martial arts, not just to make ends meet. He also secretly purchased iron ore and iron tools to make weapons. There are several skilled blacksmiths in the back mountain who can make firearms and ammunition, and the 6-round revolver they carry is made by those blacksmiths. This was originally a very secret matter. It was only because they had a very good relationship with the young Hall Master Li Bogo, and Li Bogo's tone was not tight, so they knew about these confidential things. This time they went down the mountain and Li Bogo stole 4 and 6 rounds. Wheel gun, said he was going to do something big, but then changed his mind for some unknown reason. Perhaps he was fascinated by Liege's beauty and wanted to kidnap Liege's wife as a prisoner. If in normal times, relying on Yitan's nature, he would have started to take this matter away, but he felt that this matter was extremely difficult, and even thought it was serious. Would he become so serious? If the guess is not wrong, Li Fu may be hiding some ulterior conspiracy, but it is a pity that the 3 Feelong Hall disciples are not core members, and they don't know a lot. I am afraid that as the young Hall Master, Li Bogo is not necessarily I know, unless Li Fu is caught. Chapter 615. Call all hands immediately to encircle Snake Banshan. Yitan made a decisive decision, and ordered to rush back to Anyang Market Town to surround Snake Panshan, and let Feelongtang take over. On this trip, The guards who accompanied or secretly followed to protect over 100 were secretly spies. Everyone was armed with shotguns and some grenades, and even more than a dozen sniper rifles. With the cooperation of Anyang County patrols, there should be no breach of Snake Banshan. Problem: yes, Pang Fu, the chief of Anyang County Police Patrol, did not hesitate, and retired. Yi Tanliang showed his identity as the deputy director of the Imperial Security Bureau. The Imperial Security Bureau has a lot of authority and has the privilege of cutting first and playing later, and can be transferred if necessary. The local police officers assisted in the operation, and the army could not move, and the military power was in the hands of the emperor. The central boss came to inspect the place. How could Pang Fu dare to be sloppy? He quickly gathered all the police forces in the county, took all the long and short guns and ammunition, and ran to Dan Market Town. More than an hour later, when the team approached Dan Market Town, they had seen the flames on the Snakeban Mountain from far away. Obviously, Li Bogo had already rushed back to report the letter. Not only did all the people in Feilongtang ran away, but also set a fire. Burn all traces of evidence. Tell the whole country. Arrest everyone in Feilongtang. Yi Tan ordered coldly. This is a serious matter and must be investigated to the end. Not only is the entire empire issued a wanted order, but the empire's security department must make this matter a top priority and conduct a secret investigation. My lord, those 3 criminals can be used as bait. Pang Fu offered a plan to imprison the 3 criminals in the county jail and open a net to fish. There may be unexpected gains. Yi Tan agreed to his plan. The 3 Feilongtang disciples don't know much about them, but they are extremely hard-hearted, and are unwilling to surrender. He originally wanted to shoot people to death, and now he has the right to use it as waste. There is no real windfall. However, the ability of the local patrol made him feel a little worried, so he left 20 master guards, and notified the people from the Imperial Security Bureau to come to the town and open a net to fish. Pang Fu took over the task. Not only was his heart happy, but also full of fighting spirit. If he was lucky, he could really catch a fish, whether it was a big fish or a small fish. He had done a good job. Therefore, this matter must be done well. After returning, he called all his confidants to a meeting to discuss the matter of digging holes and laying nets. Yi Tan was in a bad mood. Some staff leaders of the Imperial Bank branch of Anyang County were unlucky. They did have some violations and the evidence was conclusive. They were all invited to drink tea by the Integrity Department of the Imperial Security Bureau. Go to jail and confiscate illegal gains. The anti-corruption work of the Imperial Bank branch of Anyang County is just the beginning. It is the fuse that detonated the empire to fully carry out the anti-corruption advocacy. After Yi Tan returns, he will be put on the ceremony, and then strictly enforced. After the empire unified the east and west continents, there were some people are really proud and arrogant, don't know how old they are, and it's time to clean up. Although he is an autocratic emperor, dictatorship, but there are still some guys who have eaten lard and bewildered against him, criticizing all kinds of reform decree he issued, buzzing like a fly. It was disgusting, and the most important thing was to mislead some people who didn't know the truth. He had endured enough and had to clean up all of them. There can only be one voice in the empire, a unified voice. After dark, after bathing, Yi Danpan sat on the bed to do exercises and meditate. He was too lazy to practice, but after discovering the benefits of practicing Emperor Zhu, he still practiced diligently occasionally, saying that it was cultivation. It was better to calm the mood, be more precise. What happened to Feilongtang still made him worry about it. Out of instinct, or a keen sense of smell, he felt that Feilongtang seemed to be carrying out a big conspiracy in secret. Even if he guessed it wrong, it just made a lot of guns privately. It is very dangerous. It must be traced to the end and brought to justice. If you dare to challenge the imperial laws, you will have to bear serious consequences. The emperor, the concubine, is guilty and accepts family law. After the bath, Li Jie came in with a willow in the wind, and knelt down beside her. The red veil that was as thin as a cicada's wings became more and more transparent under the light of candlelight, showing the graceful and beautiful curves, which increased in the dimness. A bit of fascinating magic, coupled with her unparalleled appearance and natural charm. Even a woman can't resist her endless magic. Okay, Yi Tanwen replied. The guards had already explained the whole process in detail. With Li Ji's unfathomable cultivation base, if he really wanted to make a move, 100 Li Bogo would not be able to escape. The only explanation was that she deliberately let Li Bogo go. It was also one of the reasons why he was upset. Li Ji knelt behind him, helped him knead and massage his shoulders, and explained the reason in a soft voice. To be honest, she couldn't figure out why, but the moment she wanted to make a move, she appeared in a trance, and her heart was inexplicably entangled. In the end, he didn't chase people, so he let go and serve the country. The seriousness of the matter completely exceeded her imagination, but the matter has reached this point, she can only admit her mistakes and accept the family law, which is also the last love before she left. She has not played in the arena for a long time. This time treat it as a remedy for the wrong thing, but also have fun by the way. Then bring the little six. That kid is clever and good at martial arts. Yi Tan knows her sex personality. No one can make her change what she decides. It won't do if he doesn't agree. It's useless to keep people forcibly, and sooner or later she will drive off. Furthermore, if she is not allowed to solve it, there will be knots in the future. The good thing is that Li Ji is an old river and lake, and if she goes out in person, the matter should be resolved quickly and his concerns will be settled as soon as possible. Xilius' name is Gixiliu. He is a young eunuch who served Suzilan, the chief supervisor of the internal servants. He is also one of the disciples carefully cultivated by Suzilan. The martial arts is not bad and he is clever. He is going to tour world this time, so Suzilan sent him to serve. Yeah, Li Ji responded with a rare coincidence. Her original intention was to be alone and at ease, but if she disagrees, the emperor must be a little unhappy and worried. In fact, there is a clever person like Xiliuzi serving by her side. It can also save a lot of trouble. The rest of the time is naturally a wonderful activity of soul exchange between the husband and wife. The soundproofing equipment in the hotel is not good, and the movement is a bit loud, which makes the Feng Nishang next door blinded. Early the next morning, when Yi Tan woke up, the person next to her pillow was empty, and she felt a sense of loss in her heart. Sister Li and Xiao Luzi are gone. Feng Nishang waited for him to dress and wash, and said softly, She still loves to play, and my neon clothes are the most considerate. Yi Tan smiled and took her into his arms, accompanied by the gentle and considerate Feng Nishang, leaving all the troubles away, behind the head. The matter in Anyang County is over. Yi Tan and his party settled on the road and continued to cruise the world. They just entered the boundary of Fujian County this day. Yi Tanxing, sitting in the carriage, comfortably enjoyed the massage of Feng Nishang, and three soft sounds came from the carriage wall. Buckle sound. What's the matter? Yi Tan was slightly startled, frowning, and asked. Chapter 616 Martial Arts Conference. My son, my subordinates have discovered that several groups of people from the rivers and lakes have rushed past. Maybe something happened in front, and they have sent someone to investigate. The deputy chief of the guard whispered a report. The Feelongtong incident made the guards dare not be sloppy and kept it all the time. The highest level of vigilance. Yeah? Yi Danman replied, leaning to the car window, opening the curtains, and looking out. He really saw a few horses rumbling from behind, and immediately all the knights were people from the rivers and lakes with swords and other weapons on their backs. There seemed to be something urgent, urging him. The horse galloped forward, leaving only billowing dust and smoke. Yi Tan looked at it for a few times, then lay down again. The guards have gone to inquire, and news will come back soon. It is anxious and not anxious for a while. Enjoying Feng Nishang's massage is the kingly way. Her massage skills are really good. He is getting more and more sophisticated, and he is used to enjoying him now that he has to wear phoenix clothes wherever he goes, half of which is her gentle and considerate, and half of it is because of her massage skills. There were several horses coming from behind, whizzing past the carriage. Yi Tan went private for a private visit. Of course, he had to keep a low profile. The carriage should lean to the right as much as possible to make way for others. The surface of his carriage looked like a normal family. The carriage you usually ride is the same, only the inside is quite different. The walls are all made of stainless steel that can block bullets. There are also movable steel plates to seal the windows. The bottom steel plates have hidden doors that can be removed. The situation is critical. The time can also be drilled out from the bottom. There are 3 sniper rifles, some bullets and a dozen grenades on the movable mezzanine of the car wall, all to prevent accidents. However, although he deliberately kept a low profile, he still overlooked one point. The horses that pay tribute to the royal family are all horses in a million. Anyone who knows horses will be jealous and jealous. In the days when there were no cars, horses were still the main ones of transportation tools. A good horse. The knights who had just rumbling past turned their heads, and the head of the big man revealed his chest full of black hair, with 2 heavy hatchets on his back. It seemed that his arms should be very strong. The greedy color was exposed in the gleaming eyes. There have been 5 or 6 groups of people from the rivers and lakes riding high-headed horses galloping by on this road. They all saw these 2 horses pulling a cart, and they were envious, but they didn't stop and didn't give birth to greed. Money. Use such a good horse to pull the cart. As soon as these people from the rivers and lakes turned their heads, the guards in front stopped them immediately and kept them from getting close to the carriage. With one hand in his arms, holding the handle of the gun, as long as these guys dared to rush over, they would be shot out. A hornet's nest. Are these 2 for sale? The big man asked the steed finger loudly, without paying attention to the dozen or so guards standing in front of him. It is not surprising that the guards guarding the carriage by the carriage are all dressed up. Family members, even if they know martial arts, they are generally not much higher. It is okay to scare ordinary people. When you encounter people from the rivers and lakes, you can only kneel and add, "Don't sell, Sung Tai, don't stand in the way." The guards in front refused without even thinking about it. If it weren't for the emperor's request to keep a low profile, they would have rushed forward and beat up these hateful guys who had no eyes and were particularly arrogant. Even their mother can't recognize it. "Why, I suspect that I have no money, San Yi." The big man in the way shouted loudly, in an overbearing posture that must be bought. What kind of cat or dog would dare to stand in the way? "Give me a fight." Yi Tan hummed dissatisfiedly, instantly regaining the image of the dude from a long time ago. Before he finished his words, the deputy chief of the guard flew forward and slapped the ping-pong punches, beating the gangsters to cry for their fathers and mothers, and begging for mercy. In fact, the martial arts of these big guys are not weak. At least up to that. The level of a master of the arena is just bad luck. The deputy head of guard Liu Fang is a super master, completely crushed. After beating people, Liu Fang personally interrogated him, and quickly got the information he wanted. These guys are all from the Iron Fist sect. The headed man is called Iron Fist Tong Da Bang, the head of the Iron Fist sect, and rushed to Qingbai Mountain to participate in the martial arts conference. The martial arts conference is held by the owner of Qingbai Mountain Villa Handang and some famous martial arts hosts. The heroes are posted, inviting the world's martial arts masters, all gangs from the rivers and lakes to come, discuss martial arts, and select the top 10 martial arts masters. Although the Iron Fist is only a small school, there are more than a dozen disciples, but he is also a gang anyway, so he naturally received an invitation from Han. "My son is now going to be the sect master of the Iron Fist door. Do you have any comments?" Yi Tan's gold folding fan was clicked in front of Tong Da Bang's nose, with a playful smile on his face. It's been a long time since he played a big game. It's a rare encounter. No matter how much you have to join in the fun. He used to have an identity in the rivers and lakes, the general leader of the North and South Green Forest Road. However, after the Empire unified the Eastern continent, He ordered to disband the Jianghu gang and first disbanded the North and South Green Forest Road. Lijia and Yanaiyu also responded, respectively disbanded the Magic Gate and the Mysterious Gate of the World, and many sects of the world were forced to disband under pressure. Although Yitan made an order to disband the Jianghu sect, he did not enforce it. In addition to the expedition to the western continent, he was flawlessly concerned about the affairs of the Jianghu. As long as there was no major disturbance, he was too lazy to take care of it. The ranking of martial arts masters in the past has long been in the past, and it has gradually been forgotten by the world. He has not been in the martial arts for many years. He did not expect that some people are now playing the martial arts conference. What are the top 10 masters of the martial arts? Such a grand scene. Of course he must go join in the fun. Yes, yes. How dare Tong Dabang disagree, and honestly handed over the invitation. You go back. This son will go to the meeting on behalf of you in Iron Fist. Yitan got the ticket and waved to drive people away. His purpose of fighting for the position of the head was just to put a name on him. He took the ticket. Tong Dabang. These people are naturally useless. Yes. Yes. Tong Dabang and the others desperately nodded and bowed. They are all old rivers and lakes. Although Yitan's true identity cannot be seen, his background is determined to be very good. It is just that his family members are so powerful. Maybe it is. The younger brother of the martial arts family is not something that these little gangs can provoke, so they can only clip their tails and behave like a turtle. Go to Kinney Yuan, Yitan said, lowering his head and getting into the carriage. Feng Nikin sighed quietly, glanced at the deputy chief of the guard Luo Fang, and then got into the carriage. She knew too much about the emperor's sex pattern. This interest was growing, and whoever dissuaded and who was unlucky would be the Empress Gong Empress. Empress Yanai and Empress Liege of Dongxi Palace may be able to persuade them. There is no one else. The only thing she can do is to strengthen protection in secret. Luo Fang, the deputy chief of the guard, understood it in a low voice and gave a whisper to a guard, and then continued on the road while guarding the carriage. The guard rode on the horse and rushed to the front to set it up. Qingbai Mountain is more than 50 miles away from the left of Kinneyuan County. The mountains are undulating, and the plants in the mountains do not wither due to the cold winter. They are still lush and named. It is quiet and beautiful. It is very suitable for seclusion or concentrating on cultivating roads and Buddhists. It is built in the mountains. There are many Taoist temples, many pious pilgrims, and the literati and inkmen come here admiringly, and the incense is extremely prosperous. When Yitan and his entourage arrived in Kinneyuan County, it was already early evening. If they hurried on their way, they might miss the station, so they could only stay in the county for one night. Entering the county seat, Yitan found that there were many people in the city with weapons on their backs, which made the county patrol extremely nervous and had to step up guard to prevent accidents. When he wanted to invest in a hotel, Yitan found out that the tourists were overwhelmed. He found several hotels. Even the cheapest and dirtiest small hotels were still full of people. There were too many people coming from the rivers and lakes, so they lived in all the hotels in the county. Full. It's also good to camp in the wild, Yitan said happily. He hasn't experienced this kind of life yet, and it's not bad to experience it occasionally. Feng Nishang, Luo Fang and others wrinkled their faces. Chapter 617. Anyway, they were all camping out in the wild. Yitan so's sex to the end, asked the guards to buy a lot of wool blankets to keep out the cold, and installed 2 large carts. The carts were also bought with money, and they also bought a lot of pork, beef, lamb, and ingredients for barbecue. I bought new dishes and chopsticks. I occasionally failed to return home. I also found a reason for myself to support the people in the small county to get rich. Feng Nishang, who is in charge of the money, has no objection to this. Her only concern is the safety of the emperor. I bought a lot of stuff, installed 3 big cars, and the team went out of the city. Before the sky was darkened, they found a flat place near the water to camp. There were no tents and guards. Cut down some trees, sharpen one end, plug into the ground, set up a shelf, and put the coarse cloth on the top and coarse cloth on the bottom to make a simple tent. Yi Tan's carriage is spacious and 3 or 4 people lie down casually. It is impossible for him to sleep in the tent. The guards built 7 or 8 simple tents and surrounded his carriage in the middle. 4 bonfires were lit outside, and a dozen people took turns on duty in case of accidents. While the guards were busy setting up the tent, Yi Tan walked around at will with Feng Nishang's company. Luo Fang, the deputy chief guard, took 10 guards to accompany the guards. They are now disciples of the Iron Fist sect, their original costumes changing to the tights and shorts often worn by the people of the rivers and lakes, coupled with the strong physique, temperament, etc., is very similar to the people of the rivers and lakes. There is no need to deliberately dress up. Yi Tan walked forward more than 10 meters, and found that there were many people from the rivers and lakes camping in 2s and 3s beside the woods and on the grass. Some came earlier than him and set up the account early, mostly because the inn was full of guests. The people of the rivers and lakes are so bold. They gather together, grill food around the fire, drink and chat about the best things in their lives, and laugh heartily from time to time. These are the people of the Jianghu people, who would fight if they didn't agree with each other, happily and at ease. But in Yi Tan's eyes, these Jianghu people were dangerous people who were forbidden by armed force, and even criminals who violated the laws of the empire. The reason for banning the Jianghu sect gangs was that they didn't want to fight too much and cause deaths, so they didn't order the army to execute them violently. Some things were really impatient and could only be changed slowly. There are more than a dozen people from the rivers and lakes camping nearby. According to the estimation of a group of sects or gangs, there are at least a dozen sects and gangs, but they are not well known. Yi Tan didn't bother to inquire and join in the fun. He turned a few times in the sky. Before the darkness fell completely, he returned to his camp and enjoyed the golden and fragrant meat skewers. During this period, 4 more groups of guards dressed as little-known little sect gangs came to find a place to camp, intentionally or unintentionally set up camp tents around. Even if an assassin wanted to assassinate, at least 2 layers of defense must be breached to get in. Although Yi Tan is used to enjoying in the palace, he also knows that camping in the wild cannot be compared to the palace. There are hot springs, and there are young and beautiful palace ladies taking showers. Don't even think about it. After eating, rinse your mouth with water and wipe your face, and then lay down to rest with her arms around Feng Nishang. The guards took turns on duty and were cautiously guarded. Nothing happened this night. However, after daybreak, a few small sects camping not far in front had an accident. Someone was shouting loudly, and then ping pong 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 pong. Stand up. Yi Tan likes to be crowded and curious, so he naturally ran over to watch the crowds, making Feng Nishang, Luo Fang and others very nervous, and the guards surrounded layer after layer. There were a lot of people onlookers, and when I inquired about it, I realized that someone wanted to grab the Golden Gun Gate invitation, but the Golden Gun Gate refused, so this fight naturally started. Since Yi Tanxia ordered to ban the Jianghu sect gang, it was regarded by the Jianghu Zendao as the master of the mysterious door, the evil sect regarded as the leader of the demon door, and the Green Forest Road that ruled the heroes of the north and the south. After the dissolution, the rivers and lakes were silent for several years, until the King Baivilu issued Wulin stickers. The rivers and lakes have regained their vitality, and they have begun to become lively again. Some old rivers and lakes and old monsters who have retired are unwilling to be lonely, and want to join in the fun, but they don't have tickets, so they can only grab those small gangsters' tickets. The one who fought with the Golden Gun sect disciple was an old man in grey robe in his 50s. Regardless of his old age, the dragon head crutch in his palm was made of iron, weighing more than 50 kilograms, and it danced as light as a feather. At least is already a super master level. On the other hand, those disciples of the Golden Gun sect, martial arts foundation is good. But even the level of ordinary masters is not considered, the strength is completely unmatched. If it is not for the old man in the grey robe to be merciful, I am afraid that all will be sacrificed. Yi Tan shook his head as he saw. He wondered if the people at the Golden Spear Gate had their brains flooded. He didn't even want his life for an invitation to participate in the martial arts conference. One word, stupid. The head, just to fight for a breath. Feng Nishang explained softly, the people of the rivers and lakes are eager to win, and the fight is that tone. To put it plainly, it is a matter of face. However, it is really stupid to insist on doing it. While speaking, the old man in grey robe had already knocked down the head of the Golden Gun sect, and several disciples in it grabbed the invitation and left. It's my mother's turn. An old woman with white temples gave a strange laugh, and slowly walked into the field. The heavy inner-legged bronze figure in her palm pointed to the man at the double-sword gate. The old lady wanted your invitation. Of course, the double-swordsman refused to admit defeat. The two sides played a dozen ping-pong moves. The old woman knocked everyone down. If she snatched it, please post Yangqing and leave. She could make the grey-robe old man a lot harder. There were 3 disciples of the double-swordsman. One was interrupted, lying on the ground and grunting. This madness was born. Another middle-aged scribe wearing a cyan-color robe entered, with the iron folding fan in his hand opened, and a big, crazy word was written on the fan, which was very cool and mad. Also pull hatred. Please, listen to me, Yi Tan said first. He kindly persuaded those scumbag gangs to hand over invitations, so as not to be injured and disabled by powerful masters. Injustice. However, no one pays attention to his kindness, and many people even sarcastically said that if you want to be so kind, you can simply contribute your share. Don't stand up and talk without backache. Yi Tan was speechless. Fortunately, he was in a good mood, and he didn't bother to care about those people. Since he treats his kindness as donkey liver and lungs, he doesn't bother to care about you. Go on the road, and leave. Stop. The middle-aged scribe pointed at Yi Tan with the iron folding fan in his hand. Me? Yi Tan pointed to his nose and said. His face was confused. What's the situation? Yes, it's you. Ben Qiangxing wants your invitation. The middle-aged Qiangxing said proudly. Ben Qiangxing is not interested in knowing what kind of school you are. He is only interested in the king tie in your arms, so as not to be beaten. Ha 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 ha. Yi Tan reacted and couldn't help but laugh. I am lucky if I didn't ask you for trouble. But you dare to come to trouble your brother. You think you are too impatient to live up. Chapter 618. Who else wants to challenge? Lady, someone is bullying your mate. Yi Tan smiled and looked at Feng Nishang. Don't be afraid of Xiangong. Nishang is here. Anyone who dares to bully Xiangong until his mother can't recognize it. Feng Nishang giggled and said, she was icy and smart, understanding, and seeing Yi Tan having fun, she naturally followed. His intentions are in line with the acting, but after staying with Yi Tan for a long time, he will inevitably get some bad habits. Everyone present was speechless. The fancy show of your love depends on the occasion. The middle-aged scribe was named Zhou, and he was nicknamed Iron Fan Crazy Life. Shanghai is very famous, not a small Iron Fist sect that can provoke. Many people have never even heard of the Iron Fist sect. Guan Zuofei was offended, and he didn't know how he died. Hee. Guan Zuofei just sneered. A gloomy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. My son is the master of the Iron Fist sect. It's not a cat or dog who can challenge casually. You can defeat my disciples first. Yi Tan stabbed and pointed at the guard in front of him with a gold folding fan. The guard is quite arrogant, and it's been a long time since he played. It's rare to be interested, so let's have a good time. Okay, I will stay with you to the end. Guan Zuofei said in a dark voice. He was so angry with Yi Tan's arrogance that he wanted to run away. The murderous intent in his heart was born. He planned to beat the entire Iron Fist squad and destroy Yi Tan. Let him become Yi Gong. Fang relieved the anger in his heart. Zhan Beng Luo Fang, the deputy chief of the guard, ordered a guard. He seemed to be chaotic at random, and didn't put Guan Zuofei's arrogance in his eyes. In fact, He could feel Guan Zhuofei's martial arts. It's quite powerful, so I ordered Zanping. Zanpeng was once a branch incense master of the demon sect. He was good at making Xianfeng single-handedly in close hand-to-hand combat. The 36-way cloak and sharp knives were well trained and ranked 7th in the family. Therefore, the nickname Desperate Kalang. He can be a scorer. Tang Xiangzu, in addition to his own good abilities, martial arts is also quite clever. He has also been on the battlefield and made a lot of military exploits. He was selected as the Emperor's guards after many levels of selection and assessment. After that, he mixed the simple and practical fighting skills in the army to create a more suitable fighting knife. A lieutenant officer of the guards, Guan Zhuofei, wanted to beat him. He had to dare to fight for his life, otherwise, he could only admit counsel. Okay. Zanpeng responded with a carefree voice, took off his sheathed saber, held it in his hand, strode to Guan Zhuofei, and stopped 2 feet away. Guan Zhuofei's brows frowned. He is a veteran. Many masters died under his fan. Naturally, he can clearly feel the fierce and domineering spirit bursting out of Zanpeng, sweeping towards him like a mountain and a sea. Although the mind was not shaken, there was a trace of regret in my heart. Crossed. Isn't the Iron Fist sect a little known school? Why is a disciple so powerful? Please. Zanpeng held his scabbard in a polite fist and saluted, then drew his sword and slashed at Guan Zhuofei. Nima. Guan Zhuofei screamed in fright. He sprinted back and drew a stab at the head. This girl drew his sword and hacked people without telling anything about it. Is there such a play? What was terrible was the action of drawing the sword. The steel sword cuts at a very fast speed. It was so fast that I saw only one piece of training, and I don't know how long it took to reach this level. Zanpeng forced to retreat to Guan Zhuofei, gaining momentum and not forgiving. With the forward momentum, his wrists turned into a horizontal slash, and the speed was as fast as lightning. Guan Zhuofei had to block with a fan. There was a loud explosion, and the two took 2 steps back. Zanpeng did not wait for his body to stabilize, kicked his heels on the grass, kneaded his body, and Xianfeng single-handedly rounded and chopped, still the same as the one he had just shot. One move. Although it is an ordinary chant pressing technique, but the sword is fierce and domineering, the sword is strong, the strength is force. Guan Zhuofei does not dare to block, slides and dodges, he takes the gentle path of close combat, plus the iron fan was light, and he suffered a small loss innately. In addition, the baby iron fan had been cut out with a small cut just now, which made him feel heartbroken. What was even more surprising was Zanpeng's arm strength. That knife shook his entire right arm numbly. Now I have tried Zanpeng's skill, which is only slightly inferior to his by 1.5 cents, but his arm strength is large. The sword is sinking, and the hard block is only a loss. How can he dare to block hard? He is best at fighting. Practicing 1,000 strokes is not as fast. Zanping's sword skills are fast and simple. You can come and go only those few strokes. However, because of its simplicity, it has become more vicious and domineering. In the blink of an eye, he cut a dozen knives, forced Guan Zhuofei changed more than a dozen body styles to avoid his extremely fierce and domineering serial hacking. As soon as Zanpeng's swordsmanship unfolded, it was like a violent storm, endless, and forced Guan Zhuofei to roam around the field. There was almost no room to fight back, completely occupying the initiative on the field. Everyone present opened their mouths wide, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Isn't Taekwondo a little known school? Why is a disciple so powerful? During the fight, Guan Zhuofei found a close opportunity in the battle. He slid and bullied him. The iron fan in his palm pointed towards Zanpeng's ribs. Zanpeng was unstoppable without flashing, and the narrow front in his hand slashed out with a single knife. It was a desperate style of play that died together. Guan Zhuofei can only jump backwards desperately, and there are 10,000 grass and mud horses whizzing past in his heart. Lao Tzu, and you have no hatred of killing your father or taking your wife. Can you commit such a desperate effort? His iron fan is equipped with some small organs, and the handle and head of the fan can eject a small sharp thorn. The martial arts master who fought with him will be attacked if he does not pay attention. His attack can stab Zan Peng's ribs. However, Zan Peng's narrow front can cut him in half. This business cannot be done, and his fate still matters. He sprinted back, and Zan Peng kept chasing him. The narrow front in his palm chopped and stabbed with a single knife. The knife was simple, but the knife was fierce, only cutting the vitals, completely ignoring Guan Zuofei's counterattack, and fighting with his life. The fate of the same goes to the end of the game. Guan Zuofei's heart is broken. Isn't it just an invitation? What a hell of it. I don't want it, can you? With a strange cry, he waved his hand and shot the iron fan in his hand, then flew forward desperately, leapt several times, and escaped into the dense woods. Sect Master, my disciple is fortunate to live up to my mission. Zan Peng single-handedly slapped the iron fan that came from the disease with a narrow front, retracted the sword into its sheath, and bowed to Yi Tan. The Emperor is going to act in a big show. As a guard, of course you have to cooperate fully with the trick. Well, who else wants to challenge this sect? Hurry up, it's out of date. Yi Tan held up a big red invitation post and shook it, and asked with a smile. Chapter 619 Wind and Cloud Gathering 1. The dozens of people present at the scene did not say anything, and the timid even shook their heads. An ordinary disciple of Nima is so powerful. Isn't the leader even more powerful? The silly folk went to die. Among them, most of them are just little unknown disciples of the Little Squad Club, and they are not worthy to carry shoes for the Iron Fan crazy life. Guan Zuofei. The reason why they came to participate in the martial arts conference is just to join in the fun, show their photos, and advertise, and they meet masters. Recognition is normal. However, there are a few solitary masters of the world. Some martial arts are comparable to Guan Zuofei, and some are even 1.5 cents higher, but they do not have the courage to challenge. They are watching the excitement, not coming to desperately dare to work hard with Zanping, not to mention that there are more than 30 disciples in the family. The ghost knows how many masters are as good as Zanping, and he still understands the principle of protecting oneself. No one challenged? Then let's go. Yi Tanhuan posted it in his hand and asked again. Seeing that no one dared to challenge him, he accepted the invitation and took the guards to board the car and leave. A group of guards guarded Yi Tan's carriage slowly moving forward, and there were also many plainclothes guards and agents of the Imperial Security Bureau scattered around. They used various identities as cover to protect them in secret to prevent accidents. The team marched around the city, and the farther ahead, there were many people in the arena along the way, in groups of 3 or 5. Mostly small gangs of the small gate society unknown in the rivers and lakes, and occasionally encountered more well-known big gangs, unified ones. Costumes, uniform sabers, arrogantly correct, and quite pulling style. In fact, Yi Tan's Iron Fist Gate is also very popular. Among the people of the rivers and lakes, the poor can only walk on 2 feet, while the rich use horses. The entire school has dozens of people riding horses. It is a very powerful gate. By Yi Tan, the head of the horse-drawn carriage, is an alternative pulling style. At least it is the only one that has attracted the attention of many people in the world. However, when it heard it was an iron fist, they just ignored it. They really hadn't heard of it. There is also this school. 20 or so years ahead is Defing Town. There are more people from the rivers and lakes gathered in and outside the town, and the whole small market town is filled with various color flags, which are quite magnificent and make the patrols stationed in the town extremely nervous. Even if the county mobilized manpower to help, it was seriously not enough. Fortunately, those people from the rivers and lakes were still restrained. Even if there were occasional conflicts, they would fight outside the town instead of making trouble in the town. Seeing that disciples of all sects were carrying a flag, and many people were buying fabrics to make flags, Yi Tan was curious and sent his guards to inquire about it. Only then did he know that this was a requirement of the martial arts conference, so it was convenient to distinguish the sects. so he could entertain him. Otherwise you cannot enter the mountain. Yi Tan asked the guards to buy a piece of blue cloth, painted a large black fist on it, and hung it on a bamboo pole. It became the gate flag of the Iron Fist Gate. Not to mention, it looked very imposing. Luo Fang, the deputy chief of the guard, worriedly watched the hordes of martial artists passing by, talking and laughing, and marching forward, instructing his guards to cheer up, secretly increase their vigilance, and then reluctantly gave the order to move forward. The martial arts of the guards brought out are good. Most of them are of the level of first-class masters, and they also carry guns, ammunition, and grenades, and 3 sets of snipers with 100 shots and 100 hits. In this battle, 100 invincible masters in the world are still killed, but don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case. No one can guarantee that an accident will happen. The Emperor played a bit too big this time, making him and all the guards very nervous, and their nerves tense, but no one but Yan'yu Empress could persuade the Emperor, but she did not accompany this time. A group of guards guarding Yi Tan's carriage slowly moved forward. The farther forward, the narrower the road and the bumps and bumps. Fortunately, there were several thick layers of brocade cushions in the carriage, otherwise it would really turn Yi Tan and Feng Nishang upside down, fall apart. When they arrived in a small village, most of the people from the rivers and lakes settled down in the village to rest. They all brought their own dry food and water, so there was no trouble to the villagers. The rolling Qingbai mountain is located 3 or 4 miles away. It is full of sheep intestines. The carriage is impassable. Yi Tan left the carriage at the home of a certain villager, leaving 2 guards to guard it, and then hiked up the mountain. There are several famous peaks in Qingbai Mountain. Tourists often come to see the scenery. There are also many famous poems and works left by literati. Pingdingshan is one of the famous peaks. Because the top of the mountain is flat, it seems to be huge. The sharp edge of the sword is generally flat, hence the name Pingdingfeng. This time the site of the martial arts conference is located on Pingdingfeng. The disciples of Qingbai Mountain Villa, who was in charge of hosting the martial arts conference, received the heroes from all walks of life at the foot of the mountain. They built rows of wooden sheds at the foot of the mountain for the heroes to rest and have food and drink. To climb, you must have an invitation from Qingbai Mountain Villa. If you want to climb the mountain forcibly, as long as you have high martial arts and defeat the disciples of Qingbai Mountain Villa who guards the mountain and a lot of famous martial arts residences. Of course, there are also some great knights or martial arts famous residences who like to travel alone to receive special VIP invitations. You can hold stickers for climbing, and there are special treats. The sects who arrived at the foot of the mountain either settled in a wooden shed to rest, eat meat and drink, or hold a sticker at the receptionist in charge to register the name of the party and the number of disciples accompanying them, and then they can sway mountaineering. Most of the people who arrived were unknown little sects. The accompanying disciples were at most 10 people, and the larger ones were no more than 20. Even the famous big sects only brought 20 disciples with them. Yi Tan's. The number of Tekken disciples is the largest, with a total of 40 people. In addition to his head, the wife of the head, Feng Nishang, there are a total of 42 people. Those who are responsible for the reception of King Bishan's Wang disciples and martial arts legends can't help but take a look. Of course, those young disciples looked at when one's moving, graceful Feng Nichang. Beauty. There is a beautiful landscape everywhere, which is pleasing to the eye. Although Yi Tan is handsome, most of the heroes of the rivers and lakes have the same idea, and the good cabbage has let the pigs go. Yi Tan led a group of guards swaying ascending. Although Pingdingshan was steep, the mountain road was paved with large blue stone slabs. It was not difficult to walk. It was narrower, and the narrowest place could only accommodate 2 people in parallel. Yi Tan and the others were mixed among the many heroes of the rivers and lakes, climbing all the way up the level, watching the scenery while walking, chatting and relieving boredom. And they came to Pingding Peak without knowing it. Suddenly, there is a bright green grass on the flat ground, and there are only a dozen huge ancient banyan trees growing on the edge of the cliff. At least 100 years, The branches grow horizontally and the leaves are dense, just like a huge parasol. People sit in the shade. Underneath will feel particularly cool. There are rows of simple wooden sheds built around the flat ground, and rows of benches are placed for the disciples of various schools to sit in the martial arts conference. On the right, there are dozens of simple wooden houses, some of which are smoked. Obviously it's the kitchen. It can be seen that King Byvilla really took a lot of effort to hold this martial arts conference. The mountains can be lively. There are all kinds of heroes with weapons and different dresses. There are also many women. There are old women, middle-aged women and young women. They are all heroic, and even there are a few looks that can be called one of a million beauties. The big beauties are all attracting the attention of men, and Yetan is no exception. However, his harem has collected many top beauties. Coupled with the growth of these years, he has already had a fairly strong immunity to big beauties. Yetan randomly picked a large wooden shed to sit in. The Iron Fist Gate had a total of 42 people, taking up half of the large wooden shed. While the guards were busy with things like Zhang cooking utensils and wool blankets for the night, busy searching for information, Yetan and Feng Nishang stood on the edge of the cliff, holding hands to watch the scenery of the distant mountains. Nishang, do you think the people at King Bai Mountain Villa spend so much manpower, money, and heart in this martial arts conference, just to choose the top 10 masters of the rivers and lakes? Chapter 620 Wind and Cloud Gathering to OK. Feng Nishang responded in a low voice, but a red cloud appeared on her pretty face. She was just a mindful service to the emperor. She was happy when the emperor was happy. She never thought of anything else. The emperor suddenly said this, which caught her by surprise and was unavoidable. Embarrassment. If this was a few years ago, I'm afraid I would have a bit of nervousness, for fear that the emperor would be unhappy, and thus fell out of favor and be thrown into the cold palace. Yetan stretched out his hand to embrace her slender waist. He is familiar with Feng Nishang's sex personality. Even if he is a mother, his heart and sex are still simple and empathetic. He is too late to pet her. How can she blame her for not giving herself any advice or opinion? This is just casual. The reason why he suspected that King Bai Mountain Villa had another ulterior purpose in hosting this martial arts conference was because of the Feelongton business, followed by the fact that King Bai Mountain Villa invested so much manpower, material resources and money. It was really just to fight for a martial arts first. The name of a master? There are many capable people in the world, hidden dragons and crouching tigers, who dares to claim that their martial arts is the best in the world. Even after Lijai and Yanayu have realized the profound meaning of martial arts and cultivated to the realm of Huazhen, they dare not say that their martial arts are the best in the world, and the owner of King Bai Villa can beat Lijai no matter how powerful it is. With Yi and Wol, of course, this kind of possibility is not unavailable. There are several types of mindsets of martial arts practitioners. The most scumbag is fighting bravely, the other is the obsession of pursuing the extreme realm of martial arts, and the other is the benevolent, invincible. People with this mentality are real masters. And there is another kind of madman who fights for power. Maybe the owner of King Bai Villa is a madman. Well, whether this guy is a man or a woman, he still doesn't know whether he is young or not. It depends on how much information the guards sent out to inquire. In order to prevent accidents, he still secretly ordered the staff of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau to rush to the nearby city with the garrison of the army, and the local garrison rushed to Kinuyuan County. If the county magistrate of Kinuyuan County is fulfilling his duties, he will send someone to report to the boss. Please transfer the staff. Help maintain law and order and prevent accidents. The large kitchen on Pingdingshan was filled with a few smoky cooking smoke and the fragrant smell of meat, which was so greedy that people swallowed their mouths. Food and drink were all supplied by King Bai Villa. However, there are also many people from martial arts gangs who go hunting in the nearby mountains, hunting all kinds of beasts, digging pits in front of the big wooden shed and burning their own barbecues. Soon, the fragrant barbecue smell attracted some friends from the rivers and lakes. Drooling came over, whether they knew each other or not. Everyone sat together, gnawing meat, drinking alcohol, and chatting about the triumphs of their lives. This is the boldness and unrestrainedness that the people of the rivers and lakes should have. There are also gangs of Jianghuman who have learned everything. They simply ran to the kitchen to get raw meat and cooked their own fire, which was much happier than eating with a rice bowl. Yi Tan's Tekken men also made his own fire and cooked barbecue. Although he brought 3 days of dry food and water, when he went up the mountain, he asked his guards to buy half of pork and some game, salt and chili powder from a nearby village. After waiting for the ingredients, he was ready to stay on the mountain for a few days. In addition, he was used to enjoying. Although he didn't eat the delicacies of the mountains and seas every day, he didn't want to eat military food for a few days. Of course, there are special circumstances. Yi Tan is the prince of a country. His personal safety is always the first priority. Eating outside food also makes the guards worried. It is better to make it safe or by himself and present the food. The guards are all take a bite first to ensure that it is non-toxic. There is roast pork on the Iron Fist door. The fragrant barbecue smell naturally attracts the heroes of the 2 neighboring big wooden sheds. Yi Tan generously divided the roasted pork into them, but did not provide fine wine, because the guards we only bring water, not wine. The heroes of the rivers and lakes brought water and wine, but for safety reasons, the deputy head of guard Liu Fang refused to put together a table because there were too many people, and everyone ate their own food. Those quacks had no doubts or dissatisfaction. There were too many people and they couldn't sit down even if they were crowded. They happily carried the roasted pork back to the shed and happily enjoyed the food with their fellow students. Yi Tan and the others were enjoying the food. They saw a dozen or so strangely dressed people coming over. The one-eyed ugly woman headed by was holding a cane on the head of the dragon. It was made of iron and was very heavy. The average people from the rivers and lakes danced a lot. You have to pant for breath. But in the hands of the single-eyed ugly women, there is nothing in them. Her appearance attracted the attention of many people from the rivers and lakes. It can be confirmed by this leading stick alone that the single-eyed ugly woman is not only profound in internal strength, but also extremely powerful. She is definitely a superb or above master, but no one knows her, nor has she heard of any deeds and fame in the world. No, it is estimated that it is a strange person living in seclusion, attracted by this martial arts conference. The title of number 1 in the world is still very attractive. Even if you can't get number 1 in the world, it's very popular to be the name of the top 10 martial arts masters. Many seniors who have lived in seclusion for many years or old fierce demons who have lived in seclusion for many years are still very attractive. The monsters are here. Behind her were dozens of men, women, and children, either ugly or fierce in their faces, or the eyes shone with terrifying fright. The weapons they carried were mostly strange weapons. At first glance, they looked like a group of scary ones, evil spirits. That's it. The single-eyed ugly woman pointed at the big wooden shed where the Iron Fist's door was located with the heavy iron crutches. There were several empty wooden sheds nearby, but she had to squeeze the big wooden shed that was almost full. Seems to be deliberately making trouble. The guard in front just wanted to speak out, but when he saw the handsome young man behind the one-eyed ugly woman, he immediately closed his mouth tightly. Yi Tan took a look, and quickly raised his hand to touch his nose. It was really covering his face with his wide sleeves. He couldn't help but laugh. The young man was Gixi Liu, the apprentice of Su Zilan, the chief supervisor of the housekeeper. Father-in-law. This servant was out of the palace for the first time. No one knew him, he didn't need makeup, and he showed his true colors completely. The single-eyed and ugly woman was naturally dressed as the Donggong Empress Li Ji, who was very clever in disguise and couldn't recognize it at all. In the eyes of others, the Iron Fist door must have been shocked by the momentum of this group of evil spirits. They did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. They all acted as turtles, but there was no ridicule. If this happened, they can only make the same choice. Of course, there is another option. Bite the bullet and become a hero. However, the ending of a hero is often tragic, and the bones are chopped off by others. The single-lead and ugly woman swaggered into the shed. Xiao Luzi took the lead and wiped the bench with his sleeve a few times before respectfully saying, "Master, sit down." The inky-eyed ugly woman sat down with a big sting, turned her head and glared at Yi Tan, who was sitting next to her, and said in a slightly hoarse, cold voice, "Get us something to eat." The dozens of people with different faces also entered the shed, looking for places to sit down, but they were all far away from the middle-aged ugly women, and seemed to be extremely afraid of her. Yes, Yi Tan and others. They saw a look of fear in their eyes. It's not surprising to think about it. Li Ji's martial arts cultivation base has reached the pinnacle of Huazn. Looking around the world, there are countless masters who are qualified to challenge her. This group of people from the rivers and lakes must be scared by her, one by one. She looked like a docile little cat in front of her. The guards distributed the food to them. These people were not polite, and gnawed when they picked it up, but they all sat in their own positions honestly. No one dared to make trouble. "How do you pretend to be like this?" Yi Tan asked softly while everyone was devouring chaos. Li Ji did not answer, but gave him a roll of eyes. Chapter 621. This woman has a problem. Yi Tan raised his hand to touch his nose to conceal the embarrassment on his face. The husband and wife have lived together for a long time, and they understand each other deeply, and gradually they will form some tacit understanding, such as the words he said just now. "Another meaning is why you look so ugly. It's scary." And Li Ji rolled her eyes back, with a bit of anger. "Isn't she worried about your taste? Now you can rest assured." Cautious thinking is exposed. Of course it is embarrassing. Is there such a chat? A whitey-eyed person, just chatting the sky to death. Can you chat? You are not allowed to end in the competition. Li Ji snorted and warned in a low voice that she knew her husband too well, and she had become the father of several children. Sometimes she was still very self-willed. Although the emperor's art of cultivation had reached the state of gathering 3 flowers, the skill is profound, but the martial arts tricks are so-so, and there is no actual combat experience. How can the monarch of a country take risks? It is enough to run here to participate in the martial arts conference. If Yan Yu is here, I am afraid that it would have been mad. Don't worry, my emperor's tactics are not qualified to be taught by ordinary people. Yi Tan blinked his eyes with a smile on his face, but he forgot to wear a human skin mask, and his face was cold without a trace of expression. There is no right shape. Li Ji sipped, and she also wore a human skin mask, otherwise she would be able to see her pretty face full of shame, although the old husband and wife. But this kind of secret matter between husband and wife, how can you say it so casually, and still say it from the emperor's mouth? So you are not afraid of embarrassment? Feng Nishang, who was sitting on the side, covered her mouth, desperately trying to prevent herself from laughing. She wanted to leave and let the emperor and Empress Li Ji be alone, but the wooden shed was full of people, so she could only sit still. "Have you found anything?" Yi Tan asked softly. "The guards sent out to inquire about the news have not yet returned." He guessed that even if they did, he probably wouldn't be able to inquire much valuable information. "Not yet, but I believe the people from Feilongtang will definitely come." Li Ji whispered a few words, then got up and walked to the corner of the big shed. Xiao Luzi took out a blanket from the backpack and spread it on the grass. Li Ji sat down cross-legged, with the iron crutch lying in front of her, closing her eyes, like the old monk enters Ding. All the heroes on Pingding Shan ate meat and drinks, chatted in sheds, or meditated on the ground, or lay down to rest. During this period, Zataniu, the general manager of King Bai Villa, came to apologize on behalf of the owner, expressing inadequate care and neglect. The heroes waited, and left after speaking some scenes. The sky is getting darker, and piles of bonfires are lit on the top of the mountain. When you look at it from a distance, it looks like the stars in the night sky. The top of the mountain at night is not only windy, but also cool. The heroes of the rivers and lakes sit around the bonfire and chat quietly, or lie on the grass, sleeping with their heads on the weapons that have been with them for many years. and those with hair blankets are wrapped in hair. Sleeping on the blanket, King Byvilla's disciples patrolled around and watched the night with wind lanterns, and indeed did their duty as a host. Some specially invited famous lakes and lakes, leaders of the martial arts and other distinguished guests are resting in temporary wooden houses, and the treatment can be much better for the rivers and lakes heroes outside. This has not caused the dissatisfaction of the rivers and lakes who sleeping in the wild. You with high martial arts and great reputation in the arena, he can naturally enjoy this kind of treatment. Yi Tan's Iron Fist Gate is the most well prepared among all the South Out sect gangs. The guards brought enough wool blankets, one on the floor and one wrapped around his body. Yi Tan is the king of a country. Not only did he put 3 thick blankets on his body, but he also covered a few with pillows, so he hugged Feng Nishang and fell asleep comfortably. Li Ji, who was sitting cross-legged in one corner, closed her eyes and settled and never moved. The little Lucy who was waiting for her put 2 blankets on her, and she also wrapped 2 of them, sitting cross-legged, scanning her surroundings with her half-closed eyes from time to time. Nearly 1,000 reckless heroes of the rivers and lakes spent a peaceful night in harmony. As for the martial arts conference officially held after dawn, what will everyone be like is tomorrow. After the sky lit up, a burst of cooking smoke came out of several large kitchens, and the fragrant meat smell quickly filled the mountains, also awakening the hungry heroes. The food was prepared quickly, and some disciples from King Bai Mountain Villa distributed food. Bamboo chopsticks and wooden plates for serving the food were all available. After eating, they were thrown down the mountain to save trouble and convenience. During the meal, some sect gangs went up the mountain one after another, gradually filling the vacant wooden shed. The disciples of King Byvilla warmly entertained them and brought them steaming meals to fill their hunger. When these heroines were full and it was just about noon, the martial gangs that arrived late were still eating, but the martial arts convention officially began. First, some famous martial arts hotels in the rivers and lakes came to the stage to give speeches. Thank you friends in the rivers and lakes for the face. This is a rare martial arts event in a century, etc. And finally the owner of King Byvilla took the stage to give a speech. The owner of King Byvilla is a woman who claims to be Song Yan. She wears a white dress, showing her slender figure. However, she is covered with white gauze, and her appearance cannot be seen, only from her figure. The skin color guessed that she was in her 20s and 30s. Song Yan clasped his fists on the stage and gave a square bow, and then said something slowly. The content was similar to what those famous martial artists said before. Because today, the martial arts are banned and the martial arts sect is forcibly disbanded. The martial arts have been silent for many years. To ensure that the martial arts of all sects are not lost, and to carry forward the martial arts spirit of eliminating the strong and supporting the weak, this martial arts conference was held. Her remarks were supported by many sects. These gangsters clapped their hands and cheered, or tapped weapons. All kinds of messy sounds were mixed together, and the whole venue was chaotic and noisy. Yi Tan frowned. This ghost girl's words were clearly misinterpreting his imperial decree, with the meaning of criticizing the imperial decree and misleading others. What did she want to do? His imperial decree only ordered the disbanding of the Jianghu Gang Green Forest Road or something. In order to prevent the imperial treasure of martial arts from being lost, he did not intend to disband the martial arts sect. Did he understand it wrong, or is there any ulterior motive? This woman has a problem. Li Ji's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Yi Tan stunned and glanced at her from the corner of his gaze. Li Ji was still sitting cross-legged in the corner, her eyes closed and motionless, apparently speaking to him with a sound transmission. He nodded, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He also suspected that Song Yan had a problem. It seemed that this time of unrestrained prank was the right thing to do. He wanted to see what trick Song Yan wanted to play. Of course, it does not rule out that Song Yan is dissatisfied with the rule of the empire to dissolve the Jianghu Gang, and he will complain about it, but he has an intuition that Song Yan may belong to the former one. It is still unclear at this time. Let's look at the plot first. Let's talk about how to develop. Now I announce that the martial arts conference has officially begun. Song Yan on the stage clasped her fists, then stepped back, as soon as the gong rang. The martial arts conference officially began. Chapter 622 Martial Arts Conference 1. According to the rules of competition, the martial gangs sitting on the left side of the wooden shed each sent one person to the stage to draw lots, and the martial gangs on the right wooden shed will face off. Each sect gang can send 3 people to play against each other, with 3 games and 2 wins. The various sects and gangs sitting on the left sent their disciples to the stage to draw lots. Yi Tan's iron fist was sitting on the left. He signaled to the deputy head of guard Liu Fang to send individuals to draw lots. A guard followed the disciples sent by various sects and gangs on stage to draw lots. The opponent he drew was the Iron Horse Gang, a small gang with no reputation in the Northwest. You know the result if you don't guess. Lejai's group is playing the banner of the Grey Wolf Gang. It is an unknown little gang in the Northwest. It is said that there are also the Black Wolf Gang, the Flying Bear Club, and the Iron Lion Club. The lousy little gang will not hesitate thousands of miles to come to participate in this martial arts event. It stands to reason that the people of the Imperial Security Bureau should know about such a big disturbance in the rivers and lakes and report it. But it happened during the time that Yi Tan made great efforts to innovate and change the Black Guard to the Imperial Security Bureau. In addition, due to the need for integrated supervision within the Empire, everyone is very busy. It is inevitable that there will be various problems in the New Deal. It is necessary to fix the omissions and updates. I really forgot the affairs of the world. Of course, this is also due to the negligence of the Empire's security spy itself, thinking that the Empire has dominated the world. Everyone is relaxed, busy enjoying the fruits of victory, and that these small gangs and small sects in the arena can't make trouble at all. And it was just a contest. No one took it seriously, and the result was not reported, leaving Yi Tan blind. After I went back to deal with this matter, all of my subordinates were slack, and they needed a hard hit. If you forget the battle, you will be in danger. The venue is spacious and can be used to compete with 4 pairs of friends from the rivers and lakes at a time. The martial arts gang that reads the name will send out the masters of the field to compete, and quickly become a team with the opponents of Ping Pong Pong. They are all unknown small gangs, small martial arts not high, basically nothing to look at. However, it is said that the martial arts will meet friends, compete and learn, until the point is reached, but for the reputation of their own sects, and for their own reputation, every Jianghu person who ends up will do his best. The sword is eyeless, wounded or dead. Each I can blame my own martial arts scum. After the martial arts conference, I can't seek revenge from the other party. It is not a good rule, but also an unwritten rule in the arena. Violating it will be cursed by all the people in the competition. If you feel that your skills are not as good as others, you can jump out of the field and admit defeat. People have already conceded and you have already cut to the death. It is also a violation of the rules of the competition. Disqualification from the competition, and no one will help you if you are retaliated afterwards. Able to bear the consequences. The 4 pairs of friends on the court are still playing ping pong pong. Everyone's martial arts are at the same level. They are pretty close. It will be difficult to tell the winner for a while, making Yi Tan look black. Look, this posture. This martial arts conference will not end in 10 days. This is terrible. People can't help themselves when they're in the rivers and lakes. Under special circumstances, they can endure without bathing or washing for a day or 2. If they don't wash for more than 10 days, it's really terrible. Not to mention men. Even fragrant beauties will become stinky. Pit. When cursing Song Yan's cheating father, one of the 4 martial arts competitions on the court finally had a result. Someone was chopped and bloodied and jumped out of the ring to admit defeat. A disciple from King Bai Villa stepped forward to help bandage, and then returned. Rest in the big shed where this school is located. The winning side retired triumphantly, accepting congratulations from fellow mentors and other friends from the rivers and lakes. And then each side sent a master to the match. If the winning side wins another game, the gang that has lost 2 games in a row will be eliminated by 20. In the eyes of masters, these little-known little gangs and little sect martial arts scum are nothing to behold. Some people take this opportunity to walk around and get familiar with the terrain in the mountains, or watch the scenery in the mountains, or look into the distance. There are also people who are looking for friends to chat, taking this opportunity to make more Jiangxiao friends. Yi Tan also took the opportunity to send some guards around to observe the terrain, and it would be better to be able to inquire about useful news. The martial arts competition lasted until the evening, and only 4 small gangs were eliminated. There are still many gangsters who have not started yet. If you really want to compare them according to the rules of the game, God knows how many people have collapsed. Finally, many friends from the rivers and lakes made their voices and strongly demanded that the rules of the martial arts be revised. From the C elections to the top 20, a knockout system has been implemented, and they have won the support of the top gangs. After discussion, the martial arts legends agreed to this plan. The next step is dinner. Yi Tan estimated the number of people on the mountain, at least 1,500 people, 3 meals a day, and most of these people from the rivers and lakes are big and strong, eating more than the average person. And how much does it cost to eat big fish and meat? Even if the sex prodigal is not so defeated, right? He became more and more convinced that there must be a problem with this martial arts conference. There is a clear spring at the halfway point of Bingdingshan. It is okay to eat. If you want to take a bath, you can't wash it. There are more people waiting in line to fetch water. However, Luo Fang still sent his guards down the mountain to fetch water and waited a long time before carrying it. A bunch of water bags came back. There were 10 people when they went, and 8 people came back. The other 2 were ordered down the mountain and rushed to Huaking County. The guards chopped down some trees, built a wooden shelf, put on a blanket of hair, and made a small tent. Yi Tan and Feng Nishang used the water from the guards to wash their faces and change their clothes in turn, followed by Li Ji. She put on a bully posture, but no one was suspicious. The night was safe and sound. Early the next morning, everyone had breakfast and competed again. This time we adopted a round of elimination system. If we wanted to win, we had to not only get the highest martial arts leader or the leader of the gang to go out in person, but also do our best. The fight was much more exciting than yesterday, and it caused a lot of people to cheer for the buddies and friends they knew, and more gangs were eliminated. The Iron Fist and the Grey Wolf gang fought 3 games respectively, and they both defeated their opponents swiftly to advance. In one day, more than 30 small sect gangs were eliminated, and there were some casualties, but in the eyes of everyone, it's a normal thing. The skills are not as good as people, and they refuse to admit defeat. The price is either disability or life. Most of the gangs that were eliminated stayed to watch the excitement, and some of them left their shops and went down the mountain to go home. During this period, the 2 guards sent down the mountain came back to report the news. The 2 regiments of the local garrison were still on their way to Huaking County. Patrolmen from several nearby counties had been ordered to arrive and were concentrated in the county on standby. The number was about 500. Come, if there is a battle, the patrol with 500 guns and live ammunition is enough to shoot the more than 1,500 heroes of the rivers and lakes. But if they are used to encircle the mountains, it is not enough. You have to wait for the arrival of the 2 regiments of the local garrison. The arrangement is almost the same. The next step is to patiently wait for the plot to change. Judging from the current situation, there is still no abnormal situation in Songyan and others. On the 3rd morning, the martial arts competition was more intense and exciting. The leaders of the small gangs who had eliminated many martial arts scums before, and the rest were mostly masters and above, and first-class masters also appeared. The fight was naturally brilliant and attracted. The heroes cheered. There is a truce for lunch at lunch, the sky is big, and the best to eat. Everyone talked about the morning martial arts competition while eating, and each expressed what they had seen. After eating and resting, they would compete again after half an hour. Lee ate very little, she only ate a few bites of rice, drank some hot soup, and then continued to sit in the corner. While Yitan and others were having a meal, Lee was surprised to hear, someone poisoned him. Chapter 623 Someone is poisoned, don't talk about it. Lee, who was sitting cross-legged in the corner, said in surprise. Her voice was not high, but it was enough for everyone in the big shed to hear clearly. What? The evil sect masters who were surrendered by Lee halfway were taken aback. Some panicked and adjusted their breath to confirm the poisoning. They were violent and opened their mouths to curse, but Lee yelled in a low voice. I was so scared that I shut my mouth obediently, and followed the secretive exercises, and found that the internal force could not be condensed. The Danshan Big Acupoint was a bit painful, and no one was scared to death. The guards are much calmer. They are all veterans who have been on the battlefield, crawling and rolling through the pile of dead people. They heard of poisoning, but their faces changed suddenly. Most of them instinctively stretched their hands into their arms and held their guns, and some of them secretly worked. Confirmed, all eyes were on Yitan. Feng Nishang was so shocked that Harong lost her color. She secretly took advantage of her work and confirmed that she was really poisoned, and her pretty face was pale and bloodless. Yitan also tried his instinctive exercises, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He realized that he was not poisoned, his internal energy could still function normally, and his Danshan Big Acupoints did not feel pain. What's the matter? Barbecue is delicious, but it's too hot. He doesn't want to eat barbecue for a few days in a row, which will cause inflammation of the partial beach body. The medical level of these years is still very scum, and a cold can kill people, not to mention inflammation, if it causes a high fever. That's really. One foot stepped into the ghost door and closed. The next day, he and a group of guards ate the food from King Bai Mountain Villa. The guards paid for all the food, such as soup, water, etc., and dared to give it to Yitan after confirming that it was non-toxic. Why did everyone get poisoned? And he is okay? Also, I have eaten all the food delivered and confirmed that it is not poisonous. How could it be poisoned? However, he didn't say anything, just made a gesture. Li Ji, Feng Nishang and the other guards all breathed a sigh of relief. They had no choice but to protect the emperor's safety. Li Ji slowly stood up, walked to Yitan, and said softly, maybe the emperor art can resist and detoxify. Yitan nodded, and only this explanation made sense. He didn't expect the ancestral emperor to be so powerful. Fortunately, he used to have a hot mind and bit his scalp to practice, and the purpose of cultivation was only to strengthen the physical fitness and that aspect. You can deal with the concubines of the harem, otherwise you will be squeezed dry and turned into mummies. Li Ji sat down next to him and whispered a bit, so that everyone should not speak first, nor be too nervous. This poison will not kill people, but it will make people unable to use internal force. Furthermore, King Bai Villa is exhausting. After spending so much money, it's certainly not just as simple as poisoning all the people in the arena. Let's watch the changes first. Everyone pretends to be okay, working secretly to expel poison, and buying time as much as possible. Sex is a matter of life. No one dared to object, all sitting on the grass, silently expelling poison. This poison really only controls the internal force in the human body, making people unable to use the internal force. But it is not absolute. It is necessary to have a deep personal cultivation. A master who has cultivated to a certain level of internal strength can still use his skills, but it is very weak, not even 1% of the usual. You have to use this weak skill to remove the toxins in your body bit by bit, force to come out and slowly restore internal strength. As for how long it takes, it all depends on the individual's internal strength cultivation. As for the people of King Bai Villa who did not give them enough time to remove poison, it depends on luck. Up. Yi Tan understood what Li Ji meant. He stretched out his palm and pressed it on her back to run the Emperor Art internal power to help her detoxify. Among all the people present, Li Ji's internal power cultivation was the highest, which expelled the toxins in her body. The time to regain her internal strength is the fastest. As long as she regains her internal strength, the gang of scums in King Bai Villa will die ugly. But he saw the fleeting murderous intent in Li Ji's eyes. Yi Tanshan's sexuality is lazy. He practiced for 2 days of fishing and 3 days of drying the net. In addition, he was the king of a country. No matter how he threw the matter to his ministers, there are still many major issues in the country that he needs to deal with. Most of the time, it is still very difficult. I'm busy, and I don't have much time to practice. Fortunately, after the Emperor's Ch has reached the fivefold realm, he can practice naturally even when he sleeps. This inner skill is so powerful. Although he does not have the highest level of cultivation, he is considered to have profound skills. However, his martial arts scum and actual combat experience are even 0. If he only discusses his internal skills, he has reached the level of a super master. If he works harder, he has already reached the level. At the realm of the Grand Master level, he did his best to help Li Ji get rid of the body toxins, while Li Ji used the deep internal power he introduced into the body to force the toxins out bit by bit. The guards didn't need Luo Fang's instructions. They moved quietly and dutifully, surrounding Yi Tan, Li Ji, and Feng Nishang in the middle. Everyone put their hands in their arms, held the handles of the guns, and looked around vigilantly to prevent any accidents. Superclass masters like Zhan Ping are also using exercises to detoxify. Luo Fang, the deputy chief of guard, has the highest martial arts among all guards, but he has to take command and cannot perform detoxification. The gangsters in the other big sheds didn't know that the disaster had come. They were still eating and chatting happily. What's the matter? Why can't I use my internal strength? While chatting happily and refreshingly, some people suddenly screamed, and then others screamed. The same situation is the same. If you can't use your internal force, forcibly, the Danshan Big Aku point will be painful and uncomfortable. These people who made the noise have already drawn lots before and will compete in the next match. After eating, they still have a little time to adjust their breath, so as to restore to the best state. Once they work, they will be poisoned. All scared to death. One person said it was a joke, and 2 people said it might be a joke, but 7 or 8 people said that it is not a joke. Many heroes are dubious, and many people immediately get their internal skills secretly, and then their faces change abruptly. It was pale and bloodless. What's the matter? How could it be poisoned? Everyone was stupid and asked one after another, but no one knew the answer. However, they soon thought of the key. All food and drink were provided by King Bai Mountain Villa, and the poison must have been given by them. Where are the people at King Bai Villa? Get out and give Lao Tzu an explanation. Yes. Where are the people at King Bai Villa? Come out. Come out. A group of heroes roared in unison, but the voice was loud, but the aura was obviously insufficient. That was the result of the internal force being restrained by the poison medicine and unable to use it. The whole Pingdingshan was chaotic, and most people stood cursing, and some were sitting on exercises to expel poison. Some people hurriedly took out several small porcelain bottles from their arms and swallowed all kinds of things. For the detoxification medicine pill, some people simply ran down the mountain, saying that running was good, but in fact it was a stumble, rolling and crawling, extremely embarrassed. The chaotic roar was mixed with a few screams. The gangsters who were on the verge of violent rage quickly shut their mouths, looked nervous and turned their heads and looked around. They are now unable to use internal force and are as weak as ordinary people. Casually, a scum that only knows how to make a 3-legged cat can easily knock them down. Chapter 624. The sorrowful cry sounded from halfway up the mountain. Obviously, the people of King Bai Villa set up ambushes halfway down the mountain. and those who wanted to run down the mountain would definitely be finished. In just a short time, a few heroes from the rivers and lakes ran up from the mountain out of breath, all with expressions of fear and grief. They wanted to escape down the mountain, but they were killed by the killer halfway up the mountain. A wave of arrows was shot. The dozen or so buddies who were walking in front all fell down the mountain. They were so scared that they turned around and ran back. What should I do? What should I do now? The way down the mountain was blocked. Everyone could only be trapped on this flat-topped mountain. They were all poisoned and unable to use internal force. They all became sheep to be slaughtered. Everyone was panicked. There are more than thousands of heroes. Greet the people of King by Mountain Villa in various dialects to vent their inner anger, and the whole mountain top was chaotic, and Song Yan, the owner of the mountain, was greeted the most. Luo Fang, the deputy commander of the guards, shook his head. They are a group of guys with well-developed limbs and simple minds. At this time, you have to be calmer. Just playing tricks has a hairy effect. A loud gong sounded suddenly, echoing for a long time on the top of the mountain. Several teams of King Bai Villa's disciples rushed out of the wooden house, holding knives and guns to drive the cursing heroes aside. A few stubborn heroes rose up to resist, but were chopped down by the chaotic knife and died miserably. The disciples of King Bai Villa lined up in the open space. The disciples in the front row held a knife in one hand and a shield in the other. A sharp spear pierced through the gap between the two shields, and the back rows were archers with bows and arrows. A dense array of guns and shields was formed, and the terrifying Murderosaurus suddenly appeared, causing those who were close to the big array of guns and shields and still cursing in their mouths to shudder with fright, and retreat in a panic. Later, the swear words that came to the mouth were swallowed abruptly. Why look familiar to this formation? Luo Fang, who was standing on the bench, saw it really. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then opened again. His eyes widened, his face turned pale and bloodless in an instant, and those King Bai Villa disciples did not show up. People's common formations are the dense defensive phalanxes commonly used in military field battles. No wonder they are so familiar. Luo Fang is a veteran who has experienced many battles. The reason why he did not recognize the formation at first glance is that the muskets have become popular, and the backward weapons such as knives, guns, sticks, bows and arrows have been eliminated. The previous battle formations are naturally useless. It will be forgotten. A warrior sect actually uses the army's battle formation. Perhaps those heroes of the rivers and lakes will find it funny, but he is not funny at all. On the contrary, he feels a little nervous and more suspicious. The people of King Bai Villa practice and use it. What does the military want to do in the battlefield? He doesn't understand the purpose of King Bai Mountain Villa, but he has a strong sense of wariness in his heart. Now he dare not report to the Emperor, because he is worried that it will affect the Emperor and Liege. They are doing detoxification and cannot be disturbed by the outside world. He quietly ordered to go down, let the guards take precautions, and protect the safety of the Emperor and the two Empresses. On the side of the mountain, there was a burst of sound and chaos. The disciples of King Bai Villa who guarded the mountain road rushed up. The sword and shield soldiers were in front, the spearmen were behind, and the archers were in front of them. The intersection is deadly blocked. Later, there was a commotion right in front. The owner of King Bai Villa, Song Yan, appeared surrounded by a group of famous martial arts masters. She stood on a high platform, and looked at all the worrisome heroes around her with cold eyes. Song Yan hugged the four directions, and then slowly said something. I'm sorry, fellow heroes, I have no choice but to do this. Don't panic, as long as you obey the orders honestly. There will be something, otherwise don't blame me for being cruel. Zwang zwang, what do you want? All the gangsters in the audience were very angry. But they also knew that the fish on the sticky board was left to be slaughtered. They had no choice but to endure it, first to figure out Song Yan's purpose. Song Yan sat on the chair without making a sound. She wore a veil and couldn't see the expression on her face. She couldn't guess her inner thoughts. However, a middle-aged scribe in a green shirt stood up. Old man Dai Bikiang, I must know everyone, Ha ha. The 18 Swords of Wind and Rain. Dai Bikyang Dai Senior, someone in the crowd exclaimed, followed by a hissing inhalation. The 18 Swords of the Wind and Rain. Dai Bikyang used the 18-style swordsmanship that is as fast as a storm. There are few rivals. The famous heroes on the rivers and lakes once had some good deeds have made a list of the world's best. Dai Bikyang is on the list, which shows that his martial arts is so high. Dai Bikyang has been retired from the arena for more than 10 years. He did not expect to appear here, and he stood with Song Yan. He was obviously in the same group. It made many angry heroes despair. There is no way. The reputation of Dai Bikyang with 18 swords in the wind and rain is too great. Older, martial arts are very powerful. With him, there is no chance at all. Most people have already given birth to the idea of compromise. Dai Bikyang, there is a kind of medicine for Lao Tzu, and fight it openly. In the crowd, an old man wearing a black color robe with a gloomy face and a goatee cried out. The 100 poison heavenly sovereigns are not in the same group. If you can solve the old man's poison, the old man will let you go down the mountain. Ha ha. On the stage, a thin old man stood up and pointed his finger at a certain place under the stage. What? The true monarch of 100 poisons does not belong to the group. There was a cry of fear in the audience, and everyone turned their heads and looked around in a panic. Their faces were full of nervous expressions. The names of people, the shadows of trees, and the true monarch of 100 poisons are notorious old poisons on the rivers and lakes. Legend has it that where he walked, there was no grass growing for 10 years. We know how powerful his poisonous power is. Who is not afraid? Finally, someone discovered that the true monarch of 100 poisons returned to the group, and the people standing next to him were scared and backed away. With a roar, there was no one beside the old poison returned to the group, and the heroes of the rivers and lakes all retreated far. Yes, I would rather squeeze into a pile than daring to get within 3 feet of him. Everyone is poisoned, their internal strength is restrained, and they cannot be used, but the old poison is not in the group. You can still poison and kill without using internal strength. Everyone usually says that they are desperados who are not afraid of death. But when it is critical, they are better than anyone. Fear death. Pharmaceutical Wang Zhou Yuan Bai, the true monarch of 100 poisons, stood alone on the lawn, and when he saw the thin and short old man, he couldn't help but exclaimed. His old face was pale. Both of them were peers who used drugs to fight for the name of the world's #1 drug master. However, he has been fighting for a lifetime. He has been fighting and losing repeatedly, then retired to the world and concentrated on practicing poison. After playing with poison for a lifetime, he is known as the great master of the poison world, but I don't know if he was poisoned. This face is very embarrassing. What's even worse is that he can't resolve the poison that medicine Wang Zhou Yuan Bai has inflicted. At this moment, he realized that the gap between himself and Wang Zhou Yuan Bai of medicine was not small. What? Medicine Wang Zhou Yuan Bai? There was another exclamation in the audience, and almost everyone's faces showed desperate expressions. If the true monarch of 100 poisons is not the master of poisoning, Wang Zhou Yuan Bai of medicine is the ancestor of poisoning. Looking back at the face, you know how powerful Wang Zhou Yuan Bai is in pharmaceuticals. It's no wonder that they can be poisoned unknowingly. With the world's #1 poisonous expert, they have no chance. Let's admit their fate. Chapter 625, The Shaking Conspiracy. The appearance of the King of Medicine Zhou Yuan Bai and the 18 Swords of Wind and Rain Dai Bikyang made most of the heroes on the top of the mountain feel desperate. Their anger turned into fear, and their courage dropped to the freezing point. Accept the unknown destiny. Then, on the high platform, more than a dozen famous players such as Wind and Thunder Palm Jiang Chengzi, Thunderbolt Du Wei, Excalibur Li Fei Bai, etc., stood up, making the heroes of the rivers and lakes completely desperate. And no one is there anymore. Dare to squeak. After using the master to take the photo, Song Yan stood up again and made a long talk. She secretly used her internal skills to speak, and everyone on Pingdingshan could hear clearly. The Zhou Empire's faint kings mobilized their troops and fought for years, and the people didn't have a lot of livelihood. Hundreds of people were left homeless, and the most hated thing was even a ban on armed forces, forcibly disbanding the martial arts sects, hunting and killing people in my martial arts, and everyone in the martial arts would not give in, and so on. This lengthy talk made most of the heroes in the field so faced with no trace of blood. These words are slanderous. They must be known to the court. It's strange that they don't send soldiers to suppress them. They seem to understand now. For Song Yan's purpose, this is to force them to revolt and go to war with the court. Many people sneered in their hearts. You are opening your eyes and talking nonsense. When we are 3-year-old urchins, how can we fool you? The court's affairs are about their affairs, but they know how the people's lives are. They really lived poorly before and sold their lives and children. After the Great Monday ruled the world, various taxes, corvée and water conservancy roads were reduced and exempted, and water conservancy roads were built, waiting for the convenience of the people, the establishment of the school medical center, etc. Now the children of poor families can afford to read books, can afford to see illnesses. In short, now life is tens or hundreds of times better than before. The emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty is a good or bad common people the most clear. Do not believe. The easiest way is to try to curse the emperor as faint on the street. You don't need to be patrolled, because countless people have already beaten you to death or were drowned alive by countless saliva. Knowing the malicious intentions of Song Yan and others, all the constrained heroes are ashamed. Confronting the court, it would be more accurate to say to die. Don't you know how powerful the Nyima Great Zhou Empire is? At the beginning of the several major empires in the mainland, millions of soldiers were wiped out. So they dare to rebel? Nyima didn't wake up, right? Even if you have the ability to recruit millions of people to rebel against you, what age do you know now? The army of the Great Zhou Empire has long thrown weapons such as knives and guns into the furnace to cast kitchen knives and iron pears and other agricultural labor tools. They are all equipped with all kinds of fast-shooting guns. The power of the artillery is even more frightening, and it can kill you if you bomb it. Hundreds of people. Are you a ghost woman caught in the door or flooded? Luo Fang and all the guards who were standing on the bench watching sneered. This ghost woman has no military knowledge. Don't you know that people who win the hearts of the people get the world? Now the empire is entering a prosperous period. The country is peaceful. The people live and work in peace, and their small lives are prosperous. It is strange that they will oppose the court with you. This time, the emperor accidentally discovered the big conspiracy of these heroes who thought of the soldiers' rebellion, but they also put themselves in a dangerous situation, and the trouble was big. The guards were all heads fighting, thinking about how to make the emperor avoid this danger. Although the guards are equipped with 1 or 2 revolver pistols, as well as several sniper pikes, and some even wear grenades, the revolver pistols shoot too close and there are few bullets. The enemy is equipped with shooting a long-range strong bow, covered by a few waves of arrow rain. Everyone will be finished. What should I do? Maybe they also have guns. The case of Snake Banshan Feelongton hasn't been solved yet. If Feelongton is also Song Yan's group, the people of King Bai Villa are very likely to have guns. Just the number. Luo Fangna looked at the disciples of the King Bai Mountain Villa guarding the mountain crossing. There were about 200 people. He first blasted him with a grenade and turned him on his back. Then he used a revolver to assault. In theory, he could break through the encirclement, but half the should-be people from King Bai Villa set up ambushes on the mountainside and down the mountain. He had no confidence in whether he could break through. Therefore, he didn't dare to take this risk as a last resort. Furthermore, the emperor is concentrating on Yun-gong helping Li Jie to detoxify her, and she can't bother, let alone move or something. It is very likely that the two will become confused. Without the hands of the people of King Bai Villa, she will be finished first. I can only bite the bullet and wait. The longer the time is, the better. However, Song Yan and others did not give them too much time. They had been holding a roster of registration and signing when each school climbed the mountain. The first one to be named was the small school Huiqimen from the south. The head of Huiqiangban and the 6 disciples who accompanied them all came to the stage obediently, signed several sales contracts, and were invited to the side by the disciples of King Bai Villa. After signing the sales contract, they were like their own people, and the treatment was naturally different. The second name was named Wan Matang from the north. Wan Chengshan, the owner of Wan Matang, was quite stiff. Although he was on stage, after seeing the contract, he not only did not sign the contract, but also tore the contract. Shattered. Some of the gangsters in the audience couldn't help shouting in applause. However, before the applause was heard, a King Bai Villa standing on the side of the high platform drew his sword and pounced on it. The long sword turned into a cold glow, which pierced Wan Chengshan's throat, and Wan Chengshan fell over his throat. Next, the disciple of King Bai Villa flew up and kicked the corpse off the stage. Such a cold-blooded massacre made the thousands of heroes in the audience angry, but no one dared to stand up. Their internal strength was suppressed by the poison. They were no different from ordinary people. They could only rush to death. They were really not afraid of death. It's really not there. The 4 disciples that Wan Chengshan had brought were so scared that their faces were pale and bloodless. In the face of life and death, they chose to yield and obediently signed the deed of sale. The death of Wan Chengshan scared the people from the Jianghu gang who came to the name one by one. No one dared to resist. All of them obediently signed and sold their lives to Song Yan. When it was the turn of the Iron Sword Gate from the south to sign on stage, an accident happened. A disciple of the Iron Sword Gate suddenly took out a revolver from his arms and pointed it at Song Yan, trying to take her hostage. However, Zhao Yongqing, nicknamed Thousand Hand Body, among the 24 martial arts venues sitting on the stage reacted faster. His right hand swelled, and a cold star fell into that disciple's throat. He was killed on the spot, and the runner fell off the stage. A disciple of King Bai Mountain Villa stepped forward to pick up the revolver and handed it to Song Yan. A group of King Bai Mountain Villa disciples gushed out from behind the high platform, lined up in front of the high platform, with the sword and shield in front, the spearman behind, and the archer in the center. He stared at the heroes around him intently. Unexpected changes occurred. The heroes of the rivers and lakes were over before they had time to be happy. Many people secretly cried out that it was a pity. If they did not guess wrong, the disciple of the Iron Sword with the revolver should be a secret spy of the Imperial Court. I don't know why. Enter the Iron Sword Gate. Guns are banned by the Empire. Most people can't get guns at all. Even if they are secretly touched and touched, they are mostly firearms that shoot iron sand or lead bullets. The power is not strong. The revolver shotgun is well made, and the army, of course, some high-ranking officials or staff of special departments are also equipped with guns, such as the secret spy of the Imperial Security Agency. Stupid. Luo Fang, the deputy head of the guard, was standing on the bench and watching. He clearly saw the whole process and couldn't help cursing. What a scumbag of the Imperial Security Agency. Chapter 626. The deceased was indeed an agent of the Imperial Security Bureau, and it is not surprising that the scumbags of ability are not surprising. The predecessor of the Imperial Security Bureau was the infamous Black Guard. As the Great Zhou Empire destroyed all empires in the eastern and western continents, the original some black-clothed guards are seriously short of manpower, and they have been urgently expanded again and again, and the personnel will inevitably be mixed with good and bad. The first condition for recruiting black guards is not how high your ability is. Loyalty comes first, followed by ability. Martial arts is not important. The secret spy in hidden places is responsible for collecting intelligence, monitoring, and whether there is martial arts combined. Unimportant. In addition, hot martial arts are prevalent now, and your martial arts are so powerful that you can still fall down with a single shot. Of course, the Imperial Security Bureau is divided into many departments and many teams. The former Black Guards also have dragons, tigers and eagles. The dragon team is composed of all color masters, and is responsible for assassinations, pursuits and other operations. After the adaptation, these groups still exist and will only be used in special circumstances. The agent who wants to take Song Yan hostage is just an ordinary agent who has been trained for several months. The content of his studies is mostly on subjects such as lurking, collecting spy information, tracking and anti-tracking, and also learning fighting subjects. It is sloppy to deal with ordinary people. Martial arts master. There is no chance at all. What Luo Fang scolded was the scumbag of the agent's ability. He didn't know how to forbear, continue to lurch, send the information out, or look at the opportunity. Only when he was sure he could do it, one blow worked, and it's all right now. It aroused the vigilance of Song Yan and others, and it was difficult to make a move next time. He had this plan. It's all right now. The plan to capture the thief first and capture the king has been shattered. Can he not scold his mother? At this time, Yi Tan was still doing his best to help Li Ji get rid of the strange poison in his body. There was steaming white mist on his head, shocking and admiring the group of evil masters who were subdued by Li Ji, so powerful and pure. The internal force is completely supermaster above the master. Fortunately, there is no one who provokes the Iron Fist before, otherwise the fun will be great. In fact, from the moment Yi Tan helped Li Ji to get rid of the poison, they had already seen that the relationship between the two was unusual. Yi Tan's Iron Fist position might have been grabbed halfway just like them. Running to join in the fun may also have some ulterior motives. However, the enemy's enemy is an ally. Whatever his purpose, as long as Li Ji drives out the poison in her body, there are two super masters to support the game. What else do they have? Worried, Yi Danshu helped Li Ji guide the internal force in the body to expel the strange poison, but this was too slow, and Li Ji herself consumed a lot of internal strength. Even if the strange poison in the body was expelled, it would take some time to adjust her breath and restore her skills. He simply adopted sucking the word tactics, sucked the strange poison in Li Ji's body. Anyway, he has the Emperor tactics to protect him, and he is not afraid of this kind of strange poison, which is quick and easy. Li Ji's internal strength is very weak at this time. Seeing him like this, he can only let him do it. She has gathered traces of internal strength at the big acupoint of the Danshan, and her heart is sweet and full of happiness. On the high platform, the people of King Baivilu are still forcing people from all walks of life to sign a contract to sell their lives. The content of the contract is nothing more than scolding the court and the ruthless rule of the monarch, vowing to raise troops to overthrow and other rebellious words. Sign. After being detained, you can't help you not board the ship. The list of people who fell into the hands of the government is evidence of ransacking the family. The court is never reluctant to rebel against those who conspired by soldiers. It uses iron blood suppression and arrests a murderer. 1. Until it's all killed. Song Yan and others are quite good at being human. Those weak sects are concentrated on one side, and you don't need to guess that they can only serve as cannon fodder. The powerful big gangs of large sects are arranged on the other side, with chairs to sit on and tea to drink. Eat your heart, but who is still in the mood to enjoy it? But there are also a small number of photos that can be seen eating and drinking, and death is left and right. Even if you die, you must be a ghost. There are many gangs of various sects and sects gathered on Pingding Shan. They take turns to sign and draw on the stage. People from all sects are unwilling and unwilling. They linger and procrastinate, wasting a lot of time. Looking at this situation, it is estimated it was too busy to finish it until dark, but Song Yan and the others were obviously very patient and prepared for this psychologically, and did not urge them. There is only one mountain road in Pingding Shan that leads to the summit. The entrance of the summit is tightly guarded, and there are disciples who are closely guarded at the halfway and down the mountain. These heroes who are poisoned and unable to use internal power are the fish and turtles in the urn, and they want to run. Don't worry if you can't run. Forcing the signature painting of the heroes of the rivers and lakes is still in progress slowly. But no matter how slow it is, it will come to an end. If there is another big sect gang, it will be the turn of the Iron Fist door. Luo Fang and others can't help but feel a little anxious. Fortunately at this time, Yi Tan's right palm has been retracted from Li Ji's vest, holding Yuan with both hands, closing his eyes and performing energy adjustments to restore the lost skill. After a while, the King Bivilla disciple on the stage finally read the name of the Iron Fist door. The old man is here. Li Ji stood up, let out a loud roar, dragged the heavy iron crutch and walked slowly towards the center of the flat ground. The howling echoed in the mountains, and it was endless. Song Yan and others were all shocked and lost. The heroes of the rivers and lakes were pleasantly surprised. Some people were not poisoned, and the screaming sound from her can judge that the internal strength is very deep. At least a super master above the master. There is hope now. Li Ji walked slowly toward the center of the venue, attracting everyone's attention. When passing by some of the heroes of the rivers and lakes, the heroes of the rivers and lakes all respectfully clasped their fists to give way. At this moment, in their eyes, Li Ji's the one who rescued them from the Azura Hell. Female Bodhisattva. Li Ji came to the midfield and pointed to the high platform with a heavy iron crook in one hand, and said something in a loud voice. You people have resentment towards the court and want to create opposition to the court. You don't have half the money with us, relationship, but you use such despicable means to deal with us. You are still the great heroes and knights in the world, my old lady. I am not as good as those who steal chickens and feel the dogs, and lose as martial arts people. Face. Li Ji was originally icy, smart and articulate. At the moment, she was angry and murderous, and she was dressed as an ugly woman. She was really acrimonious and venomous when she scolded, and she didn't leave any affection, so that Song Yan and the others would face each other. The lust turned red, and the gangsters secretly applauded, and even the courageous even clapped their hands and applauded to cheer her up. Who are you? Dare to come here to make trouble? Excalibur Li Fei Bai shouted loudly. A beautiful dragonfly and light technique jumped off the platform, and the famous King Hong sword in his hand pointed at Li Ji. The old and-eyed ugly woman, an old evil demon who is in the company of so-called male thieves and female prostitutes, and respectable heroes and knights. He. Li Ji laughed weirdly, degrading her identity, but she attracted a round of applause from the heroes. And she was so happy that she was so happy. What kind of decent chivalrous hero? All the hypocrisy and shameless fuck. Not as good as those so-called the evil demons are open and upright, so they will never believe those so-called decent heroes and knights. They are all bad. Silver. Chapter 627. Cat and Mouse. You ugly monster said to confuse the people, you deserve to die. Look at the sword. Excalibur Li Fei Bai yelled and stabs the sword. When the sword was pierced, his wrist shook violently, shaking out dozens of sword flowers, and attacked Li Ji like a storm. This ugly woman cursed too much. The poison was too ugly, every word was like a resounding slap in the face, which made his face a fiery pain, and also made him angry, wishing to stab Li Ji to death with a sword. Look. This is the so-called decent and shameless. Li Ji stepped back and dodged while scolding. She didn't seem to expect that Li Fei Bai would suddenly make a move. A little embarrassed, Li Fei Bai strode several big steps in succession, transporting his sword like flying, and the heavy épée glowing like a net of heaven and earth, enveloping Li Ji. Occasionally there was a blast or two of the iron sword and iron crutch hitting violently, as well as Li Ji's weird cry. There was a shout of boos from below. In fact, Li Fei Bai has been immersed in swordsmanship for more than 20 years, and the 36-style Dangang demon's swordsmanship has been thoroughly trained. He has reached the level of a master. Once he shot it, many sword masters were admired. But at this moment the same enemy, no matter how good your sword is, no matter how great your pen is, you are also an enemy, choking you to death with a boo, and supporting the people on your side. There were also some masters who sighed desperately. They thought that the ugly women had deep internal skills, but they were forced by the magic sword Li Fei Bai to chaos, indicating that martial arts seemed to be under Li Fei Bai. let the hope rekindled in their hearts extinguished again. The two ping-pong together in the field. Li Fei Bai deserves the name of the magic sword. The sword is exquisite and mysterious, and Li Jie beats fiercely, and completely has the upper hand, but the heroes of the rivers and lakes are utterly in support of Li Jie. Yi Tan knew that this was Li Jie's playing time. He glared at the deputy chief of the guard Luo Fang, and ordered him to seize the time to detoxify. Among all the guards, Luo Fang has the highest martial arts and the deepest internal strength. If Li Jie wins for him with enough time, it is still possible for him to successfully detoxify and recover his skills. Luo Fang didn't dare to hesitate at all. He sat down honestly and detoxified. His Majesty was in charge of the guards. He didn't worry too much. Besides, Empress Li Jie was disrupting the situation and could drag on for a while, instead of sitting there. Wait, it is better to seize the time to get rid of the strange poison in the body. On the court, Leaf's white sword is like the wind, fast as lightning, and his clothes fluttering. It is both mighty and chic. Li Jie is awkwardly supporting the left and right under the cover of the heavy épée. The danger is everywhere, and there is almost no strength to fight back. With a weird body technique, he dodged quickly and died early under Li Fei Bai's sword. The heroes of the arena watched the battle from the irritating crowd at the beginning to slowly closing their voices, holding their breath, and desperately widening their eyes to watch. Li Fei Bai's swordsmanship was exquisite and superb, completely suppressing the opponent. Li Jie was in a storm, desperately dodged the block in the fast sword attack, just like a lone boat floating on the ocean, which may capsize at any time, but the blessing of the atmosphere and the rich fighting experience make her lucky to escape the mortal attack again and again. In short, it's very dangerous, making everyone watching nervously sweating all over. The two played 50 to 60 moves. Li Fei Bai still had the upper hand, but the more he fought, the more annoyed he became, and the more irritable his heart became. The dignified generation of famous swordsmen was stunned by a single eye who didn't know which corner. Ugly women have survived dozens of moves, but the golden sign of Excalibur is about to be smashed. The sign is the face. If you want to keep your face, you must defeat your opponent as soon as possible. At this moment, the anger in Li Fei Bai's heart is not only getting bigger and more murderous, he shot faster and more ruthless, and the offensive is getting fiercer. The heavy sword is like a storm. Envelop Li Jie. After a few breaths, more than a dozen tricks passed. Although the opponent was hurriedly attacked and dodged the block, Li Fei Bai began to whisper that he was not good. He attacked and beat the opponent fiercely, which consumed a lot of internal strength. Every sword was used with all his strength, but no one hit worked. The iron sword pierced into the air was not only uncomfortable, but also consumed more internal strength. After a long time, he felt that his breath gradually became a little unsmooth. His breathing was short of breath, and his body was sweating profusely. The iron sword in his hand gradually became a bit heavy. At this time, he realized that his internal strength was greatly depleted, but still failed to kill the opponent. On the contrary, the opponent was pressed and beaten by him, and there was no strength to fight back. On the contrary, there was not much loss of internal strength. It's a bit big. Try this trick for my old lady too. Li Jie's angry roar suddenly sounded during the fight, and he ignored Li Fei Bai's quick sword towards the left shoulder well, and the heavy iron crutch made of iron smashed down with the fierce wind, although it was an ordinary charm-topping force. But at this time the envoy came out with great momentum. Desperately, what is needed is this kind of aura that is not afraid of death. In the eyes of most people, the single-eyed ugly woman was brutally beaten by the sword god Li Fei Bai from the very beginning. There was no strength to fight back, and she could only struggle hard. Whoever was in her situation, she was stunned in her heart. The anger, when this anger accumulates more and more, when it explodes, the life is gone. Even if you fight for it, you must vent the backlog of evil. Li Fei Bai's fast sword can penetrate the shoulders of a single-eyed ugly woman first, and at most one arm will be scrapped. But if it is hit by a heavy iron crutch, his head must be smashed, maybe even his body will be smashed. Pussy, this business is really bad. and he can only do it when his mind is caught in the door. Even if Li Fei Bai changes his tricks halfway, he will still lose his money if he penetrates the throat of the single-lead ugly woman. He is a famous swordsman on the rivers and lakes, and she is just an ugly old woman who has not known her name, and I don't know where she came from. It's not worthwhile. Li Fei Bai is very smart. Of course he knows that this business is too bad. What's more, he cherishes his own life. How can he dare to desperately, completely gain the upper hand, and fight his opponents desperately while beating his opponents? That's a fool thing. If he didn't work hard, he could only retreat. He bowed and retreated. His sword returned to his chest, and at the same time he concealed the throw-style counter-attack sword move. As long as he fends off the smashed iron crutch, the counter-attack sword move will follow the trend. Force the opponent to avoid, otherwise the blood will be splashed on the spot. However, he had counted a lot, and still missed it. His internal strength was too much, and his movements could not keep up with the reaction of his brain, and he was so slow. The heavy iron crutch slammed heavily on the sword, making a definite explosion, and the sparks shot in all directions. Li Fei Bai felt the long sword in his hand shook violently, and the huge impact power was transmitted along the sword body to the palm of his hand, the entire arm, even to my heart. The whole arm was numb and painful, and the blood in the body was not surging smoothly, and it was so uncomfortable that I wanted to vomit blood. In order to delay the time, Li Ji concealed most of her strength. Otherwise, 10 Li Fei Bai would still be beaten on the ground together. She only used 3 successful powers to smash Li Fei Bai back, and continued to lift the heavy iron crutch through the chaos. Smashed. Li Fei Bai did not dare to work hard, withdrew his sword to defend, and blocked a move. His arms were numb and painful. After staggering and retreating, the first opportunity was lost. The opponent was not forgiving. He lifted a heavy iron crutch to cover his face. It's too late to dodge, so you can only use your sword to block it. A series of violent impacts of iron objects sounded like popping beans. Sparks were flying everywhere, and a kite flew out like a broken wire. Chapter 628. The person who flew out was Li Fei Bai, a very chic and beautiful pink shawl yuan uplifted to the sky. The sword that had been with him for decades had been broken into 2 pieces. He struggled to get up, and then he spouted a mouthful of blood. Unable to lie down, he continued to block the crazy smash of a single-lead ugly woman with dozens of crutches. He had suffered serious internal injuries, and it would be difficult to recover within a few years. The single-lead ugly women attack is very simple. To be precise, it is single, as if she can't do any other moves. Only one move is like Chen's top. More than a dozen crutches are all Chen's top pressure style. One move is more than one. Move quickly. The power is getting stronger again and again, abruptly smashing leaf into the air. In fact, in the eyes of some masters and celebrities, the attack speed of the single-lead ugly women is not very fast, and the martial arts is not very high. But the body style is a bit weird. He is good at seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Li Fei Bai carelessly underestimates the enemy and loses his internal strength. When it was serious, she was given a chance to counterattack successfully. Good, good. The heroes who watched the battle all around stood up and cheered. The sudden reversal of the plot gave them a kind of exuberant and pleasant sense of comfort. Even if they knew that in the end they still could not escape the coercion of King Bai Villa, they still had to get addicted and vented some grievances in my heart. A few disciples of King Bai Villa carried the injured Li Fei Bai down to heal his injuries, and caused a lot of gangsters to laugh and laugh. Li Fei Bai's Excalibur sign was thrown here, and there was no such name on the rivers and lakes anymore. A certain iron fist shook Jiangnan Pan Zhendong. A particularly strong-looking middle-aged man with 2 fists larger than the average person went out to ask for advice from the ugly-eyed ugly woman, but with a clear murderous look on his face. Obviously, Li Fei Bai defeat made King Bai Villa was ashamed. No matter what, this single-lead ugly woman that incited them to slap in the face must be removed. Despicable, even using wheels to fight. It's a shame that you are still well known and decent. and call yourself chivalrous men?" The crowd of onlookers cursed and expressed their support for the single-eyed ugly women. Although most of them have done shameless things like fighting widows by the crowd, they can't manage so many things now. The single-eyed ugly women are their last hope. "You scold us for using wheels to fight? Okay, then please, which hero will go off the court? And someone is waiting here." Pan Zhendong shouted. His voice implies internal strength, and the people on Pingdingshan could hear it clearly. As soon as his words came out, the court instantly became silent. All the heroes looked at each other. They seemed to make sense. Everyone's internal strength was suppressed by the strange poison. "How dare you die?" However, having said that, isn't this all the ghost of your king by Villa? Still despicable and shameless. Thank you all the heroes for supporting the old man. The wheel fight is the wheel fight. The old man is not afraid, just let the horse come. Panting Legia turned around and made a square bow. All the heroes from the rivers and lakes held their fists in return. The expressions on their faces looked very serious and sincere. And there was even a tragic atmosphere of bidding farewell to the heroes. They knew in their hearts that they were ugly and ugly. His martial arts cultivation is still under the sword god Li Fei Bai. Only Li Fei Bai carelessly underestimated the enemy before he was defeated. Iron Fist shaking Jiangnan Pan Zhendong's martial arts is not under Li Fei Bai's martial arts. The single-eyed ugly woman has already fought. They consume a lot of internal strength, and it's only a matter of time before they are defeated and killed. They are moved by the behavior of the ugly women, and they feel sorry that this is the real behavior of the quagmire, which is 100 times stronger than the honest hypocrites. There was silence on the court, and everyone's eyes were on the single-eyed ugly women and Iron Fist shaking Jiangnan Pan Zhendong. Pan Zhendong clenched two fists that were bigger than ordinary people. His finger bones creaked. His Zenshan fist was inherited from the ancestors. He has been soaked for nearly 30 years, and he has long been practiced to be as hard as iron. In the realm of, there are countless famous masters who have injured his fists. The title of Iron Fist shaking Jiangnan is so famous. The top 10 martial arts masters may not be ranked, but if you only talk about boxing, you can definitely rank in the top 10. Please. Pan Zhendong made a gesture, took a big step with his right foot, and instantly narrowed the distance from the single-eyed ugly woman. The right fist blasted out, and there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. The single-eyed ugly woman used a crutch as a spear and stabbed Pan Zhendong in the chest. Pan Zhendong did not evade or parry, and blasted his right fist against the stabbing iron crutch. Fists and crutches collided, and there was a golden sound of metal crashing. Pan Zhendong's strong figure only shook, but the one-eyed and ugly woman took 6 or 7 steps back, indicating that her internal strength cultivation is a bit weaker than Pan Zhendong. Of course, she even took a few steps back to relieve the terrible power of the Iron Fist bombardment. Pick me this punch and dry. After trying out the opponent's skill, Pan Zhendong was determined in his heart and suddenly shouted, his right arm rounded and slammed, actually using the entire arm as a giant steel whip, and using the momentum of Mount Tai to press the top. He slammed the opponent fiercely and domineeringly. The two of them fought hard just now, and tried their opponent's skill cultivation. Pan Zhendong's internal skill cultivation was even better. The single-eyed ugly woman didn't dare to insist on it, and avoided it with a rather weird way of doing things. Turning to Pan Zhendong's side, Ti Guai swept across. Pan Zhendong's fist, which is harder than steel, is a weapon, but an inch long and 1 inch strong. He has to get close to show the fierce power of his fists. The single-eyed ugly woman has rich experience in fighting. The length advantage of the crutches. However, although the iron crutches are heavy, Pan Zhendong has the advantage in fighting strength, and the two are ping-pong. In this fight, the single-eyed and ugly women were beaten by Li Fei Bai just now and couldn't fight back. They used the length advantage of the iron crutch in their hands to attack, but Pan Zhendong relied on his horizontal training outside the door. Blocking a hard fight, forces the opponent to compete with the internal force with a hard-to-hard fight, and insists on breaking the opponent's ingenious tricks with such a tough play, which perfectly interprets the essence of Yilijiang Shui's fighting. The martial arts practiced by the two of them are fierce and domineering, and they are confrontational. The fighting is exceptionally exciting and lively, which makes people particularly fascinated, nervous and excited, and can also benefit from it. There is nothing to say about Pan Zhendong's fierce and domineering fisting techniques, and Yuran was impressed. The fisting techniques reached this level can be said to be the supreme realm. The arm strength of the single-lead ugly women also impressed many heroes of the world. Women's physique is inherently weaker than men. A generation of women who practiced such a fierce martial arts skills. The heavy iron crutches are as light as her hands. Nothing, waving so loudly, it is also rare in the arena. However, many masters are frowning for the single-lead and ugly women. Tigui is one of the martial arts weapons. The method of abduction is unique, relying on the heaviness of the Tigui and the mighty power of the movement. He is extremely powerful. When he encounters weapons such as swords, he has an innate advantage of great power. But this thing is really heavy and consumes a lot of power. After a long time, the Hercules can't bear it, not to mention that I have been with Li before. Fei Bai fought a battle, and her internal strength was attenuated. Don't look at her tactics at the moment, but the loss of internal strength is also great. I'm afraid it won't last long. Chapter 629 Pretending to be a pig and eat a tiger. Sure enough, after more than 30 rounds of fighting, the speed of the single-lead ugly women has slowed down a bit, breathing is panting, and there are signs of internal strength. On the other hand, Pan Zhendong has been fighting more and more bravely, and his shots have become faster. The moves are more aggressive and domineering. Pick me this punch. During the fight, Pan Zhendong suddenly yelled, his right hand iron fist flattened out, fluttering and seemingly without a trace of strength. Completely opposite to the previous fist, but the speed was nearly twice as fast. The inny-eyed ugly woman couldn't dodge, so she had to block her chest with an iron crutch. With a bang, the iron fist lightly touched the iron crutch, making a loud noise. The inny-eyed ugly woman couldn't stop the fierce force of the iron fist. Take a few steps back. Pick me again. Pan Zhendong was unforgiving. He yelled and sprinted, his right arm rounded, and his clenched iron fist was smashed fiercely with the strength of Mount Tai. The single-lead ugly woman had not stabilized her figure, and was inevitable, so she had to lift her crutches. Hard block. There was another bang, and the ugly woman with the eyes was once again retreated by the force of the fierce shock. Pan Zhendong slammed close again, still rounding his arms, attacking with the usual tricks of charm topping. But no matter, it is the imposing force, it is complete. Deal with Li Fei by attack before crushing the single-lead ugly woman. Everyone can see that Pan Zhendong is returning to his body in his own way. It is meant to avenge Li Fei by revenge, and it should be more of a show. At the same time, he is also the hero of the world who has not signed the sale agreement. Pan Zhendong smashed dozens of punches in one breath. All of them were Chen's single moves. But the speed of his shots became faster and stronger every time, and the ugly women who hit the single-lead ugly woman kept backing away until the end was hard. He smashed the iron crutch made of hammering iron raw. The old man fights with you. The speed of the two shots was too fast. Most of the heroes present were incompetent in martial arts, and they couldn't see clearly how they played against each other. They just heard a desperate roar from the single-lead ugly woman. The influent masters have excellent eyesight, and they can see quite clearly. The single-lead ugly woman holds the broken iron crutch in each hand, lunatic waving wildly, and smashes Pan Zhenjian with his head and face, completely watching. Without any moves, it feels like the playing style of a gangster in the market, which makes people laugh. However, this is also understandable. Even the iron crutch with a thick arm was smashed by Pan Zhendong. The defeat of the single-lead ugly women is estimated to be within 3 or 4 strokes. People will inevitably go crazy when they are desperate. do something or behavior that violates common sense and makes people difficult to understand. A series of loud bangs came out, and then someone fell, making the dazzling crowd open their mouths, all of them dumbfounded, staring dumbfounded at what was happening before them. Well, it subverted everyone's mind, an incredible scene. In the past, the majestic Iron Fist shook Jiangnan Panzendong Pandaxiak unexpectedly hugged his head with his hands, curled up on the ground and wailed miserably. He became famous. A huge fist that was harder than steel was smashed. Blood flowed across. Extremely scary. What the hell is going on? Everyone looks at me. I look at you, looking for answers stupidly. This style of painting has become so incredible. Sitting on the high platform, Song Yan, Fenny 18 Swords Dai Biqiang and others have very ugly faces. They are all super masters. Their martial arts are n times stronger than those incompetent heroes. The unusual part of it, if the single-lead ugly woman defeated the sword god Li Fei by luck, it is still possible. But this time the Iron Fist struck Jiangnan Panzendong so miserably, it is not luck. People rely on real luck. Kung Fu, in other words. The single-lead and ugly women are superclass masters who hide themselves from the show, but they play as pigs and eat tigers and play everyone up. What's the origin of this ghost woman? Song Yan asked with a frown. The situation was completely under control, but a single-lead ugly woman was killed to make trouble, which made her very annoyed. She wore a human skin mask. Pharmaceutical Wang Zhu or Yuan by expression is extremely solemn. Although Li Ji's disguise skills are clever enough to be true, but the old rivers and lakes can still see the flaws and her identity is mysterious, and the martial arts road can't be seen, because Li Ji uses the common moves of various schools, sword moves, sword styles, whip styles and so on. It is so complicated that it makes you headache, but it also indirectly proves that her martial arts training is at least the level of the master. A master of martial arts practice to Huizhen, picking leaves and flowers can hurt people. Ordinary moves are easy to come by, turning corruption into magic. This is a terrible opponent that is unpredictable and even he has no confidence to defeat. It seems that the old man came off in person. Dai Biqiang seemed to be talking to Song Yan and others, as if talking to himself. His slender 10 fingers were stretched and held from time to time, and he kept moving his joints, doing warm-up exercises before the duel. Brother Dai, be careful. Zhao Yuanbai reminded that among all the people present, Dai Biqiang had the strongest martial arts. In terms of poisonous skills, he dare not claim to be the best in the world, but he was at least ranked in the top 3. In terms of martial arts, he is still slightly inferior to Dai Biqiang by 1.5 points, and it is more suitable for him to make his own shots. Dai Biqiang nodded, with a calm and confident smile on his thin face. Although his swordsmanship could not be said to have reached the highest level of Huizhen, the peerless masters who are qualified to fight him are already counted. What's more, he has been living in seclusion at home over the past few years, practicing kendo with great concentration and making breakthroughs again. No matter how powerful he is, he has the confidence to defeat it. The audience is desperately cheering for Li Ji. All the heroes who saw Dai Biqiang stood up and jumped off the high platform. They all stopped and changed their color, worrying about Li Ji, the name of the person, the shadow of the tree, and Dai Biqiang's reputation is indeed too great. He's getting older. In the past few years, the super masters who challenged him have all lost within 10 moves. It can be seen how powerful his swordsmanship is, and many people even rank him as the best master in the world. This may be a bit exaggerated, but the name of the best swordsman really seems to belong to him. In the next day, Dai Biqiang, who was given the nickname 18 Swords of Wind and Rain, came to challenge your excellency. I wonder if you can take off the mask and let Dai and the heroes of the world see his true face. Dai Biqiang walked slowly in front of Li Ji with a sheathed long sword, and stopped 2 feet away, politely holding his fists and saluting, with the momentum and demeanor of a hero. The old women of a mountain village originally came to see the excitement, But I didn't expect this kind of anger between people and gods to happen. Didaxia is famous. How do you think about it? Lygia politely clasped her fists in return. She said about her true face. By the way, she asked Dibikiang, you are a well-known hero in the contemporary era. Don't you always talk about the principle of punishing evil and promoting good? So, what is happening now? Dexia didn't see it. A weird voice suddenly sounded, and the voice was erratic, making it impossible to confirm where it came from. All the gangsters couldn't help but laugh. This is so terribly good, it is invisibly tantamount to slap Didaxiak and everyone in King by Mountain Villa with a resounding slap. All the people in King by Mountain Villa, including Dibikiang, have the same color. The voice is erratic, the source of the sound cannot be confirmed, and the voice is weird. It was sent out by the internal masters deliberately changing the voice, that is to say. In addition to the single-eyed ugly women, there is at least another master of the inner family who has not been poisoned. How could this be? Chapter 630 Masters Contest. Where can the rats hide their heads and tails and dare not show up? Medicine Wang Zhou Yuanbai stood up, shouted loudly and searched the crowd with cold eyes. He believed that the poison was the best in the world, and the medicine was made by himself. Not even the infamous true monarch of 100 poisons. They couldn't be resolved. But 2 of them were not poisoned. This was tantamount to 2 big loud slaps on him. No wonder he couldn't sit still. It was Yi Tan who was vocalizing, and seeing Zhou Yuanbai showing signs of rampage from a distance, he couldn't help being happy. Stupid force. All the heroes of the rivers and lakes are also turning their heads and looking, searching for the mysterious masters hidden in them. One by one, they are ecstatic. And there is another master, and the hope of getting out is increased. They can now confirm that the strange poison in them is not seeing the deadly poison of the blood-sealed throat. It only restrains internal force. If you can escape safely, it is better to stop practicing martial arts than to die. The rivers and lakes are too sinister, and it is safe to stay at home. If your excellency doesn't come out to challenge, don't blame us for the wheel fight. Dai Bai said in a strong voice, searching desperately among the large group of people in front of him. Even his ears were erected. The old man has confidence in that beautiful and charming lady, and he is not afraid of you fighting each other. Hee hee. The strange laughter sounded again, floating in the crowd, and echoing in the wind, causing Dibikiang, Zhou Yuanbai and others to frown. But the sound was still trembling and hard to find. It can be seen that the person who made the sound had a strong internal force. It doesn't seem to be under them. This is another powerful enemy. But what about the most powerful master? Can you stand the siege of so many people? In the end, it ended up doing everything possible. Ha ha ha. Some people couldn't help laughing. The mysterious master who didn't see the dragon head and tail was really funny. He said that the one-eyed ugly woman is beautiful and moving. It's really a laugh. However, everyone is on the same front. Come on, don't care about this. Dibikiang slowly drew his sword. It's getting late, and it's going to be troublesome when it gets dark. Major things matter. He doesn't want to linger. First, kill the one-eyed ugly woman in front of him, and then find out the mysterious master who hides his head and shrinks his tail. With a clank of the dragon's groan, the long sword was unsheathed and turned into a cold glow, which struck the single-eyed ugly woman like lightning. Dibikiang is nicknamed the 18 Swords of Wind and Rain, which shows that his sword is as fast as a gust of wind, and his sword style is like a torrent of storms and rain. It is so oppressive that opponents can hardly resist. This is indeed no exaggeration. When he shot, it was a continuous attack like a storm. One sword is faster than one sword, and the sword beams overlap so much that people have the illusion that they are trapped in a heavy epee net like a net of heaven and earth. Dibikiang is indeed a super master worth fighting. Lygia no longer hides her strength. She screamed, her hand was interrupted and the iron crutch was clicked straight out. Only the ding sound was heard, and the heavy sword net disappeared. Dibikiang stepped back, with a solemn expression on his face, and nodded to Lygia, showing respect for his opponents. A master is hard to find. He has rarely encountered a super master who can give him his best. Encountering one, made him happy and aroused his fighting spirit. Even if it is an enemy, such an opponent is worthy of his respect. Li Jie slowly retracted the half of the iron crutch she had pointed out, and nodded gently, indicating in return that the old guy's martial arts is indeed very powerful, but it is still a little bit worse, so it will be fine. I haven't had a fight for a long time, and it's not bad to play. There was silence in the audience. All the heroes who watched the game opened their mouths. Dai Biqiang's sword was so fast that he couldn't see clearly, but the turn that Li Jie pointed out was very slow, and all of them could be seen clearly, although very slowly. But Ti Gui was at the key point, perfectly deciphering Dai Biqiang's stormy fast sword attack. This hand made people admire with its slow and fast speed. This is the real master. Look at the sword. Dai Biqiang gave a low yell, dashed forward, and his sword-holding wrist shook sharply, shaking out dozens of sword flowers, and covering Li Jie like the sky. He believed in the martial arts philosophy that practicing fist is not as fast as 1,000 strokes. They are all fast swords, and the speed of the sword is very fast. The opponents with slightly lower martial arts will be dazzled by his fast swords. They don't know how to parry, except to retreat or retreat. They are in a passive situation of being beaten. Unfortunately, he is a master of enchanting level. Li Jie still uses a slow and fast style of play, half iron crutches, slow shots, or point or stab, or pick or smash, but every shot is just right, attacking all the weaknesses that Dai Biqiang will save, hard forcing him to block the block or change his move. Cracking the ultimate move, he attacked invisibly. This style of play made Dai Biqiang feel very uncomfortable. No matter how you attack, how you change your moves, from which angle you shoot your sword, your opponent seems to have a fiery-eyed Venus. You can see through your weakness at a glance, and you will take all your exquisite swords with one shot. The trick is invisible, and all your attacks are in vain. It is a waste of energy, and it can be uncomfortable for anyone to change. Pick me this trick and try it. Dai Biqiang blasted out real fire, using the new Enlightenment sword style skills, and the long sword in his palm pierced flatly, as if an iron sword weighed 1,000 kilograms, and its speed was very slow, but it made a shocking sound of wind and thunder. This sword is good. Li Jie couldn't help but praise. To be honest, Dai Biqiang is indeed very strong in kendo cultivation. This style of effort is supplemented by vigorous internal strength to seal the opponent's dodge and move. Except for hard blocking, there is no other way, so that a stalemate is formed in the competition of internal forces. Whoever has weak internal forces is doomed to lose in the end. Such an opponent is still possible, at least not too weak, and can play with her for a while. If Dai Biqiang knew what she was thinking, he would have to vomit blood on the spot. While Li Jie was talking, the heavy iron crutches in her hand suddenly moved quickly, making a whirring wind. The speed of her shot was dozens or hundreds of times faster than before. The current play style of the two was completely reversed. A slow change to fast, so that the Wei Tanxi heroes are dumbfounded, especially those heroes who practice swords look fascinated, and benefit a lot from it. Dang dang! A series of violent impacts of iron weapons came out, sparks shooting in 4 directions. Dai Biqiang bowed and retreated 3 steps, with a long sword across his chest, and his face was a little pale. If you look closely, you will find that he is holding the sword. His right sword trembled a little. He wanted to force Li Jie to compete with her internal strength, but Li Jie suddenly changed her style of play, playing fast and slow, with crutches like the wind, hitting his iron sword dozens of times, shaking him completely. The arm of the sword is numb, such as the non-iron sword, which is made of special steel made by the famous forging sword. It is tough and sharp, and the iron is cut like mud. I am afraid it would be broken early. This round, he suffered a bit of a dark loss. Li Jie had a good time to play, and before Dai Biqiang made a sword, people rushed up quickly, crutches like the wind, and smashed out like mountains and seas. Using the quick knife gate of the quick knife gate, Dai Biqiang twisted and staggered, flashed to the side, made 3 swords, cracked the move, and when she was about to fight back, Li Ji had changed her move. Half of the iron in her palm was turned into a short spear. 5 Phoenix Koyang. Chapter 631. Li Dalu, the head of the Iron Spear faction, and the 4 disciples sat down and watched the battle. They were all dumbfounded when they saw this move. Yufin Koyang. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it if they were killed. The expression on Liu Dalu's face was quite strange: surprised, embarrassed, frustrated, excited, etc. He was surprised to see Li Ji used the ancestral marksmanship trick, embarrassing that others played more than 10 times better than him. The power is terrifying, at least he thinks so. What is frustrating is that he has practiced the family spear technique for most of his life. He has not been able to practice this trick, but he is excited to see this perfect demonstration of Yufeng Koyang. Aloud, he wished to run up to ask Li Ji for advice now. On the field, Li Ji and Dai Biqiang played 40 or 50 moves. Li Ji played fast and slow, and her moves changed a lot. They were the unique tricks of some martial gangs, but most of them were ordinary moves. The ambassador will come out, and the power is no less than the tricks of those towns. Dai Biqiang used a slow sword to attack more than a dozen moves, and finally changed to a fast sword. Now both sides are playing fast with a fast speed. The fighting is very fierce and brilliant. The martial arts scum only sees a group of sword lights and heavy shadows, and occasionally heard the scream of the 2 people and the violent crash of the sword crutch. Everyone held their breath and watched desperately with their eyes wide open, for fear that they would miss a move and a half. For them, this fight was simply a recurrence of the patriarch, and they were able to show their talents. Many dongdongs have benefited a lot, and the natural insights of qualification scum are not well known. What is a real master? The single-lead ugly woman is an out-of-the-world master who turns decay into a miracle. Of course, Dai Biqiang with 18 wind and rain swords can be regarded as yes, at least in terms of kendo cultivation. During the fight, a strange noise suddenly came out. A small piece of things flew out of the sky full of swordsman shadows, but it was a small piece of iron crutches that had been cut off. The shadows disappeared, and the 2 sides of the fight pulled again. Driven a distance of 3 steps. The sword in Dai Biqiang's hand is extremely sharp, cutting iron like mud, while the iron crutch in Li Ji's hand is made of curb iron, but the quality is a bit slag. According to today's statement, it is a fake and inferior product. It has been abruptly broken into 2 by Ban Zhendong. Cut. Now Dai Biqiang's sword chopped out a series of sword marks, which were already scarred. In the next confrontation, the middle sword mark was smashed several times and broke again, turning into a short waist. Iron. Dai Biqiang was not at all happy. On the contrary, his expression became more solemn. The weapon was clouded. 1 inch long and 1 inch strong. 1 inch short and 1 inch dangerous. Long weapons occupied the advantage of long-range attack. His moves were wide open and he used to seal his opponent out of the door. Being close to the body can pose a threat to the opponent, and it is quite dangerous to fight. It relies on a surging body technique. The martial arts cultivation base of the single-lead ugly women has reached the master level or above. A super master of this level is a killer weapon in his hands. Even picking leaves and flying flowers can still hurt people. The weapon is shortened. Close strokes are more dangerous. How can he dare to be careless? Li Ji weighed a small piece of scrap iron in her hand, and with a light touch with her left hand, the scrap piece of iron shrank and stretched into an iron rod that was more than a foot long. Dai Biqiang's pupils shrank abruptly. His expression on his face became more solemn. This hand showed an unfathomable inner strength. Obviously not under him, it was indeed the most powerful opponent he had encountered in his life. Of course, it also aroused his boundless fighting spirit at the same time. To be able to fight against such a master without shaking. The entire Pingding Mountain was silent except for the heavy and rapid gasps. They were already shocked by the exciting and fierce fighting of the 2. When they saw Li Ji's unfathomable internal strength cultivation, it was even more hissing. He breathed in air conditioning, especially the group of dozens of people who were beaten by Li Ji, and realized at this moment that being beaten was not injustice at all. Dai Biqiang secretly adjusted his breath, swung his sword and rushed forward. The iron rod in Li Ji's hand turned into a sword style and pierced directly at Dai Biqiang's left rib. Dai Biqiang had to retract the sword and change his move. The left rib was his only space. This ghost women are amazing. With a clear ding sound, Dai Biqiang closed his sword and changed his move. He slashed on the slender iron rod with a backhand sword. He thought he could cut off the thin iron rod with a single sword, but he didn't cut off the thin iron rod or even the sword. No traces were left. What's going on? Slightly lost. The thin iron rod pierced his eyebrows, shocked him, bowed back in panic, and leaned the long sword in his hand, holding up the fast-piercing iron rod, and at the same time, he went out. Bang! As long as he breaks the long stick and seals it outside, he will counter-attack with the trend, attacking continuously with swordsmanship, and regaining the lost opportunity. However, the thin iron rod was as heavy as a mountain. Not only did it fail to break apart, but on the contrary, it suppressed his long sword, and the head of the club pointed towards his chest. In shock, he could only hop back desperately and some backflips in a row, open the distance with Li Ji. Li Ji stood on the field with her right arm stretched out, and the thin iron rod in her palm pointed to Dai Biqiang. When she fought with Iron Fist Zhenjiang and Pan Zhendong, she did not use internal force to hit the iron crotch, but was broken by Pan Zhendong with the fierce, shaking power. Fighting against Dai Biqiang, it was only secret luck that 20% of the internal force was poured into the broken iron crotch, and then he was cut off by his sword of cutting iron like mud. This time, she blessed 70% on the elongated thin iron rod. Internally, Dai Biqiang's sword couldn't be cut even if it was sharp, and he couldn't even leave a mark on the sword. The backflips that Dai Biqiang dodged were pretty beautiful, but for a master of their level, they were quite embarrassed. Some heroes who could not see the way could not help but applaud. They felt it's too handsome to avoid too timely, and it's still a little admiration. However, these applauses made Dai Biqiang feel particularly ear-piercing, and his heart felt like a needle stick. His face was a little pale, his breathing was a bit rapid, and his expression looked very, very solemn. Every move is going all out. The internal strength is extremely lossy. Looking at the opponent, the breath is long and stable, making him feel bad. The opponent is still hiding his true strength. Li Ji took a stick flower, retracted the pole, and looked at Dai Biqiang, who was panting calmly. She hadn't had a fight with Yanai for a long time, and she played sex for a while, and played with the three masters of King Bai Villa for a while. The first two have no names, so Dai Biqiang is worthy of the word master, but the strength is still a lot worse, and the game is a bit unsatisfactory. But having said that, the enchanting masters like her and Yanai are countless and hard to come across. They can only make up the number with the 18 swords of wind and rain. Dai Biqiang, just so. After a little addiction, since it's playing, she is sure I couldn't do my best. I only used 60% to 70% of the internal strength, which was almost equal to Dai Biqiang. It's not fun to be too crushed. At this time, Dai Biqiang had no choice but to bite the bullet, even if he was regretful. He wanted to admit it, and the golden sign of Fenyu 18 swords was smashed, and the halo on his head faded away. What is the meaning of being alive? Therefore, he intends to desperately. He seized the time to adjust the internal order, gritted his teeth and danced his sword, and continued to attack. Li Ji was still the best fast sword. Li Ji played fast, and the two sides played ping-pong together. The heroes who watched the game only saw a group of thick sword lights and a group of black-colored stick shadows, occasionally heard the golden clang of the stick and sword violently hitting. Master Wang Zhu or Yuan Bai, who was originally sitting on the stage, could no longer sit still. They all stood up and watched the two confrontation with nervous expression. They were full of confidence in Dai Biqiang at first, but at the moment they were full of worry. Yao Wangzhu or Yuan Bai explained that those with a slightly lower martial arts level also know that Li Ji's martial arts level is not only lower than Dai Biqiang, On the contrary, it is also 1.5 points higher. Although the outcome has not been seen yet, Dai Biqiang has fallen behind. In addition to their eyesight, the spectators also rely on their cultivation and experience to analyze the situation of the two fights. Sometimes it is normal to make a mistake in judgment. Only the one who really fights can feel deeply. At this time, Dai Biqiang secretly complains and will win. Confidence has been shaken. Chapter 632. What is the origin of this ghost woman? When Wang Zhu or Yuan Bai and others gritted their teeth to guess the origin of the ugly woman, the two fighting in the audience separated again. Li Nu casually played with the thin iron rod in her hand, although she used her internal force to bless the iron rod. However, two small sword marks were still left in the several violent collisions. It was indeed a magic sword that was cut like mud. This palace is about to decide, and it is also good to store it in the palace's divine artifact pavilion. Dai Biqiang's left finger squeezed the sword artifice, and the right hand holding the sword drooped naturally. The long sword squatted on the ground, and the large hanging sleeves covered most of the sword. If you lift up the long sleeves, you will be able to see his right hand trembling and fighting. He lost a lot of internal strength. The sword in his palm seemed to start to become a little heavy, his chest was violently ups and downs, and his breath was already chaotic. Li Jie wears a human skin mask on her face, and she cannot see the true expression on her face, but her breath is steady and long, and her internal strength seems to be sufficient, which makes him extremely complicated, and even gives birth to a hint of fear. He can feel it now. Why is the internal strength cultivation of the ugly women only a little bit higher than him? It is almost a lot higher. He is at the Grandmaster level, at most high, far from the realm of the evildoer level. Intercept. In this life, he may not be able to fully understand the martial arts Tao, cultivate to the supreme realm of Huizhen, and people are already at the level of enchanting, not a level at all. This battle is very unfair. Dai Biqiang wanted to abandon his sword and admit defeat, but he couldn't save his face, and felt very aggrieved. He was played around by an enchanting master, and no one could swallow his breath. This single-eyed and ugly woman has played with everyone. What on earth does she want to do? Dai Biqiang stood still, without any intention of wanting to make another move. His expression was cloudy and clear, and his heart was obviously undergoing a fierce confrontation. Abandoning his sword and conceding defeat, or bite the bullet and fight to the end to protect his reputation? Li Jie didn't mean to make a move, leaning on a thin iron rod, watching with interest the opponent who whispered and gasped, and her face was uncertain. To be honest, she still affirmed Dai Biqiang's kendo cultivation. If it weren't for Song Yan and others, she would give some pointers. Dai admits judgment. What do you want to do? Dai Biqiang struggled for a long time, and finally conceded. His opponent was too strong. It would not be a shame if he failed to concede defeat. It was better than throwing his old life away and smashing his reputation. Thinking of the whole family of children and grandchildren, he suddenly felt regret. What do you do to participate in this brainstorming thing? Well, the sword stays. Li Jie pointed at the sword in Dai Biqiang's hand with the thin iron rod in her hand. Anyway, you will hang up sooner or later. This kind of magic sword, rather than being snatched by others, it is better to have it in my palace. As for Dai Biqiang's question, she did not answer. That's it. Dai is here to announce that the golden basin will wash his hands and will retreat from the rivers and lakes. Everyone cherishes it. Dai Biqiang let out a long sigh, threw away the long sword in his hand, then hugged it in all directions, and made a sound internally, announcing the golden basin to wash his hands and retreat. Everyone was dumbfounded. This. What is going on? Brother Dai, no. Standing on the high platform, Wang Zhu Oyan Bei shouted anxiously, jumped off the stage, and ran towards Dai Biqiang. Several ups and downs, he rushed to Dai Biqiang's side. Caught death. Li Jie suddenly uttered a scream, her body was swiftly spinning, her wide sleeves flew up and down, swing with strong winds. What, and the slender iron rod that Li Jie was still using just now penetrated his right palm. Everyone hadn't reacted to Dai Biqiang's abandonment of his sword and announcing his retreat. They were shocked by what happened before them. "What's the matter?" Zhao Yuanbai was howling miserably. He hurriedly clicked his right shoulder well acupoint and other acupoints, pulled out the thin iron rod that penetrated the palm of his right hand and threw it away, and then took off the deer with great effort. With leather gloves, he stretched his hands into his arms, took out a small jade bottle, pulled out the cork with his teeth, looked up and swallowed a whole bottle of medicine pills, then took out a packet of medicine powder, and sprinkled it on the bleeding right hand palm. Dai Biqiang, who was staring blankly, showed a look of fear on his face. He even took a few steps back. Not only he, but also the heroes sitting in front of him, saw it. Zhao Yuanbai's injured right palm was initially bleed with red blood. It's just that with the effort of taking out the medicine and swallowing it, the blood flowed out, turned into a black color. Even if ordinary people could see it, he had seen the poisonous blood seal his throat. Everyone instantly understood that it was false to keep Dai Biqiang from staying. It was true to use the opportunity to poison the uni-eyed ugly women, but the uni-eyed ugly women saw it through, and took the first shot, shooting a thin iron rod to penetrate his. In the palm of his hand, the poison powder held in the palm of his hand could not be spilled, and he poisoned himself first. "I wanted to harm people, but I was poisoned by the poison that I prepared by myself." Such a vile and insidious villain behavior made all the heroes present at the scene BBS, and some yelled at them. However, seeing the fearful expression on Zhao Yuanbai's face, the action of rushing to drug and swallowing drugs in a hurry, all felt fear. Drugs. Wang Zhao Yuanbai's poison was very powerful and frightening. The poison he wanted to cast secretly just now was obviously so powerful that even he himself was terrified. Even Dai Biqiang, who was standing close to him, was so terrified to avoid him and stood far away. Zhao Yuanbai was indeed terrified. The poison was prepared by himself. Seeing the blood seal his throat, it was very vicious. He couldn't even prepare the medicine himself. At this moment, he could only swallow the life-saving pill he made desperately to protect his heart pulse, and then use a special universal detoxification powder to neutralize the poison. But obviously it has no effect, and the poison continues to occur. The only way to save his life was to have his arm broken. Zhao Yuanbai gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand to feel a sharp dagger. Gao Fan raised it, gritted his teeth and cut it towards his right arm. However, his left arm was raised, but suddenly he found that his whole body was numb, and his left palm was connected. The dagger capital couldn't be grasped and fell to the grass. "Brother Dai, save me and cut off my arm." In extreme fear, Zhao Yuanbai hissed, begging Dai Biqiang to cut off his right arm to prevent the poison from going up and flowing into his heart and lungs. But Dai Biqiang seemed to be frightened and stupefied, standing still, with an expression of fear on his face. "Help me." Zhao Yuanbai tried his best to call for help to Dai Bai. He collapsed on the grass like an empty rice bag, and slowly contracted into a ball. The muscles fell off and the blood flow was black. It's darker than ink, and even the bones are black. In fact, it's not that Dai Biqiang didn't want to help, but Zhao Yuanbai couldn't make a sound at all. Everyone only saw his face turned black and his black lips closed together. It seemed that he wanted to say something, so vicious and terrifying. Who would dare to move forward? Listen to what he said. The heroes who witnessed this situation all shivered, and some had already vomited. This scene was too scary and disgusting. Even people who are used to seeing life and death can't help but feel nauseous. Chapter 633. Li Jie stood not far away, witnessing this scene coldly, secretly calling a fluke. If she hadn't been on guard and reacted quickly, she must have died at this moment, and the death was very miserable and unsightly. Zhao Yuanbai was self-inflicted, and there was more than a guilty death. Yi Dan, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help being shocked. Li Jie was really going to have something unexpected. He couldn't forgive himself, and he couldn't help but blame himself. Although he accidentally discovered the earth-shocking conspiracy of Song Yan and others on this trip, it was a bit playful. Not only did she put herself in danger, she even brought Li Ji, Feng Nishang and a group of guards into danger. The rivers and lakes were really sinister. At the same time he blamed himself. He also gave birth to a strong murderous intent. Everyone in King Bai Villa deserved to die. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there were bursts of gunfire and violent explosions in the distance, making everyone on the top of the mountain startled. What happened? Yi Tan was also startled at the beginning, but he quickly reacted. If he didn't guess wrong, the army should have come. An accident happened while out flaming Pingding Shan. The people at King Bai Villa had to shoot. On the high platform, the tragic death of Medicine Wang Zhou Yuanbai made Song Yan and others hate Li Ji. They were about to order the archers to shoot and kill Li Ji. The sudden sound of intense gunshots changed their expressions. Regardless of killing Li Ji, or the group of heroes who looked around at a loss, all hurriedly jumped off the high platform and got into the rows of houses behind. The group of King Si Villa disciples stuck at the only crossing down the mountain also hurriedly ran down the mountain, running out of nowhere in the blink of an eye. The gunshots became more and more intense, and gradually approached, and there were violent explosions from time to time. You don't need to guess that this is the official army coming. All the heroes on the top of the mountain were panicked and swarmed down the mountain. The entire top of the mountain is in chaos. If you don't want to die, just stay where you are. Li Ji screamed for her inner strength secretly, explaining the powerful relationship. You rush down the mountain like this, it will only cause misunderstandings between the officers and the army, and all the bullets will greet you. If you die, it will be wrong. Just sit here and don't move. As long as you don't chaos, the officers and soldiers won't do anything to you when they come, because you haven't done anything bad. Most people think, yes, I didn't do anything bad, so I just participated in an unlucky martial arts conference. People who want to rebel against the King Bai Villa have nothing to do with Losi's half money. What is Losi afraid of? Those who figured it out all retreated and sat in the greenhouse, but there were also some who didn't believe it and fled down the mountain with a fluke, especially those who had been forced to sign a contract to sell their bodies were more afraid of being liquidated by the army. How dare to stay and wait for death? With the 18 swords of wind and rain, Dai Biqiang's complexion was cloudy and sunny. After entangled for a long time, he gritted his teeth and sat down, cross-legged and closed his eyes. He looked like an old monk in concentration, but his heart was ups and downs. Now he regrets his death. It is so good to practice sword training with grandson at home, and it is easy and comfortable. As a result, I don't know which nerve is short-circuited. I was convinced by the medicine Wang Zuoyun and Bai Huiyu. I joined the Alliance of Restoration and prepared to fight against the court. Now that he calmed down completely, he felt that he was stupid, and what Song Yan, Zhou Yuanbai and others wanted to do was ridiculous. Although he was just a martial artist, he was not a fool. Some social issues could still be understood. If today's emperor is a dazed monarch, the treacherous ministers are in power, the killing of Zongliang, the exorbitant taxes make the people miserable, the wives are scattered, and the grievances are full of complaints. At this time, there is still a chance to revolt, at least the people will respond. But now the situation is quite the opposite. Today's emperor is the prince of the sage, unifying the eastern and western continents. The people live and work in peace and prosperity, and the national power is unprecedentedly strong. It's too late to regret now. He has already boarded the thief ship. It is impossible to get off the ship. Run? Can the monk run the temple? What about the family? Drop your head with him? The Dai family no longer exists. As a result of this, he would not have the face to see the ancestors even if he went down. The entangled Dai Biqiang finally made the decision, waiting for the officers and soldiers to surrender, so that they would never hurt his family. He didn't know his choice, and accidentally saved his life. Even though there was a mess on the top of the mountain, Li Ji kept staring at him. As long as he took a few steps, Lygia would definitely stop him and torture him. Forced to confess. At this time, Yi Tan walked over surrounded by the guards. When the gunfire rang out, he sighed and sighed at the same time. The reason for the sigh was that the troops under the mountain were launched at the wrong time. It was dark for more than 10 minutes. Song Yan and others can easily escape under the cover of the night's color, and they can also use the terrain and other advantages to cause certain losses to the troops. He was planning to survive this night before ordering an attack, but he was worried that Lygia would endure their wheel fight of the many masters of King Bai Villa alone, or that Song Yan and others would provoke a group of Hare to attack, which would be even more dangerous. In the midst of gains and losses, the intensive gunfire down the mountain made him no longer have a headache about this matter. All the guards showed the guys out, and made the gangsters who were sitting around dumbfounded. They all secretly called a fluke, although they don't know the identity of Yi Tan and others. They just look at the guys in their hands and know that they must. It was a member of the government, and such a large number of people came in. The people of King Bai Villa didn't know it, and they were doomed to fail. Clever people throw away their beloved weapons that have been used for many years, so as not to cause misunderstandings among officers and soldiers who will be able to kill. At this time, they still talk about the existence of the sword and the shit that the sword destroys and kills people. Let's save the old life first. Someone took the lead, and others followed. The edge of the cliff was full of weapons and even hidden weapons. Then they lit a bunch of bonfires to shine the mountains as brightly as possible, and then they sat around the bonfire, anxiously waiting for the officers and soldiers under the mountain to come up. A group of guards surrounded Yi Tan, Legion Feng Niking in the middle, and also sent 2 guards to take care of Dai Biqiang, who was sitting cross-legged on the grass. As long as he moved slightly, he would shoot and kill him. Yi Tan saw Lygia looking at the rows of houses where Song Yan and others were hiding, and shook his head quickly. He knew Lygia's sex character and wanted to track Song Yan and others, but he didn't want Lygia to take any risks. If the guess is correct, there must be a secret path leading down to the mountain in those rows of houses. The deputy chief of guard Luo Fang has not sent anyone to investigate, but King Bai Mountain Villa is heavily guarded and cannot be mixed in, so he had to give up. You can swagger in the past to inquire, but I believe that Luo Fang would rather resist his life. It is Luo Fang's responsibility to protect his safety. He doesn't want Luo Fang to be embarrassed. So let's wait for the troops below the mountain to come up. The gunshots below the mountain became more intense, accompanied by a violent explosion, but because of the darkness, the troops would not be able to kill the mountain for a while. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Tan interrogated Dai Biqiang. Chapter 634 Roundup. Dai Biqiang has already figured it out, so he is very cooperative, knows everything, does not conceal the least, but he does not know much. Although he has the title of Keking and Chief Instructor, he has not actually been exposed to the course secrets. Pharmaceutical Wang Zhou Yuanbai and others fell into the pit by Fudge. Zhou Yuanbai was the core figure, but he had died under the poison that he had prepared by himself. At this time, the gunshots were getting closer and more intense, and the sound of grenade explosions continued. Luo Fang wanted to send people down the mountain to contact the troops, but the scene at the foot of the mountain must be chaotic. In addition, it was dark and worried. Injured by mistake, and worried about the safety of the emperor and the 2 empresses, had to stay in place anxiously. Many heroes who wanted to escape down the mountain have already fled back in embarrassment. However, only half of them escaped with injuries. Basically, those who did not return were shot and killed by the officers and the army, and the officers and the army could not be blamed for indiscriminate use. To kill the innocent, I can only blame these people for being unlucky. Behind the disciples of King Bai Mountain Villa, they rushed into the encirclement in a swarm. Those heroes who did not follow Lygia's advice and did not run down the mountain all secretly called a fluke, but they were also anxious. No one knew what fate was waiting for them. Many people murmured, the rivers and lakes are indeed too sinister. Now the times are different. The previous set can't be played anymore. No matter how high martial arts are, they still fall down with one shot. No wonder those young people are unwilling to practice martial arts. Now, it's better to stay at home safely. Not long after, a small group of officers and soldiers with live ammunition holding torches cautiously climbed to the top of the mountain. Seeing the large group of people sitting on the grass, they couldn't help being shocked. They quickly put on a defensive position and greeted the brothers at the foot of the mountain to come up quickly. Control the scene. Seeing that the squad soldiers going up the mountain were too nervous, Liu Fang was afraid of misunderstanding that the gun went off fire. So he did not dare to send people to contact him, until a whole battalion of soldiers swarmed up the mountain and basically controlled the situation. He sent people to contact him. The status is the rank of Major General in the Imperial Security Agency. The Emperor patrols the world. Under normal circumstances, he will not reveal his true identity. Liu Fang has prepared several identities. The rank of Major General of the Imperial Security Bureau is only one of them, in order to protect the safety of the Emperor. What kind of departmental organization the Imperial Security Agency is, anyone with a little bit of common sense knows that a small lieutenant-level officer can scare local leaders, afraid of being invited to drink tea and chat. The rank of Major General is definitely the big one. The commander of the local garrison was very polite at the meeting. The two commanders and deputy battalion commanders respectfully saluted Liu Fang. When they saw that he was okay, they all quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Before the action, they had received the order from above, and important figures were already mixed in the enemy group to spy news. Be careful when you act. If you accidentally get hurt, it can be fatal. Liu Fang asked about the situation at the foot of the mountain. The two commanders and deputy battalion commanders were not very clear. Their troops were responsible for the frontal assault, but before the troops moved to the predetermined position, the gunfire rang. They could only act in advance and shoot. Killed a lot of people who fled around, and captured some people, but because the encirclement did not close, some people were still allowed to escape, and the reserve team was pursuing them. Yi Tan was quite satisfied with the capable performance of the two commanders and deputy battalion commanders. He asked Liu Fang to give an overview of the situation on the mountain, and emphasized that the 18 Swords of the Wind and Rain, Dai Biqiang, as a leader, naturally hated those most, the rebel, but because of Dai Biqiang's active cooperation, he was also an ignorant who was fooled by his friends. He dealt with it leniently and did not chop off his head, but he must remember this lesson for 1 year. His hard labor is necessary, and this is that he must compensate for the crimes he has committed. As for Song Yan and other leaders, there is no amnesty. However, the premise is that she must be caught first. There are also all small bosses who click to warn those who are insecure. Xiao Wei regards the seriousness of the plot. It should be a click. No snappers have to perform hard labor for at least 10 years. If they don't get well reformed, they will die in the mining area. This group of heroes who participated in the martial arts conference did not know that they were innocent, and they could be released immediately after education, but they had to wait until dawn. After screening, they had to stay honestly on this flat-top mountain tonight and drink the northwest wind. Among the thousands of heroes who attended the meeting, there were a lot of crimes. The Jiangyang thieves wanted by the government or the big villains like Baidu Zhenjun were screened and confirmed, arrested and sent to jail, and executed after the public trial. These people are all powerful martial artists. At the time of arrest, martial arts would be abolished on the spot. If you want to escape, you can't escape. Even if you are lucky, you can really escape, and you'll be useless. If you want to harm the people, you can't do anything. At this meeting, the soldiers who were in charge of searching several rows of houses came to report. A large number of weapons, such as swords, bows and arrows were found in a few of the wooden houses, and a secret passage was found in one of the houses, which most likely led to the foot of the mountain. There is a battalion of troops tracked down the secret road. Yi Tan early guessed that there must be a secret path leading down to the mountain, but he just didn't want Li Jie to get involved in danger. After so long, it is estimated that Song Yan and others had run away early. However, among Song Yan's gang there are many names, and there are quite a few famous names in the arena. In addition, there are nearly 50 people who Dai Biqiang confessed. They are wanted all over the country. At least some can be caught. If the action is fast enough, they can still be caught. To their family, orders were issued on Pingding Mountain, and they were executed by their own subordinates. After that, Yi Tan and the others went down the mountain under the escort of a battalion of National Defense Forces. During this period, there were still intermittent gunshots around, and occasionally there is the explosion of grenade. It is obvious that the soldiers are rounding up the people of King Bai Mountain Villa. When he reached the foot of the mountain, Yi Tan did not leave immediately. Instead, he lived in a barracks made up by the troops. He mainly wanted to see the results of this roundup, and also wanted to see if he caught any big fish and could interrogate him with useful values and clues. He really wants to know Song Yan's identity and background, and why he wanted to rebel. 3 regiments of the National Defense Forces were dispatched this time, under the command of Major General Du Hu. His headquarters was located in the barracks at the foot of the mountain. The headquarters was brightly lit and sent in and out of troops from time to time to report the latest situation. Yi Tan did not seize power, nor did he interfere with Du Hu to give orders. He just lay on the simple camp bed and fell asleep, waiting for dawn to inquire about the situation. When the sky lighted up, Du Hu personally came to report the situation to Luo Fang. Although both were major generals, Luo Fang showed the status of a major general in the Imperial Security Bureau. The weight was much heavier than Du Hu. Du Hu was a guest, polite. Luo Fang didn't offer any arrogance, letting the anxious Du Hu breathe a sigh of relief. According to Du Hu's report, when the National Defense Forces of the 3 regiments were secretly advancing to outflank the entire Pingding Shan, the soldiers of the 3 regiments who were responsible for outflaming and blocking the back mountain encountered a group of patrolling King Bishan's Wang disciples. The opponent not only attacked with bows and arrows, shooting killed 3 soldiers, and sounded the bamboo glass alarm. The 3rd regiment had to shoot back. This is the reason why the troops fired before they arrived at the predetermined location. The sound of gunfire is the signal of action. The troops no longer advance secretly, and rush directly to the designated location. They happened to encounter the disciples of King Bai Villa at the foot of the mountain. The chaos battle began. The surprising number of people in King Bai Villa was not only the number of people. There are many, and they also have some guns, but most of them are backward rear-mounted muskets. In addition to the dim light in the forest, the National Defense Forces still paid some losses. According to statistics from the reports of the regiments, nearly 100 soldiers were killed, more than 130 wounded, over 1,000 enemies were wiped out, and more than 700 captured. The prisoners are currently being interrogated. Chapter 635 Interrogation Sangong. Everyone's skill has been restored, Feng Niking said with joy. Yeah? Yi Tan nodded. The drug Wang Zhu or Yuan by poison is not permanent. When the time is up, the drug will lose its effect, and the poisoned person will naturally recover their skills. Well, you have to remind you to stay. The troops who watched and screened on the mountain should be careful. Someone has been notified. Luo Fang said. Well, let's see how the interrogation is going, Yi Tan said. He was too lazy to wait and didn't have much time to wait. Now he wants to see their results of the interrogation. If he catches a big fish, he will die as a hero. Those who spoke had no choice but to let Li Jie apply the soul concentration defer. Du Hu ordered the soldiers to prepare the food, and he personally led the way. He was not a second stunner. He naturally saw that although Luo Fang had the rank of Major General, his attitude towards Yi Tan was extremely respectful. Obviously, Yi Tan was the real big man. Just guessing. It's not just his true identity. All the prisoners were detained in a military camp. They were guarded by heavy soldiers. Those with status or high martial arts had iron fetters on their hands and feet. Xiao Hao was also tied with thick ropes. Even the wounded were tied up in the same way. because it happened before. In the case of a prisoner of war suddenly violent and killing and wounding soldiers, everyone was cautious. If it were not for the order from above, for safety, all soldiers would shoot people first and then take prisoners, and directly shoot and kill them cruelly, claiming there are no captives. Xiao Yi is almost worthless. The interrogators are all at the level of small bosses and above. It is a little surprising that these people have very hard bones. No matter how you use torture, you just hold on without speaking. This makes you want to stay in Yitan. Du Hui, who showed up in front of Luo, was embarrassed. Although Yitan has not personally interrogated the prisoner, he also knows that the soldiers in charge of the interrogation are a little tenderer, and their eyesight is a little less. They are basically tough guys who come to the trial, which naturally increases the difficulty of the interrogation. If you are a master of the Imperial Security Bureau interrogation, even if you are an ironclad man, you will have to cry for mercy. Seeing Li Ji's eyes, Yitan shook his head. He understood Li Ji's meaning. Using contemplation defer. The tough guys who were being interrogated didn't look like important people who could get in touch with the core. He felt that there was no need to waste his internal energy. It was better to deal with important people who knew too much inside. Let him try first. Yitan whispered to Luo Fang, and then Luo Fang whispered to Du Hui for a while. The latter nodded straight, with an embarrassed expression on his face. He cursed his subordinates incapable and could not handle even a few prisoners. Afterwards, Du Hui came to the makeshift cell. A whole battalion of soldiers surrounded the cell and ordered all the prisoners of war to line up. The prisoners of war in the cell scolded and walked out. Those who were slightly injured were also helped out by their companions, and those who were seriously injured needed to be carried out. A lieutenant-level officer was seriously injured on his finger. A prisoner of war lying on the ground. Two large soldiers stepped forward to drag people, and the soldiers around used to point at the prisoner of war who started the commotion. Randomly shot and killed. Can't you recruit? The lieutenant-level officer yelled at the severely wounded prisoner of war who was dragged in front of him. Empu, it's a big deal. He'll be a good man again in 20 years. The prisoner of war was obviously not afraid of death, and even poked an officer's face. I fulfill you. The lieutenant-level officer did not wipe the saliva from his face, smiled and took out the revolver, and pulled the trigger against his forehead. With a bang of the gun, blood sprayed and the prisoner of war fell to the ground. Asshole, you bastard. There was a burst of chaos in the group of prisoners of war. Several roared out, but were chaotic guns and shot killed by surrounding soldiers. Perhaps some soldiers were too nervous, and the bullet was fired but was shot. Some hapless prisoner of war behind. Although all the prisoners of war were extremely angry, no one dared to make fun of their lives in front of the bullets. These soldiers were all veterans who had experienced a lot of fierce battles. I don't know how many enemies were shot and killed before they survived. I am numb. In their eyes, whether you are a human or a dog, you are the target of shooting. The lieutenant-level officer pointed at another prisoner with the revolver in his hand. He was also seriously injured, unable to stand, and could only lie on the ground. Yitan, Li Ji, Feng Nishang, and Luo Fang were waiting in a large tent nearby, holding up a telescope to watch. What he observed was the expressions on the faces of the prisoners of war. Bang! The sound of gunfire came. It was obvious that the second prisoner of war who did not want to confess was shot. After 2 or 3 minutes, there was another gunfire. Am I too cruel? Yitan said suddenly. No, it's a kindness. Feng Nishang replied softly. On the surface, Yitan ordered a forcing confession, cruelly shooting the prisoners, but the prisoners killed by the shooting were seriously injured, even if they were afraid of death. To confess, the military doctors tried their best to rescue, and the chance of surviving was less than 1 in 10. Instead of suffering torment, dying happily was a relief. What's more, these prisoners of war are enemies, and they are responsible for their mistakes and cannot blame anyone. Yitan gave Feng Nishang an appreciative smile. Nishang's daughter-in-law woman is always so considerate, and he likes and dotes most. Under the impetus of his golden finger, Imperial technology is changing with each passing day, but he has never studied medicine, so he can get some high-grade alcohol to serve as medical alcohol disinfection. If he promotes disinfection theory or something, the real ability will not work, and the golden finger is useless. The medical technology of the Empire is still outdated, and colds can kill people. These severely wounded prisoners of war are basically not saved. It is better to give them a happy life. Yi Tan's gaze turned towards Li Ji. Li Ji turned back to him with a blank eye. Aunt's milk and milk are not your beautiful sisters. Yi Tan smiled bitterly and sighed. Wife, hey, you choked people to death when you rolled your eyes, and you chatted with the sky to death. Will you chat? After the Wehrmacht's ruthless shooting and killing 8 prisoners, all the prisoners were quiet, each with different expressions. Some were angry with gritted teeth, some seemed so calm as to talk about life and death, some were desperate, and there were many reasons. His face paled in fear, and his eyes flickered. Du Hui, who was standing by, looked in his eyes. Afterwards, the ruthless and cruel lieutenant-level officer lifted 10 prisoners of war in one breath, but instead of interrogating them in front of all the prisoners, they were taken to a nearby tent and interrogated separately. The 10 prisoners of war mentioned were all pale and bloodless because of fear before, and their eyes flickered. They only need to threaten and entice them a little, and they will definitely turn back. Sure enough, after the separate interrogation, all the 10 prisoners of war confessed, but they were all young people. I didn't know much. They only went to a certain place together and were taken here. They were divided into teams, posts, corps, and corps according to the army's organization. Quet al. Trained in battlefields, and the number of people was about 3,000. According to these confessions, it can be confirmed that Song Yan and others were recruiting and training in secret, with the intent of rebellion. Some of her staff were proficient in military affairs, at least in the old military, and were high-ranking officials, so that they could not be drained. The arena and stubbornness of the country have been trained in a good manner. If it was still in the cold weapon era, it would really be a brilliant brush. The next thing is to let the prisoners who confessed to recognize people. Chapter 636 Interrogation 2. In order to reassure the prisoners who confessed, Du Hui followed Yi Tan's instructions to let them stay in the tent, holding a binoculars, and observing the identification through the gaps in the curtains. Anyone with a long character was identified, and then the soldiers were arrested and detained in another cell. The prisoners of war saw that all the officers and soldiers had taken away were officials, and they knew in their hearts that some people were greedy for life and feared death, and sold all those who were officials. However, having said that, if they could not die, who would want to die? Afterwards, Du Hui interrogated a group of prisoners. They were also intimidated and lured. Someone had confessed to renunciation before. Naturally, the second group of prisoners did not have much psychological pressure. They confessed happily and cooperated. They hid in the tent and identified their own troops or others. The commander of the army, Du Hui, went on to interrogate another group of prisoners. Yi Tan didn't find it so troublesome, in order to prevent fish from slipping through the net. Although these leaders are only low-level officers, the skeleton of an army is composed of these basic-level officers. The danger is not less than that of middle and high-level officers. He has to stifle the danger in the cradle. There is also a main purpose of this. After screening, torture and extract confessions, so that the basic-level military officers who confessed can identify their own superiors, layer by layer, until they get out the big people who hold secrets. He didn't dare to be afraid of everyone who didn't believe in him. The big deal was to let Li Ji use the soul-shaking technique to get the information he wanted. It took a whole day to interrogate more than 700 prisoners. These young men who confessed will be escorted to the mining area as hard labor and undergo a toil labor reform. The treatment will be slightly better than that of some prisoners, and they will be well reformed. After the expiry date, he will be released back to his hometown, and if the renovation is not good, he will be postponed for 2 years. The few who wanted to be heroes and refused to confess their sins were also taken to the more remote and difficult mining areas to dig until they died of illness and exhaustion. This is the punishment for their unrepentant repentance. 30 even low-level officers identified by their soldiers were detained in several cells. After dinner, Du Hui proceeded to interrogate them one by one. This time, Yi Tan and Li Jie sat next to them for the trial. It was said that they were interrogated one by one. In fact, all 37 criminals were watched by the soldiers. The soldiers dragged the people over whom Du Hui pointed out. The hands and feet of all the criminals were locked with thick iron fetters, very strong and heavy. No matter how high your martial arts is, you can't break it, and no matter how clever you are, you can't fly. This can be regarded as very polite. In the past, when the government caught the gangster who committed the crime, they first broke the hamstrings and turned them into a useless person. See if you are a good man. The first offender Du Hui ordered was a big man with big fives and 3 thick, leopard iron beard. This kind of person is more resolute, and the general big punishment is useless, but Du Hui did not expect him to confess. He was playing the game of killing chickens and monkeys. Trick. Besides, according to the soldier's confession, this guy was just a corps leader, and his rank was low. So it's not a pity to bang. Du Hui asked a few words, but the other party kept silent. He said coldly, "It's dead." An officer standing behind the prisoner immediately took out a gun, put it on the back of his head, turned the trigger, splashed blood, and sprayed the officer and 2 soldiers together. The corpse was immediately dragged away by the soldiers, leaving a pool of blood and a blood stain on the ground. 36 people next to witnessed what happened. The expressions on their faces were different. Some were indifferent, some were angry, and some were pale. Yi Tan, Li Jie, Du Hui and others were watching all of this. Du Hui proceeded to interrogate the second criminal. Although the criminal was lean, he was also very hard-spirited, and his official position was low. He was also killed on the spot. There was more blood on the ground, and the trail of bloodstains became more severe. Obvious. Then the third criminal was arraigned. This guy's face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes showed obvious fear, which was a good breakthrough. Name? Du Hui glared at him and asking completely different questions from the previous 2. Liu ... Bo. The criminal's lips trembled, lowered his head, and replied in a low voice, "How old are you?" 35. What official position? Du Hui then asked, his voice obviously softer. Join the army. Record the incident. Liu Bo glanced at a group of difficult brothers standing next to him uncomfortably, gritted his teeth and said his position. The record of joining the army is the clerk in the army. It is responsible for the work of registering the names of the sergeants, recording military merits, and transferring. The official position is not high, but it is equivalent to a living archives database. Although it is not a big fish, but there is also a certain value. You have read books, right? The empire is dominating the world, waiting to be thriving, but there are very few scholars. You can earn a good income from any job with the fame of a scholar. But why do you want to do this? If you lose your head, you are not afraid of wives and children in the family? Yi Tan asked, with an air like his buddies. He also asked the soldiers to bring Liu Bo a bowl of water. All the criminals were captured in battle or on the run. They were imprisoned overnight, not to mention eating, and could not drink even a drop of water. They were so thirsty that their lips were chapped, and the throat was smoking. Liu Bo eagerly grabbed them. The bowl, slurp up in one breath. Yi Tan asked the soldiers to bring a plate of barbecue and wine and put them in front of Liu Bo. Liu Bo gritted his teeth and his hands were trembling. He knew in his heart that as long as he stretched out his hand, he could not turn his head back. But his stomach seemed to smell the scent of barbecue and wine. The drool coming out of swallowing. When he was entangled in his heart and was fighting fiercely, he heard Yi Tan's words again in his ears. Your wife and children are all at home looking forward to your early return, right? Your parents also expect you to stay by your side and keep your filial piety. 35 years old, exactly the same year. If they leave like this, they will definitely be sad. Think about it. A happy and warm scene where the whole family meets. The highest state of the art of war is a soldier who defeats others without a fight. The same is true for interrogation, with the heart attack first. As long as the weakness of human nature is accurately grasped, one can easily break through the psychological line of defense. Liu Bo lowered his head and tangled for a while, then raised his head and stretched out his hand, grabbed the fragrant barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth, gobbled it up, and quickly ate up a whole dish of barbecue amidst the curses of many difficult brothers and sisters, and drank it all. A small pot of wine, wiped his mouth with the mud-stained sleeve, and met Yitan's gaze. Yitan smiled slightly, nodded, and said, "You have made a wise choice. As long as you redeem your merits, you will be arranged to be a civilian officer in the army. Intimidation and temptation, both hard and soft, a big stick in one hand, and a carrot in the other. This trick is universal in ancient and modern times. It has been tried and tested repeatedly. Of course, it depends on who it is. People like Liu Bo are definitely very effective." Liu Bo's eyes lit up, and the worries and insecurity in his heart disappeared. Now he doesn't worry about anything anymore. He doesn't feel any guilt anymore when he becomes a traitor. Traitor. Scum. Prisoners group, a scribe-dressed middle-aged man, big teeth and a curse. It was next to the soldiers picked up the butt bash. A bit miserable pain hiss called. "Take this Mr. Liu down to rest first." Yitan smiled. Chapter 637 Shaking Conspiracy. "Take this Mr. Liu down to rest first." Yitan smiled. He was not in a hurry to let Liu Bo identify other criminals. Liu Bo had already started, and someone must be following. Sure enough, in the next arraignment, 5 more people were willing to redeem their merits and sold other companions who were unwilling to submit. Among them were 2 big fish, which made Yitan's mouth unable to close, and Du Hu and others looked at him. Admire. Of the 2 big fishes, one is more than 50 years old, with a thin face and 3 long beards under his jaw, with a gentle air. He must be a handsome guy when he is young. The younger one is also in his 30s. He has leopard-eyed beards, looks quite mighty, and has a strong body. At first glance, he knows that he is a strong brother who is charging forward. According to the confession by Liu Bo and others, the old man was called Yu Yuanxian, who was a servant of the Chu Empire and was the left servant of the Chu Empire. After the death of Chu, he was nowhere to be found. The fierce general was called Kuang Zongyi. He was the right general of the Yan Empire Ui. After fighting, he was wounded and rescued by his subordinates. He hid somewhere to recuperate, and then got together for some unknown reason. Liu Bo and others have insufficient status to be unable to enter the core senior level. It is not surprising that they do not know the course secrets. It is enough to recruit Yu Yuanxian and Kuang Zongyi. Big fish is generally very difficult to deal with. Yitan may be too happy, but he has become impatient. He just asked a few words and saw that both big fishes shut up, and ordered to be sentenced. Several large soldiers rushed up, bound Yu Yuanxian and Kuang Zongyi, and dragged them to the temporary torture frame. After they were tied up, they were slammed with a water-soaked whip. The 2 of them were extremely stiff, and they just gritted their teeth. There was a miserable howl, just a muffled sound of pain. Du Hui was very surprised, and was about to ask. Yitan already said triumphantly, "General Du, don't have to be impatient. Shanran has a clever plan." Li Ji, who was sitting on the side, gave him a roll of eyes, just to toss the person a bit, and after the prisoner's physical and mental powers were reduced, she was only convenient for her to perform the soul contemplation defa. "Is she so proud?" Yitan responded with a wry smile. "Can't you let me have a good time? Didn't you see Du Hui's admiring expression? I haven't enjoyed this feeling of being worshipped for a long time." "Well, you violated the Yi family's house rules. Wait for the family law to serve you later." Li Ji's pretty face turned red, and she gave him a pretty eye-catching eye. The so-called Yi family law is scary and loves people. Sometimes it's ridiculous. Even if it's an old couple, she can't help but reply with shame. Seeing the 2 people flirting, Du Hui had no choice but to pretend that he hadn't seen anything. Luo Fang and other guards had long been used to seeing them. It's nothing to say, but in some respects he was even more faint than the faint prince. But having said that, this world belongs to the emperor. He likes to toss and toss. Yu Yuanxian and Kuang Zongyi were so horrible that they were smashed by the whip. Yu Yuanxian was a civil servant, and his physique was not very good at first. In addition, he was locked up for the whole night when he was getting older. Before dripping in, he quickly supported him, unable to stop. His head drooped and fainted. Xuanzong was at the peak of a man's energy, coupled with his years of martial arts practice and strong physique. Even if he was hungry all night, he still needs to toss for a while. Of course, with Li Ji's unfathomable internal strength cultivation, Xuanzong can still control it even in the best state of spirit and energy, but he needs to lose some skill. The reason why Yi Tan tossed the two of them is distressed for his daughter-in-law. Wu, I don't want her to waste too much Najia's yuan. The soldiers untied Yu Anxian from the torture frame, carried it to a tent next to him, and placed it on a simple camp bed. After the wound was bandaged by the army doctor, everyone exited the tent. Li Ji put down the curtains after entering, and dozens of guards surrounded the tents outside, forbidding anyone from approaching. Yu Anxian was awakened by the weird sound in a groggy manner, instinctively opened his eyes, but his eyes were straight and vacant, like a lifeless puppet. His mouth was talking one by one, which made people see it at first sight and thought it was. What about zombies? Half an hour later, Li Ji came out and handed a roll of paper to Yi Tan. Yi Tan took a look and frowned. The scroll was filled with more than a dozen pages, and the amount of information in it was so large that it was a bit scary, and even Yi Tan's expression became a bit solemn. Song Yan was the seventh princess of the original Chu Empire. She was quite favored by Song Ziwin, the king of Chu. Before the fall of Chu capital, she was escorted out of the city by guards and hid in the old forest in the mountains. Song Ziwen's original intention was to hide her from name, and she was flat. Anan spent the rest of her life, but Song Yan was stubborn and determined to avenge her country. With the large amount of gold and silver she brought out, she recruited many masters of the world to prepare for the incident. During the secret development of power, Song Yan sent masters to visit the world and contacted some aristocratic elders in the Yan, Han, Jin, and Yanri empires and aspiring people in the homeland, and secretly trained the army. Pingdingshan was just one of the secret military strongholds. First, the so-called martial arts convention was Song Yan's conspiracy to force those sloppy rivers and lakes. It almost succeeded. Yi Tan accidentally broke good things and caused the army to encircle and suppress them, which was regarded as a heavy loss. Song Yan's small court still uses the old system. The former prime minister of the Yan Empire, Wu Taniu, was appointed prime minister, and Yu Anxian was appointed as the Minister of War. Among the five armies, Xuanzong served as the general of the former army. General Lu Che was the general of the left army. The army of the Korean Empire Park Zhengsheng was the general of the right army, and there were candidates for the generals of the middle and rear army, and there was a long list of names behind them. They all refused to submit and wanted to do so. Diehards in the restoration of the country. In the past few years, Song Yan has secretly touched and developed a lot of power. The military strength has reached 20,000. They are scattered in several places to practice secretly, waiting for the right time to get up and destroying the big ones in one fell swoop. The revenge and restore the country. Of course, Yi Tan doesn't believe that this force really has only 20,000 people. These 20,000 people are only the real power that Song Yan can control. Those noble elders and powerful elders are all wealthy owners. There must be a large number of family members in the family. By issuing weapons and equipment, these families become private troops. For a long time, a large amount of land has been in the hands of the powerful landlords and old wealth. Yi Tan didn't want to eliminate this hidden danger, but this matter is really urgent. There are too many trenches to offend, and the forced confiscation of land will inevitably lead to turmoil. It can only be done step by step, and at least a reasonable excuse is needed. The ban on land sales that was promulgated a year ago is the beginning. During this period, Song Yan also sent a large number of masters and dead men to sneak into the imperial capital to wait for the opportunity to assassinate Yi Tan. However, the palace was heavily guarded, and the portals overlapped like a lost palace. There was no opportunity to start at all. even if there are masters who are not afraid of death using the brilliant light work. Tizonga flew over the walls of the palace, and was also found, surrounded by soldiers in the palace, trying his best to die in battle or suicide. Yi Tan then understood how so many assassins would venture into the imperial palace during the sweep of the empires of the eastern continent. It turned out that they were all killers sent by Song Yan. The hatred in this woman's heart was too heavy. Life must be very painful, but her ability is really admirable, and the skill of fooling people alone made Yi Tan give her full praise. Of course, this force is not monolithic. The noble widows of all countries have their own small calculations in their hearts, but they are only forced to follow the orders of Song Yan for the time being due to the situation. Once the Great Zhou Empire army is defeated, the situation will be beneficial to them. Contradictions must be highlighted, and divisions are inevitable. Wu Taniu, this old guy, Yi Tan muttered to himself, with an unpredictable smile on his face. Chapter 638. Yi Tan is very familiar with this Prime Minister Wu Taniu. Wu Taniu studied hard and had the reputation of a child prodigy when he was a child. The title of champion, after entering the official position, achieved enviable political achievements by virtue of his excellent ability, and he was promoted one after another until he climbed to the position of the right Prime Minister of the Chu Empire. If he is not too young and not enough seniority, there is still a famous official with old qualifications in front of him. Climb early to the seat of the Prime Minister on the left. Wu Taniu is indeed a good governor of the country. Under his governance, the Chu Empire was once rejuvenated and its national strength gradually increased. If he was given a little more time, the Chu Empire would surely become the strongest country in the mainland. Unfortunately, he was not lucky and met Yi Tan. Turning out, the golden fingers opened wildly, turning a declining Zhou Empire into a superpower, slaying the quartet, and unifying the East and the West. After Chu's death, Wu Taniu retired to his home and stayed behind closed doors. Yi Tan, who cherishes his talent, sent high-ranking officials to invite him out of the mountain many times, but Wu Taniu refused with various excuses. Yi Tan was very annoyed. If it weren't because of Wu Taniu's reputation in Chudi is too big, and according to his sex personality, he has already given people a click. Fortunately, all the empires in the East and West continent were destroyed by him, and the world was unified. He didn't worry that such a bull like Wu Taniu would be used by the enemy, so he dispelled the idea of killing him. As a result, he was ruthless by Wu Taniu. Flickering made him murderous. In the evening, Li Ji controlled Qiang Zongyi with the soul-catching method and obtained the information she wanted. In fact, with Yu Yuanxian's confession, Qiang Zongyi's confession was of little use. Although he was the core figure, she knew nothing about it. No more than Yu Yuanxian. A lot of it just played the role of contrasting confession. Yi Tan pondered for a long while, and winked at Luo Fang. Luo Fang understood, got into the tent, and came out in the blink of an eye. He then summoned a medic with the army to rescue him and was tortured, but he still did not wake up. Yu Yuanxian and Qiang Zongyi, the military doctor, entered the tent, accompanied by two guards, and saw Yu Yuanxian and Qiang Zongyi lying on the bed separately. Their faces were peaceful, as if they were asleep, with a pulse, and their faces changed instantly. They are all dead. He died of his own heartbeat. The military doctor was worried that the officer blamed the ineffective treatment. He looked extremely nervous, and his forehead was sweating finely. When Yi Tan, Du Hu and others came in after hearing the news, Luo Fang pretended to pulse and confirmed that the two were dead. Du Hu looked uneasy, but when he saw that Yi Tan didn't scream, he just sighed, and ordered all the diehards who did not submit to be shot to death. The corpses were hanged in the public. Liu Bo and others who returned were placed under house arrest for the time being. This quietly relaxed, took a big breath. Of course, there are reasons why Yi Tan did this. The main reason is to paralyze Song Yan and others. The two core figures, Yu Yuanxian and Qiang Zongyi, would rather die than surrender and become benevolent. Others, even if they are greedy for life and fear of death, to seek refuge in the government. They don't know much about it and expose them. They are just some unimportant secret contact points and so on. The order he gave to Du Hui was strictly confidential about the return of Liu Bo and others. Continue to search for the rebels who slipped through the net in this area, until it is confirmed that there are no more rebels before they can evacuate, and all the captured Xios are escorted to remote mining areas. Hard labor. After the confession, Yi Tan left under the escort of the guards. Du Hui sent a company to escort him until he walked out of the mountain and entered Qinyuan County. Yi Tan still had some things to go through right away. He had to stay overnight in Qinyuan County. After he invested in the shop, he asked Luo Fang to call the head of the Imperial Security Bureau in his county, give orders, and send a quick ride. He rushed back to the imperial capital overnight, and gave his orders to Empress Jin, who was sitting in the imperial palace on his behalf. The cabinet and other important ministers discussed before the court meeting. Several leaders of the Imperial Security Bureau had other secret orders. They either went out in person or sent them out. A capable confidant with good abilities, brought elite soldiers and strong generals, quietly left the imperial capital, went to Yuanyan, Chu, Han and other places to secretly monitor some big figures on the blacklist. The secret spy of the Imperial Security Bureau not only has to closely monitor these big figures, even some officials there are also included in the secret surveillance list. Yi Tan suspects that some officials have secretly sought refuge in Songyan or have been bought off. Otherwise, Songyan, no matter how careful and concealed, 20,000 people are not a small number. There are always some abnormalities that have not aroused suspicion and sent people to investigate or report it. This shows that there is a problem. Under his orders, the troops stationed in Yuanyan, Chu, Han and other places also hunted out the rebels with great fanfare, and conducted several military exercises. The movement was so great that the local people were anxious for fear of being caught. The large manhunt and military exercises were shown to Song Yan and others. The real purpose was to paralyze them, and seized the opportunity of the military exercise to secretly transfer the elite troops, quietly replace the second-line troops of the original garrison, and do all kinds of surprises. Prepare for the development of the situation. Yi Tan also decreed to offer a reward to the famous heroes who had been showing on Pingding Shan and Dai Biqiang's confession. He was wanted in the whole country for bonuses. For a time, all the spies were wanted, and there were many rivers and lakes. The masters organized more than a dozen hunting teams for high bonuses, but they all returned without success in the end. Song Yan and the others did not expect that the secret spy of the government would come in the martial arts meeting deliberately arranged. Fortunately, they ran fast. Otherwise, they would be caught in a pot, but the loss would be great. It can be said that all the secret strongholds in Qinyuan County are finished. Yu Yuanxian, former General Guang Zongyai, and many key members were captured alive, and many more were killed. Song Yan and others were initially worried that Yu Yuanxian and Qiang Zongyai would not be able to survive the torture of torture and surrender. However, they saw that the government hangs up corpses in public, and only some exposed contact points and personnel were found and destroyed. With a sigh of relief, seeing the performance of the officers and soldiers in various places, all the worries in my heart were relieved. Apart from the removal of some personnel and materials that had been exposed, the others were temporarily stunted, waiting for the limelight to pass. Yi Tan rushed back to the imperial capital with great speed. He was not in the mood for patrolling the world, sightseeing and admiring the scenery. What else is more important than rebelling against him in the world? He returned to the imperial capital and put the matter on the agenda on the day he resumed the government. The ruling and opposition parties caused a lot of shock. The court officials shouted and screamed, and a murderous aura filled the court, and the imperial ministers who had surrendered were all anxious, uneasy, afraid of being caught. Fortunately, the Emperor Shengming not only did not suspect them, but encouraged them to let go of their ideological baggage, rejuvenate the empire, live and work in peace and contentment for the people of the world, and work hard for their own career. Yi Tan really didn't doubt these people. Although they all had their own small abacus, they all had the same mind, that is, to know the current affairs and see the situation clearly. The Great Zhou Empire has unified the East and West continents, and the national power is unprecedentedly strong. The toss can't turn the wind and waves, and the rebellion is purely seeking death. Today, the sun is 100 times more sacred than any founding emperor on the mainland, and he is still young. It will not be a problem to live 40 or 50 years old. Under his powerful control, days of the empire will only grow stronger. Of course, it is not ruled out that the emperor's old age will be confused. All kinds of prodigal will die. The next emperor will also be a faint emperor. But the family is too solid, at least a few generations to be able to defeat the family. For several generations, it's too far away. It is the wise man who grasps the immediate interests, and the stupid pen rebels and commits death. According to reports sent by the spy personnel of the Imperial Security Bureau, some important suspects such as Wu Taniu who were under close surveillance have not been transferred and disappeared. They are still eating and drinking as usual. They go out to visit friends and watch the show. Yi Tan breathed a sigh of relief. His plan of digging the hole was obviously successful. Chapter 639. Yi Tan paid special attention to Song Yan and his gang, but he would also take time to visit the Imperial Scientific Research Department. Although the Invincible Masters are lonely, the development of science and technology is an inevitable trend in the wheel of history, and no one can stop it. Under the influence of his golden fingers, Imperial science and technology dare not say that it is changing with each passing day, but it has also been greatly improved. The technology of iron smelting is a qualitative leap, and it is not ignorant that it can cast high-quality guns and cannons and other modern weapons. The development of the military and the mass production of agricultural tools that are convenient for the people, such as strong and tough iron plowshares, hacksaws, shovel, pedal thresher, and hand-operated grain-blowing machines, have greatly improved production efficiency. What he came to see today was a test of a steam engine. In fact, the small steam engine used in the test has already been successfully tested. Today, the test is a large steam engine. Once the test is successful, this thing will be used in shipping and other industries. In short, the benefits of high technology. It's too much to count with your toes. The test plant was already crowded with people, mostly elites in scientific research departments, and some high-ranking officials in the empire. They all ran over to watch the excitement after hearing about the magical function of the steam engine. After obtaining the permission of the emperor, several workers added coal to the large boiler that was already lit. As the fire in the boiler increased, the water in the sealed iron water tank gradually heated up, and when it reached the boiling point, a large amount of coal was produced. The water vapor enters the high-pressure steam pipeline, and then enters the cylinder, pushing the piston and sliding valve to turn the iron wheel. The officials saw that they were dumbfounded, and Yi Tanrong's color was calm. He knew in his heart that the elites of the Scientific Research Institute tried too many times in private, and only dared to report to the report after success. Sometimes it was helpless to think about it. Rapid development. But the thought of foolishness and loyalty is still stagnant. Everyone has selfishness. As a person in power, Yi Tan certainly has his own selfishness. He raises the social status of ordinary people, businessmen, technicians, handicraftsmen, etc., and raises the social status of women, but he still gives his subjects a share of the world. The old thoughts and old concepts of Jun Qinshai, of course. The 3 obediences and 4 virtues of women and women are removed. Men can divorce their wives and women can also get divorced, provided that they have suffered domestic violence, etc. They can go to the government to file a lawsuit and apply for divorce. The government will handle it after verification and confirmation. Yi Tan watched the coal fire in the big boiler burn more and more vigorously, and the big iron wheel turned faster and faster. Nodded with satisfaction. After the successful test of the large steam engine, he began to mash the steam-powered warship. From now on, there will be trains, tanks, and planes. He has no rivals in the lonely days. Apart from sultry sisters, he can only do these things for pastime. At present, the steam engine can be installed on armored warships and armored cruise ships. The armored cruise ships can be used as transport ships or for civilian use. These civilian cruise ships can also be requisitioned during war. Next, the armored ships can be used. The Emperor, is this really possible? A scientific researcher asked cautiously. Although the Emperor had all kinds of amazing and fantastic ideas, and in the end they all turned impossible into reality, making them admire the five-body ship. But the ship is made of iron, can really float on the water. No wonder everyone doubts it. Idiots know that iron sinks. Even a small piece of soybeans will sink when placed on the water. An iron ship, and such a big one, must it weigh? Due to many factors, they are limited to wood, which is a lightweight shipbuilding material that can float on water. It'll do it. You can rest assured. You can do a small boat test first, Yeaton affirmed, and it can be regarded as an affirmation to the scientific research elites. The iron keel and the iron plate and iron armor of the hull must be sealed well. Water leaks. Electric welding has not yet been mashed up. It can be replaced with other materials. He encouraged the scientific research elites, and the next step was rewards. The promotion should be promoted, and the reward banknote should be rewarded. He was never stingy in this regard. What's more, the rule of the East and the West, the dividends brought by the war made the empire's iron more. There was almost no place to store it, and he squandered his prodigal. The Academy of Science and Technology was full of joy and busyness. It was a must to set up a celebration banquet. Yeaton and all the important ministers stayed to accompany the scientific research elites to drink and eat meat. The sound of flattery during the dinner made Yeaton feel a little airy. This feeling is true. It's very refreshing. The original capital of Chu, Shaochun. At the back door of the mansion, a man wearing a hat and covering half of his face turned his head and looked at him. He stepped into the door. A householder looked around and found no one was following. He retracted his head and closed the door. Just across the alley, on the three-story building of a big mansion, Tong Dabiao stood by the windowsill, holding a binoculars, looking through the gap in the curtains. He was a lieutenant officer of the Imperial Security Bureau and was responsible for bringing two teams to monitor the situation. At the back door of the mansion, they are only responsible for monitoring everyone who enters the mansion. Those who leave the mansion have another master who is tracking and stalking, and they replace them all the way until they follow the target's residence. Song Yan and a group of Antithea Yeaton's heart stabbing. Of course, they don't hesitate to do their own work. They are closely monitored 24 hours a day. There are as many as 300 personnel deployed to the Shaochun Security Bureau, and they are all elite soldiers. There is a security bureau chief who personally sits in the town and monitors all the important suspects living in Shaochun on the blacklist. After more than 10 days of monitoring, the harvest is not small. If it is not for the long-term fishing of more fish, Early just started to catch it all in one go. For example, Deputy Mayor Tang Feng, Song Yiping and some municipal officials, Deputy Chief of the Patrol Bureau Chen Wu Ruiwu and some patrol officers were blacklisted by the Imperial Security Bureau. Most of these people were old Chu officials or powerful patriarchs. After the death of Chu to take refuge in Diezu, Yitan appointed these people as officials to appease the people of Chu. These guys were paid Diezu's salary. But they did something against the weak. Once the net was closed, these people would not only lose their heads, but also bring them together. Their family members will be implicated, and this is the price they must pay. There are nearly 400 people who have been exposed alone. When these information materials were submitted to Yitan, Yitan couldn't help taking a breath of air and calling Song Yan's strength if he without crossing. Maybe there will be a queen in the Chu Empire. Mayor Li Chun's Hong was a member of the imperial clan of Zhou dynasty. He was a servant of the staff and was appointed as a local official after the cabinet had agreed. However, this servant was obviously corrupt and degenerate. All he knew was corruption and bribery, and all his servants were prepared. I rebelled, and I couldn't see any abnormality. This servant was also on another blacklist of the Imperial Security Bureau. his head would definitely be irresistible. The same would be true for some corrupt middle and low officials. Even if he kept his head, his black hat would not be able to keep his head. Was assigned as a hard labor at the border gate, where he died of old age or illness. After the empire dominated the world, many officials have changed, or that the greed nature that has been restrained has finally been exposed. It is indeed time to rectify, and we must kill 100 and warn other people. I am not greedy. Dirty and lawless people will never be merciless when dealing with it. Yeaton's longline fishing plan was originally implemented well, but due to an unremarkable incident in Lishan County under the jurisdiction of Shaochun City, the net had to be closed in advance. Chapter 640 Funeral. Shaochun was once the capital of Chu, integrating politics, culture, and economy. It was naturally prosperous and even benefited several counties under its jurisdiction. After the death of Chu, Shaochun became a city of the Great Zhou Empire, but it was still prosperous and lively. Although the counties under its jurisdiction were affected a bit, the Great Zhou Empire implemented various new policies for the benefit of the people, and all the people enjoyed the benefits, and even the places severely affected by the war began to rejuvenate. Lishan County is located in the south of Shaochun City and guards the main roads of north-south traffic. It is the north-south barrier of Shaochun and a strategic place where military strategists must contend. Qin Feng. In the town of Lishan County, Qin San was originally a small merchant in Dezhou. After the death of Chu, he came to do business. He also seized the business opportunity. After a few years of business, he bought a lot of land in Lishan County, became a famous local grain gentry. In the evening, Qin Feng's wife Tang Jingxiu died of a sudden illness. Qin's mansion was busy doing funerals. Qin Feng had a good mouth and spleen in the local area and had many friends. So many people came to mourn. Lishan County Magistrate Qin Hao and Qin Feng Qin San have some intersections. Qin San is also the grain gentry in the county. In addition, both of them are surnamed Qin, so the second son, Qin Xilu, is the representative of the residents to mourn. The second son of Qin Xilu is not only handsome and elegant, personable, and talented. He is proficient in all kinds of piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. He is 23 years old and has not yet married a wife. This has attracted many young ladies and ladies of the county. Send it off. The matchmaker who came to the door-to-door matchmaker stepped on the threshold of Qin Mansion and couldn't say it. I don't know what Qin's second son was thinking. In fact, Qin Xilu and Qin Feng and Qin San are good friends. Qin San often invites the second son of Qin to have a drink and talk about things. And Qin San also puts the singer and dancer who came to the mansion to accompany them in the bed. But the second son of Qin was not inferior, and none of the beautiful fans, singers and dancers touched any of them, making San Qin and the people in the county suspect that the second son of Qin had broken sleeves. In fact, Qin Xilu's orientation is normal. There are no bad hobbies. He just likes people he shouldn't like. He likes Qin San's original wife, Tang Jingxiu. He made friends with Qin San just to meet Tang Jingxiu. One side. Qin Xilu is very infatuated and gentle. He suppresses the turbulent emotions deep in his heart. He just chats with Tang Jingxiu about some poems, plays the piano and plays the piano. He is already very satisfied. Outsiders can't see anything unusual. Of course, Qin San and Qin Xilu have their own little abacus when they make friends. Qin Hao. Qin is the master of the county. The soil emperor of this county has so many benefits that they can't count their toes. Communication can also be regarded as having its own purpose, each of which needs to be taken. Qin Xilu usually never rides a horsey-drawn carriage when going out. At most he rides a horse. But today he took a horsey-drawn carriage to Qin San's mansion for the first time. Inside the carriage, Qin Xikeng sat on his knees and carefully wiped the revolver in his hand. His handsome face looked terrifying because of the twisted muscles, and his eyes full of grief were filled with breathtaking murderous intent. The empire bans guns. Private possession of guns is not illegal. It is only those who have a certain official position are eligible to be equipped with guns. Of course, there are also people with special identities who can be equipped with guns. such as those of the Imperial Security Agency and the Intelligence Agency. Secret Agent Qin Xilu is a secret spy of the Imperial Security Bureau, the subdirector of the Lishan County Branch Bureau. Because it is the county seat, Qin Xilu's subordinates only have 5 secret spies, and they are responsible for secretly monitoring the troubles of Lishan County. His identity is very secret, including his parents, siblings and friends do not know his true identity. He deliberately approached Qin Feng and Qin San, not suspecting that he had any wrongdoing, but simply fascinated in falling in love with Tang Jingsu. Tang Jingsu suddenly fell ill and died. Others might believe it, but Qin Xilu killed him and did not believe it, because 2 days ago, he also played music with Tang Jingsu. Tang Jingsu is not the kind of weak daughter, she is rather healthy, but a little melancholy. Of course Qin Xilu knows the reason. Tang Jingsu was not happy. After Qin Feng's fortune, her nature was exposed. Successively she took 6 concubines and raised some singers and dances. This was still not enough, and she often went to Fengwaxueu in Fenaiyu district, and Tang Jingsu was completely left out. In fact, Tang Jingsu can be regarded as one of the best in 100 miles, gentle and virtuous, from a scholarly family. Marrying Qin Feng to a businessman is a bit wronged. Qin Feng was blinded by lard, and left out such a sweet wife. Let Qin Xilu. It hurts very much, and I want to kill Qin Feng. But reason makes him suppress the impulse and bury this idiot in my heart. Qin Xilu has the courage to break the world, because his love is true and idiotic, but he also knows that Tang Jingsu is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. He is stubborn in nature. He is seriously affected by the old world and old concepts, so he has no courage to step forward one step. Besides, he himself couldn't be sure whether Tang Jingsu had affection for him. This was the most terrible thing. It's not uncommon for people to be nice but suddenly ill and die, but Qin Xilu firmly believes that Tang Jingsu's cause of death is suspicious. He must find out that Tang Jingsu is innocent. The biggest suspect is his good friend Qin Feng. Qin San. The carriage stopped in front of the gate of the Qin mansion, and when Qin Zai got off the carriage, he had returned to his old manner, but with a touch of solemnity and sorrow. There were many luxury carriages parked outside the gate of the Qin mansion. All of them were big figures with status and status. The surroundings were also crowded with people, all coming to mourn. Second brother, Qin Feng, a filial piety dressed Qin San, saw Qin Xilu and threw himself into his arms and burst into tears. He cried so much tears and snot, and looked very sad. If you don't know what it is, I really thought he had a deep affection for Tang Jingsu. Big brother, I'll greet the guests first. Qin Xilu patted him on the shoulder and asked him to greet the guests first, entered the morning hall by himself, respectfully scented Tang Jingsu's incense, stepped aside, and then slipped into the inner hall as usual. There are people inside and outside Qin's mansion, and the courtyard is full of banquets. Many guests are already eating and drinking, talking in low voices. Qin Xilu was a frequent visitor of the Qin mansion. Some stewards came over to greet the guests eagerly. Qin Xilu said that she was not hungry, and asked the steward to greet the guests in advance and walk around at will. He wanted to enter Tang Jingsu's room to check and see if he found any suspicious clues, but the backyard was a forbidden area for men, and no male owner allowed to accompany him. It was forbidden to enter. He was thinking about an excuse to get in, when the sound of ghost crying and wolf howling suddenly came from the next courtyard. He was startled. However, listening to the lyrics, he could still hear that he had played a lot with Tang Jingsu's piano and flute. In the second autumn rain, I could hear that the song was a woman, but it was too scary. Well, at this time, how can anyone in Qin's mansion dare to sing? Let the second son laugh. A Qin official came to apologize, and then ordered the family to use a cloth ball to gag the singing madwoman. Qin Xilu didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Someone sang at this time, and it was really embarrassing to the Qin family, and the handling of the affairs was decisive and correct. Crazy woman. Qin Xilu's heart suddenly moved, and an imperceptible light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 641 Crazy Female Crazy Woman. When did Qin Mansion have a crazy woman? Qin Xilu was suspicious. He often found some excuses to come to the Qin Mansion as a guest. He never found or heard of a mad woman in the Qin Mansion. And he was still a guest in the Qin Mansion just 2 days ago. When I played with Tang Jingsu's piano and flute, I didn't find any mad women. Only 2 days later, not only Tang Jingsu died of a serious illness, but also a mad woman appeared, which made him suspicious. He originally suspected that Qin Feng killed Tang Jingsu, and now he came back carefully. The more he felt that there was a problem here. Qin is in charge. Why is there a crazy woman suddenly in the good house? Qin Xilu asked, but his expression on his face looked very plain, as if he was just asking casually. A maid went crazy. Guan Shiqin laughed. It's Tuna. A clerk next to him said a lot, but was glared by Qin Guan, who was so scared that he swallowed abruptly. Tuna? She was fine the day before yesterday. Why was she crazy? Qin Xilu said in a daze, with an expression of surprise and doubt on his face. This is a normal reaction. No one would think that there is something wrong with it. Well, I have to say that his acting skills are definitely of the actor level. At this moment, his heart was surging. Tuna was Tang Jingsu's personal maid. When Tang Jingsu married into Qin's family, she was a clever, considerate and cherished child. Tang Jingsu did not regard her as a maid. The relationship between the two is not only a master and servant, but also a good girlfriend who says nothing. Tang Jingsu suddenly fell ill and died. Tuna, the clothes-knit maid, suddenly went mad. At this moment, he became more and more convinced that Qin Feng had a problem. Miss suddenly died of illness, and it hit her too hard. Guan Shi sighed, but his eyes were secretly observing the expression on Qin Xilu's face. This explanation is reasonable. Similar things have not happened, but Qin Xilu sneered in his heart and talked ridiculously. The acting skills of this man seemed to be not inferior to him. Oh, poor girl. Qin Xilu let out a sigh, with an expression of reality on his face. The two actor and actress were performing wildly, but he was even better and succeeded in flicking Guan Qin. By the way, I happen to know a genius doctor. Qin Xilu sighed and shook his head, turned to leave, turned his head suddenly, and walked forward. Second young master, you are. Guan Shiqin said in a daze. He suddenly couldn't react. Seeing Qin Xilu walking forward, he wanted to stop him, but he couldn't find any excuses. After all, second young master Qin was his own. A good friend of the master, who often comes as a guest, and is basically familiar with the Qin Mansion. Second young master. Guan Shi was so anxious that he rubbed his hands and could only call out from behind. It's okay, let me see. Tuna is a good girl. Qin Xilu turned his head and said, but the pace on his feet was not slow at all. Turning past an arch, and walking further forward is the backyard where the female family lived, but Qin Xilu didn't seem to know, stepped in, and strode towards the small room where the song of Tuna was heard. Second son, yo. Guan Shi couldn't keep up a little bit, so he had to shout to follow, while several Jiading followed him. Near the small room, a disgusting smell puffed his nose, causing Qin Xilu to frown and cover his nose. Guan Shiqin and several Jiading stood far away holding their noses. No one can bear the nauseating smell. They vomited each other when they tied Tuna yesterday, and they vomited overnight. Out. Qin Xilu stood in front of the window, resisting the disgusting smell, and peering in through the cracks in the window. This small room was originally a utility room, but now it has become a cell with Tuna closed. Locked the general iron, even the windows were nailed down with wooden boards. Seeing the unkempt face, Qin Xilu could no longer see his face. Tuna, who was covered with feces all over his body, was sitting on the dirty ground, grabbing some squishy things and stuffing it into his mouth. Vomit. Qin Xilu couldn't stand it anymore, bending over and vomiting. Second young master. Guan Shiqin shouted, motioning to the family beside him to help others. Qin Xilu vomited and shook his hand, indicating that he was okay. He vomited until the bitter gall was vomited out, and there was nothing to vomit. Then he arched his waist, put his hands on his knees, and gasped for breath, almost threw up his life. The son. The slave family sings a song for you. Quack, quack. Tuna's weird laughter came from the utility room. King Shan ... empty ... after the rain ... quack. King Xilu, who was vomiting softly, leaned into the gap in the window, and saw Tuna lifted his hand to lift the dirty hair on his forehead, showing the feces on his face, and he couldn't see the beauty, his face, but his big clear and smart eyes blinked desperately, and his hands couldn't help but flicked. King Xilu coughed a few times, then ran away covering his mouth, squatting on the ground and vomiting, but he couldn't vomit anymore. Guanxi asked Jiading to fetch water, let King Xilu rinse his mouth, and then helped him out. King Xilu left the inner courtyard and went directly to the front to find Qin Feng and Qin San. During this short journey, he didn't know how many times he had touched the revolver under his arm, but he finally resisted it. Before finding conclusive evidence, it was unwise to kill Qin Feng. There were many harms, so endure it first. He came to Qin Feng, accompanied him to greet the guests, and said some comforting words, and then proposed that he wanted to play the last song Requiem for his sister-in-law, and finally let Qin accompany her to bury her. Qin Feng had no objection to this, and ordered Guan Qin to go to Tang Jingxu's room to fetch the piano. King Xilu followed behind. Qin Feng frowned and winked at the two bodyguards beside Shili. The two bodyguards understood attentively, and both followed King Xilu's back. Qin Feng looked at King Xilu's leaving back. His eyes were a bit complicated. He also suspected that King Xilu had a wrong attitude towards Tang Jingxu at first, but both of them abide by the rules of etiquette and nothing happened. There were rumors that King Xilu had broken sleeves, so he dispelled the suspicion in his heart. This can only be explained as the two people's sympathy and sympathy. In fact, as long as King Xilu shows a little bit of that meaning, Qin Feng will not be angry. On the contrary, he also wants adult beauty. He doesn't mind wearing this green hat, as long as he holds the handle of King Xilu, Qin Hao as the honor of a county. In order to preserve his face and the black hat on his head, he would definitely cooperate with him and provided all kinds of conveniences. At that time, he made a lot of money. Manager Qin frowned slightly when he saw King Xilu following behind, but when he saw Qin Feng's two bodyguards also followed, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and took King Xilu straight into the inner courtyard to the wing where Tang Jingxu lived. The gate was locked by General Tai. Guanxi opened it with the key, pushed open the door, stood sideways, and signaled King Xilu to enter. King Xilu shook his head and stood at the door with his hand holding his hand, indicating that it was not convenient to enter. He knew in his heart that as long as he stepped into Tang Jingxu's room, he would be killed by the two bodyguards behind him. This also indirectly proved that Tang Jingxu was not killed by a serious illness. It was being killed. Inside was the scene of the first murder. It is estimated that Qin Feng hadn't cleaned it up and there were clues left. That's why he was murdered. With such an obvious pit, is this young man so stupid? Chapter 642. The secret in the King Xilu didn't enter the room foolishly, so he stood outside the door with his hands and waited. Guanxi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He entered the room and found the kin that Tang Jingxu often played. He inspected it and found nothing, before holding it out to King Xilu. King Xilu held the piano in both hands. His face was calm, but his heart was as if the river was overwhelmed. The famous tassel was made by a famous craftsman. It is said that it has been around for nearly 100 years, but he bought it with a lot of money. After knowing Tang Jingxu, after making some small changes to the piano, he gave it to Tang Jingxu. At the moment the piano was there, the beautiful lady had disappeared, making his heart cut like a knife, but he couldn't reveal it. According to King Xilu's request, Guanxi Qin took him to the pavilion in the garden, called two maids to serve, and went back to Qin Feng. Qin Feng was relieved to learn that King Xilu did not enter the room, but he did not care about it, and learned that Guanxi had arranged two maids by King Xilu's side, so he was relieved that there were too many guests coming to mourn. Many of them have status, or special status. He has to greet him personally, and he doesn't have much time to think about it. Yuna, give me some sandalwood. Ginxilu put the piano on the low table and sat cross-legged in front of him, and then said to the serving maid. He knew that these two maids were specially reserved by Qin Guan. Come down and watch him. After Yuna left, he ordered the other maid to get some wine and food. He was vomiting badly just now, and he was so hungry that he screamed, and his hands and feet were still a little soft, so fill up the stomach first. After the maid left, he held the piano in his arms, quickly opened the hidden compartment at the bottom of the piano, fetched a stack of paper rolls from the inside, and hid it in his arms. When deciding to give the piano, he also had a sudden heartbeat. Under the impulse, he asked a master carpenter to add a piece of log to the bottom of the piano to make a hidden compartment that can hide small things, and then carefully paint the color. It's almost the same as Yuangan's color. It can't be seen if you don't pay attention, and you won't find the hidden mechanism under the piano. When Qin Xilu told Tang Jingsu about the organs at the bottom of the piano, he was joking. If one day, if there is any important secret that I dare not or embarrassed, I can write it on paper and put it in the piano. Secretly, give the piano to that person. If it is destined, that person will discover the secret of the bottom of the piano. The person he was talking about was actually himself, and he was looking forward to that day. But when it came to fruition, it was already between yin and yang. In fact, what Qin Xilu said was a confession suggestive of sex. Tang Jingsu understood in her heart that she hesitated when receiving the piano, but still accepted it. It's a pity that Qin Xilu's affection was too deep and he was in a situation in the middle of the world. The emotional intelligence has dropped severely, but I didn't even feel it. This may be good luck. Qin Xilu put the piano in place, pressed the strings with both hands, and took a deep breath, trying to calm the ups and downs of his heart, and played the piano violently. He played the requiem once played with Tang Jingsu. It was a peace of mind for Tang Jingsu, who was fragrant and dying, and also expressed his inner sadness and pain. The two maids brought wine and food to the side of the pavilion. After lighting the sandalwood, they stood there with their hands hanging down, not daring to disturb Qin Xilu, who was engrossed in the piano. After the song was finished, Qin Xilu got up, did not eat any food and wine, and left without eating the kin. When he reached the gate, he handed the kin to Qin Feng and asked him to put it in Tang Jingsu's coffin and bury her with her second brother. I forgive my eldest brother for lack of skills and can't entertain him personally. I will eat the banquet before leaving. Qin Feng apologized and graciously retained him. Brother, how can I eat? Qin Xilu smiled bitterly. He hurried home to read the letter Tang Jingsu had left him. How could he be thinking about drinking now? Qin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded, expressing his understanding. Guan Shi had already reported to him Qin Xilu's horrible vomiting just now. Who is it to be put on? What appetite is there for drinking and eating? Qin Xilu left the Qin mansion, boarded his carriage, and then eagerly took out the stack of letters hidden in his arms to read. The handwriting is thin, hard stroke, beautiful, and it is Tang Jingsu's handwriting. The beginning of the letter is Master, when you read this letter, Xin has already left. Please don't be sad, old, sick, and reincarnation in the world. Qin Xilu's eyes were full of tears. This large stack of scrolls was not so much a letter as a diary that was more accurate. It recorded Tang Jingsu's bit by bit and mood after he met him. It's not that she can't feel Qin Xilu's infatuation and love for herself, but she didn't have the courage to take that step, and she didn't want to ruin his future because of this. I can only hide that love deep in my heart, and we will be married again in the next life. Qin Xilu was so painful that he pulled his hair and cursed that he was a stupid pig. He couldn't see Tang Jingsu's affection for him. If he knew it, he would take Tang Jingsu away at all costs, elope, and make a deal with Qin Feng. No matter, as long as you can be with Tang Jingsu, you are satisfied. But God is just making fun of people like that. There are also a few pages of papyrus filled with words at the back of these diaries. One page is Tang Jingsu's life experience, or to be precise, her work experience. Her original name is Tang Zwifang. After being a palace lady in the Deep Palace for more than 2 years, the emperor suddenly changed his heart and slashed the palace ladies and eunuchs a lot, and she was one of the palace ladies who were laid off. After Tang Jingsu returned home, no one dared to marry because she had ever entered the palace to serve the emperor, so she changed her name to Jingsu, married a small vendor Qin Feng, and walked away from Chu. And she had not had any children for several years after marriage. This is why she acquiesced to Qin. The reason for Feng Na concubine. The last few pages of papyrus record all kinds of abnormalities of Qin Feng, which can also be said to be criminal evidence. After Qin Feng's fortune, his whole person began to change. He often made friends with foxes and dogs, spending a lot of time and drinking. Tang Jingsu accidentally found Qin Feng and some people in Juchu. They had close contacts, and after secretly paying attention, they discovered that these people actually wanted to rebel. In order to pull Qin Feng into the gang, Xu Yi was a high-ranking official, but Qin Feng's brain was flooded, and he actually joined the gang. Tang Jingsu was terrified and worried, but she didn't know who to trust. There were people from Qin Feng in the house. Without conclusive evidence, how could she dare to report to the government? Besides, there were some in the government that were bought by Qin Feng, including the county patrol. The deputy directors of the bureau, Tan Yong, Lu Yang and others, could only keep these things deep in her heart until the accident happened. During this period, Tang Jingsu discovered that there were more strangers in the mansion. These people were armed with swords. At first glance, they were martial artists. On the surface, these people were the guards of the Qin mansion and Qin Feng's bodyguards, but in private, Qin Feng was respectful and polite to them. Just 2 days before the accident, Tang Jingsu accidentally discovered that the gang was sneaking in from the back door several carriages that were tightly covered with black cloth. The words are gone when they are written here, and the writing is a bit sloppy. Obviously Tang Jingsu had a premonition that something was going to happen, and hid it in the bottom of the piano before finishing writing in a hurry. And then something really happened. Chapter 643 I Need Your Help. Tuna is Tang Jingsu's personal maidservant. The two of them are like sisters, and they don't need to say anything. Naturally they also know these secrets. Tuna is self-protection, so she can only act as a cheap one and pretend to be crazy, so that she will not be killed. She guessed that Qin Xilu is certain will come to mourn, attract him with singing, and give hints. These are all Qin Xilu's speculations, and the details will not be confirmed until Tuna is rescued. But that's almost the case. Qin Xilu did not go back to the house immediately, but let the coachman drive to the Fu Aiyuan Inn. The owner of the Fu Aiyuan Inn, Cao Xiao, was his deputy. Qin Xilu briefly explained the situation and asked Cao Xiao to summon 3 other subordinates to stand by, and send one of them to report, and rushed to Shaochun to move troops, and rushed back to the mansion to discuss with his father Qin Hao. When Qin Xilu revealed his identity, Qin Hao was in a daze for a while before reacting, and asked anxiously, "Dad's matter?" It's no wonder that Qin Hao asked. As the head of a county, his hands and feet are naturally a little dirty. Rumor has it that he began to strictly investigate corrupt officials. Some high-ranking officials have been invited into the bureau by the Imperial Security Bureau to drink tea. He was anxious, and was always afraid that he would find it on his head. "Father, it's not this thing, it's another big thing." "Well, if this thing is done, it can be done." Qin Xilu smiled bitterly. Of course, he knew that his hands and feet were dirty. Fortunately, he was not too greedy. He gave some big money givers or businessmen some extra care. At least he didn't succumb to the law. The people hated the dog official or something, so he opened one eye and closed the other, just to remind him at some point to be careful to cross the red line. In order to stimulate the old man and get his full cooperation, he simply linked this important matter to the investigation of corruption and stimulated him. "What's the big deal?" Qin Hao said in a daze. if he could really redeem his merits, of course he would be happy. Qin Xilu took out the last page of Tang Jingsu's diary and handed it to his father. Qin Hao took a look, his face suddenly turned pale. He was not promoted because of his poor ability, unsatisfactory political performance, and for some reasons. He has been in charge of the book for 5 full years, relying on his seniority. I was only mixed with the county magistrate, the 7th rank official position. It was 7 years. Although there were transfers during the period, they were only transferred at the same level, moved a nest, and changed places. But they are also the old fritters in the officialdom. A quick glance will tell you what is inside. What is the content? This is the rhythm of someone conspiring to rebel. If it happens, his county magistrate may be the first person to be killed by the anti-thief. How can he scare him to the face of no one's color, so cold sweats are soaring. What can I do with this? Qin Hao really panicked. If it was the old system, he could also mobilize the arresting officials and the young men to arrest the chaos. But the empire reformed vigorously and implemented the separation of military and government. Although his county magistrate still controls the entire county, he has no power. Re-administration of military power. The County Patrol Bureau will be directly under the control of the Upper City Patrol Bureau, and will only assist and cooperate when the county needs it. He has a poor relationship with the county police chief Yansen. Yansen often finds all kinds of excuses for not cooperating at work, which makes him very annoyed. At this time, he wants to ask Yansen for help. The deputy director and the chaotic thieves are in the same group. Maybe Yansen is also. God knows how many people in the county's patrol station have been bought off. He doesn't know who to trust now. Father, don't panic. Qin Xilu smiled bitterly to comfort him, knowing that he shouldn't let his father participate in this way. It might still be a big burden. His headache is that this matter is very urgent, but there are not many people available. The police station has more than 30 guns, but God knows how many are reliable. The 2 deputy directors have been bought, and he is also suspicious of the director Yansen. No one doesn't have a gun. It's not easy. Well, wait. Qin Hao wrinkled his bitter face. His heart flashed, and he suddenly thought of someone. Who? Qin Xilu asked anxiously. He couldn't think of anyone else in Lishan County who could use it reliably. Meng Dahai is a member of the staff, Qin Hao said, triumphant at his wit. Huh? Qin Xilu looked confused. He seemed to have heard of the name, but he didn't even have any impression. You still did that because you didn't know about Meng's staff. Qin Hao triumphantly talked about the origin of Meng Dahai in a posture that Lozi taught his son. Meng Dahai used to be a soldier in the Black Wolf Army. He was promoted to battalion officer one after another because of his bravery in combat and repeated combat merits. Later, he was injured in the battle to conquer the Western continent and lost his entire left arm. After retiring, he did not know why. He took his family and a few wounded and retired brothers to buy land and settled in Wuai village under the jurisdiction of Lishan County in Shaochuan, Chu, and became a local grain gentry. Because Meng Dahai and his brothers are too low, and because they are not the richest man in Wuai village, almost no one knows his existence. Qin Hao also accidentally read Meng Dahai's files to find out that it was a disability placed by the military. One of the veterans. The reason why Qin Hao trusts Meng Dahai so much is because he stayed in Wuai village when he went to the countryside to experience the feelings of the people. He lived in Meng Dahai's home, he drank with him and talked with him. He knew that he was a bloody man. Being loyal to the empire will never be bought by anyone. Qin Xilu's eyes lit up, and according to what his father said, he also felt that Meng Dahai was reliable. The only thing he was worried about was that he would have a comfortable life in his small days. Is there still the bloody sex of the past? But anyway, he has to try it once. He asked the old man to wait at home first, and wait for him to come back before discussing dealing with the police station. If he doesn't come back half an hour, It means that something happened to him, so let's find a way to run away. Qin Xilu went out from the back door and took an ordinary carriage out of the city. Another family Ding drove out of the city on horseback and waited outside the city. After leaving the city, he would change horses and rush to Wuai village. It was made so complicated to avoid people's eyes. Go, now the situation is critical. Be careful to hold the boat for 10,000 years. Meng Dahai was practicing swords in the mansion. He lost a left arm on the battlefield, but it had little effect on his swordsmanship. Suddenly, he heard that Jiading came to report, and Qin Xilu, the second son of Qin County Zun, asked to see him. Meng Dahai was startled, put down the long sword in his hand and went out to welcome the guests, greeted Qin Xilu into the hall, and the maid brought the fragrant tea and walked back. Meng Dahai waved his hand to let the butler retreat. There were only two of them in the whole hall. In fact, he could see that the second son of Qin was in a hurry. Although his face was calm, his eyes showed anxiety. Still, let him catch it. Captain Meng. Qin Xilu suddenly raised his chest and saluted a very standard military salute. Meng Dahai was startled. He raised his chest and abdomen in response to sex and raised his hands in salute. They were all very standard military salutes. Both of them looked at each other, and both showed meaningful smiles. Qin Xilu didn't say any polite nonsense. He went straight to the point and took out his officer ID from his pocket. Okay. Meng Dahai took a look, frowning. What kind of sexual unit the Imperial Security Bureau is? He knew very well in his heart that there must be something important for the second young Master Qin to look for him in such a hurry. It is said that people are not good looking. This is indeed the most logical saying. Who would have thought that the handsome, romantic and suave, the second son of Qin, who has attracted the little lady of the Liang family from 100 miles around the county, turned out to be a second lieutenant officer of the Imperial Security Bureau. It makes people shiver to think that the predecessor of the Imperial Security Bureau is the notorious black-clothed guard, but it is only feared by people with ghosts in their hearts, and brave and upright soldiers like him are not afraid at all. Qin Xilu knew the sexuality of a purely broken soldier like Meng Dahai. He didn't turn around and wiped his feet. He first clarified the seriousness of the situation, and then directly confessed his difficulties and asked for help. Commander Meng, I need your help. Chapter 644 A misunderstanding, sir. Just give the order. Meng Dahai raised his hand in salute with a serious expression. Although he was disabled and retired, the blood of the soldier was still there. He would never sit back and ignore such a serious matter. Thank you. Qin Xilu looked a little excited. He didn't expect to get Meng Dahai's help so easily. Such a bloody soldier deserves his respect. According to Qin Xilu's request, Meng Dahai summoned all trustworthy people. A total of 56 people, including his 3 sons, a dozen or so veterans who were also retired due to disability, and their sons were also young and strong farming in the farm. Qin Xilu did not expect so many people to be available. Although Meng Dahai and his comrades in arms have disabilities, or lack of arms or legs, they can still use guns. The most important thing is that their domineering and evil spirits can suppress the average. Xiao Xiao. Each of their sons is sturdy and has practiced martial arts, and it is nothing to deal with 3 or 5 ordinary men alone. Those family members are also very strong. Not only did they learn simple military fighting skills, but during their leisure time, Meng Dahai also trained them in accordance with the basic training subjects of the army. It is not an exaggeration to say that as long as they are needed in wartime, these family members only need to be equipped. Firearms and ammunition can be thrown into the battlefield, which makes Qin Xilu's mouth unable to close with joy. Qin Xilu touched a shiny revolver from his back and threw it to Meng Dahai. Meng Dahai's eyes lit up and he reached out to catch it. When the shotgun started, he revolved familiarly for a few times, and the whole person changed. It had to be a little different from usual, and his body exuded a shocking aura, as if he was back on the battlefield, leading the iron-blooded battalion commander who led the hundreds of brothers in the battalion to fight in blood. Qin Xilu was in awe. He hadn't been on the battlefield, but he could clearly feel the fearless aura of the soldiers in Meng Dahai, and he was sure that with the help of Meng Dahai and his gang of brothers, this matter would definitely be settled. After a brief discussion with Meng Dahai, everyone entered the city in batches, with swords and other weapons hidden in the carriage. Qin Xilu and Meng Dahai rode in the same carriage and discussed the details of the action as they entered the city. Qin Hao didn't know how many circles he had made when he was at home. He turned the old housekeeper Qin Fu into a daze. He was relieved when he saw his son come in with Meng Dahai. Qin Xilu didn't care about talking to him. "You are polite. According to the way we discussed with Meng Dahai, let the old man come forward and invite the chief and deputy chiefs of the police station to catch turtles in the urn." Tan Yong and Lu Ying, the deputy chiefs of the police station, went to mourn Qin San Yi. They were half drunk. The two brothers came over drunk. They were disarmed by Meng Dahai and others as soon as they entered Qin Mansion. Usually, a rag was stuffed in his mouth and thrown into the kiln to be imprisoned. As soon as the chief director Yan Sen entered the door, Qin Xilu and Meng Dahai pointed their heads with revolver spears. His face turned pale, and he stared at Qin Hao and shouted, "Qin County Order, what do you mean?" "Director Yan, I'm sorry, I'm offended," Qin Xilu said, reaching out his hand to take off his revolver shotgun. Whether Yan Sen will participate in the Chaos Thieves has not yet been determined. If someone is innocent, it would be a bit embarrassing. He didn't want his own Lao Tzu to really be in the same situation as Yan Sen, and his tone was quite polite. Yan Sen turned his head, rolled his strange eyes and stared at Qin Xilu. He could see that Qin Xilu was the principal. What did this kid mean? Lao Tzu wants reasonable explanation, otherwise the matter is endless. Qin Xilu didn't hide it, and briefly described the situation. Even the deputy directors Tan Yong and Lu Ying had been disarmed and detained. They kept their eyes fixed on Yan Sen's face and checked his expression. The expression on Yan Sen's face was quite weird, surprised, stunned, curious, etc. He was stunned for a while before a wry smile appeared on his face. "It seems that you also found that something is wrong." His right hand was slowly raised, and the movement was very slow. The revolver shotguns in the hands of Qin Xilu and Meng Dahai and others were still facing him. If the movement was too fast and caused a misunderstanding, if someone nervously pulled the trigger, it really was even worse than Sister Dewey. Yan Sen raised his hand to his jacket pocket, put his thumb and index finger into the bag, took out a folded piece of paper, and handed it to Qin Xilu. From beginning to end, his movements were very slow, while Qin Xilu and Meng Dahai waited. People's eyes have been staring at him. As long as Yan Sen changes slightly, he will be shot to death by random guns. Qin Xilu took the paper, opened it, and frowned. Meng Dahai was curious and couldn't help but glanced at it. He saw a long list of names written on the paper, with Qin Xilu's name on it. Qin Xilu just glanced at the long list of names recorded on the paper to confirm that Yan Sen was not an anti-thief. Those names included the two deputy directors of the Patrol Bureau Tan Yong and Lu Ying, as well as some officials from the county government and local tycoons. Wait, it's roughly the same as Tang Jingsu's record, even a lot more than Tang Jingsu's record. Director Yan, I'm really sorry, we misunderstood. Qin Xilu nodded to Meng Dahai, put away the gun, apologized to Yan Sen, and handed his gun over. However, the expression on his face was quite embarrassing, not because of the misunderstanding of Yan Sen, but because of their father and son. The names of the two are also on that piece of paper. He could understand this. Who made him have a too close relationship with Qin Feng and Qin San Yi, and worshipped the man to call him brother and sister. Naturally, people were suspicious, and even his father and other relatives were suspected. Yan Sen took the pistol, plugged it into the holster, and looked straight at Qin Xilu. Although he didn't speak, his meaning was obvious. I need a reasonable explanation. Qin Xilu smiled bitterly, glanced at Dad Qin Hao, gritted his teeth, took out the letter Tang Jingsu left him from his arms and handed it over. Yan Sen took it, glanced quickly, and then handed the letter back. Qin Xilu took the letter into his arms with an awkward expression on his face. Qin Feng and others conspired to rebel. As a second lieutenant officer of the Imperial Security Bureau, he was in charge of the secret spy work in Lishan County. This is a serious dereliction of duty, but fortunately, he can make up for it. Yan Sen did not embarrass Qin Xilu, but simply explained that although the Empire rules the world, there are still some diehards who do not give up and are determined to return to the country. The Emperor's wise and martial arts has already counted these, so in the Old Chu and other places appoint elite soldiers and strong generals to sit here, but it is a pity that people like Tan Yong and Lu Ying can't stand the temptation to confuse and fall for themselves. What awaits them will be Lin Kai's execution. Yan Sen was originally to supervise the imperial affairs, the imperial reforms. The Supervision Institute and other departments may be abolished, or merged and streamlined. After he was transferred to Lishan County as the chief of the Patrol Bureau, he was like a shopkeeper, throwing everything away to his subordinates. Wandering east and west all day, he was idle, greedy for a good drink, and gave a bad impression of the incompetent director. In fact, he observed in secret and found a lot of problems in it, including the deputy directors Tan Yong, Lu Ying and others. The relationship with Qin Feng and Qin San is too close. He is arranging a reliable confidant to secretly investigate Qin Feng, not thinking that Qin Xilu has already taken action. Director Yan, the officer misunderstood you. I apologize to you here. Qin Hao saluted Yan Sen's solemn Chang Yi, his old face getting hot. The old and new systems have changed, and many officials' minds have not yet been turned. Qin Hao is one of them. The old system and the old concepts are seriously affected. He still has the old idea that civil officials are born to be a military commander. He is the leader of the military and government. Without military power, he felt a little bit resentful in his heart. He didn't dare to be upset with the emperor, so he could only spread this resentment on Yan Sen, the military officer in charge of the patrol. The two secretly confronted each other and made quite unhappy. Now that I know Yan Sen's identity, he, the 7th rank county magistrate, is embarrassed to look for cracks. He is not only a civil official who is a serious official, but also a supervisor in the imperial court. He is a dignified and upright official of the 6th grade. Supervising the real power of the world, he even went to despise others, which was a joke. Chapter 645 Catch the Turtle in the Urn. Yan Sen made Qin Hao laugh at each other, which was regarded as a smile, and now it is time for them to cooperate sincerely to eliminate antitheife and make meritorious deeds. Next, everyone was sitting around the table to discuss the specific details of the action. In fact, with the director Yan Sen, and the two deputy directors Tan Yong and Lu Ying have been taken down, those patrols are naturally easy to control, let alone a few. There are two of Yan Sen's confidants in the inspector. Yan Sen's ability to find so many useful information materials in a quiet way is mostly the credit of two confidants. Yan Sen first sent someone to call the two confidant inspectors Xixiadong and Wai Gairong, and asked them to bring their trusted brothers to call all the other patrols who were patrolling the street or going on missions or were on vacation at the patrol station for a centralized meeting, and fired their guns. House arrest in the conference room. Yan Sen gave the police officers guns and the long and short guns stored in the patrol station to Meng Dahai and the others, and asked them to go to Qin Feng and Qin San's mansion to catch people. He took his confidant Wai Gairong and several patrols to stay with him. Sitting in the bureau, by the way, watch over the police officers who are under house arrest. Qin Xilu and Meng Dahai were divided into two routes. They outflanked the Qin mansion from the front and back. The Qin mansion was carrying out a funeral. The inside and outside of the mansion were crowded with guests coming to mourn the funeral. They saw police officers carrying guns and a group of men with guns suddenly rushing in. All freaked out. Second brother, what do you mean? Qin Feng asked sternly with a cold face. But there was a bad feeling in his heart. Brother, I'm sorry. Qin Xilu strode to Qin Feng and pressed his gun against his chest. Without his instructions, Several patrolmen swarmed up and locked Qin Feng's hands and feet with iron handcuffs. Several of Qin Feng's bodyguards wanted to rush to save people, but they pointed their black muzzles at them. They were so scared that they didn't dare to move. What's the use of Gao? It still falls down with one shot, let alone the police arresting people. If they really rush up, those police officers must shoot, and it's nothing for them to die. After death, they will be charged with assaulting the police for snatching guns and resisting arrest. That's called injustice. Everyone present was frightened. What is going on? Qin Xilu said loudly, "Dear folks and elders, there are many offenses. Please don't panic. Take the order of Shangfeng to arrest the imperial offenders, and those who resist arrest will be killed. Everyone stays where they are, so as not to cause misunderstanding. Qin the West Tower recognizes the fathers, but the bullet does not recognize people." There was a commotion in the crowd, but no one dared to move chaotically. Second young Master Qin's words were both a comfort and a warning. Whoever disobeys randomly runs or picks up things, it is really possible to take a gun. The arrest is the imperial offender of the imperial court. General criminals are not the same as imperial offenders of the imperial court. The quality of sexuality can be serious. The lighter ones lose their heads, and the heavy ones rob their families. Who is not afraid of being implicated? Many people are speculating that Qin Feng and Qin Sanya are related to the impunity of the imperial court. Otherwise, the second son of Qin didn't come up and lock the person with iron handcuffs. This thing is only used by serious prisoners. The sound of ping-pong guns suddenly sounded from the backyard, causing everyone to panic. The woman was so scared that she screamed and cried. Don't panic, everyone. It's because the criminal resists arrest and wants to escape from the back door. Don't be messy, so as to avoid misunderstanding. All squat down and squat down. Qin Xilu screamed loudly, shook the revolver in his hand and pointed, scared everyone to squat down with their heads in their hands, shaking tremblingly, fearing that the flying stray bullets would shoot on himself, and the whole scene would be chaotic. Seeing the chaotic crowd, Qin Xilu's head grew 10 times larger. It was really inappropriate to catch people at this time, but he was afraid that the big fish would run away. As a last resort, he had to act decisively and release the people he knew first. Go. Don't panic. You go out first. He pointed at a group of men and women squatting outside the gate with his fingers. They were all folks and elders known in the county. Let these people leave first to reduce chaos. If there are any chaos inside, now I can't take care of it. The scene is too chaotic. Chaos. Thank you, second son. Those who were released were all grateful to Qin Xilu. After a flustered thank you, they hugged their heads and fled the scene of the disaster like flying away. You, go back. Qin Xilu saw an unfamiliar face, immediately stopped drinking, and forbidden to let it go. Why can others go? Why can't I go? Someone yelled out of dissatisfaction. Second son. He is a member of Li Kun. Someone kindly reminded him. You guarantee? Qin Xilu doesn't have that many, but all the strange faces he doesn't know can only be released after screening and confirmation. Well, the little one dares to vouch for it. It is indeed a member of Li Kun. Okay, report your name and address. Qin Xilu took out a small book and wrote down the name and address of the guarantor, and then let it go. If the monk can run away, the monk can't run away from the temple. If he dares to guarantee, he must assume the responsibility of the guarantor. The guarantor's responsibility is heavy, but there are still many people who dare to take this responsibility. Lishan County is a place where you can slap your head, and you can't see when you look down. Don't worry, many people who received guarantees have been let go. At this moment, the gunshots in the backyard sounded from time to time, and even several violent explosions of grenades sounded. Apparently many people jumped the wall hurriedly and tore and killed Meng Dahai and others who were in charge of blocking the back door, causing Meng Dahai and others to provoke Harry. Yes, even the grenade is used. Boom. Gunshots also sounded from the wall near the gate, followed by a stern howl. Someone climbed the wall and tried to run away. As a result, they were shot by the police guarding outside and fell back into the courtyard. No ghost in my heart, what wall to jump. Before coming, Yan Sen, Qin Xilu, Men Dahai, and others had already discussed it. They found that those who jumped off the wall should greet them with bullets. You don't have to be polite, and you don't have to worry about the responsibility of killing someone. Whoever dares to escape is suspect. I would rather kill than not allow to escape. There were many guests who came to mourn. Even though a large number of people were allowed to pass in front, there were still many people waiting in line. If it weren't for Qin Xilu who was blocking the gate and pointed at it with a black hole, I'm afraid the gate would have been squeezed by the panic crowd. Up. Don't understand. Don't understand. The more you squeeze, the slower you squeeze. Line up, come one by one, don't squeeze. Qin Xilu blocked the door and shouted loudly, desperately maintaining order. There were too many people squeezing in the door. The team he led would not be able to get in for a while. However, this is also part of the plan. Blocking the front door as there were not many people who brought them to the grass and startled the snake. The real killer move was the team of Men Dahai who blocked the back door. Anyway, the front and back doors were blocked, to catch the turtles in the urn. However, the Qin mansion was too large and had a serious shortage of manpower. It was unable to truly block all sides. Some martial arts fighters jumped the wall and escaped. The patrol guarding outside the wall killed and injured several people, and he was also affected by those rivers and lakes. There were some casualties in the shoot with hidden weapons. There is no time to count the specific casualties. The ping-pong guns are still ringing, and the battle is quite fierce. When Qin Xilu, Yan Sen, Men Dahai and others were arresting people in Lishan County, Hu Yozong and San Hu was enjoying the special services of a beautiful female secretary in the room with his eyes closed. When it was crooked, the outside was very unsuitable. There was a rapid knock on the door. Chapter 646. At that time, Hu Yozong was the fifth person in the black-clothed guard. The top-ranked boss was Yan Keng-u. After the black guard was restructured into the Imperial Security Bureau, Yan Keng-u was still the number one big boss and the rank of lieutenant general, but he was nowhere to be promoted. Being able to seal the prince, Hu Yozong is now the number 3 boss of the Imperial Security Bureau, secretly sitting in the old capital of Chu, Shaochun, waiting to close the net. Hu Yozong can also be regarded as an old fritters in the officialdom. Influenced by the old system and old concepts, the Imperial Military Division of the Emperor and Ywazi often hangs together. If there is no order, there will be a companion of the Emperor like a companion tiger. He has a bad idea, and learned some self-defeating mess stuff. Y is greedy for money. He is lustful. There are a bunch of singers and dancers in the house, and he is a concubine. When entering the bureau as a secretary, I always bring this young and beautiful female secretary to serve on business trips. Yi Tang can only smile bitterly about this. As a transcendent, he doesn't care much about the chaotic stuff like the master of high power. But it doesn't matter if you think about it. Anyway, these guys are human spirits. Although self-defeating, they all have a bottom line. At least they didn't touch his bottom line, and he followed them. Hu Yozong and the beautiful female secretary talked about the critical moment of life ideals, but he was disturbed by a slamming knock on the door, which made his face crooked with anger. San Yi, something big happened. The guard outside the door had to tell him not to disturb San Yi. But the matter was urgent, so he would be bothered if he was scolded by San Yi. In fact, Hu Yozong knew that something must have happened, and his subordinates would be so ignorant to bother him. He picked up the secretary from his body, hurriedly pulled up his pants and fastened his belt. His favorite concubine secretary wore a female. The gray and black color package skirts of the uniform standard of soldiers are more convenient to organize. Pull it down and it's okay. The secretary of the favored concubine escaped into the room wisely. Hu Yozong sorted out his clothes, and only then did the guards come in. The guards who came in looked a little nervous, presented a small roll of paper to Hu Yozong, and then stepped back. After Hu Yozong took a look, his face changed a little, and his mouth burst out vulgar words. Watterly, what's going on over the mountain? The small scroll is an intelligence report and a request for assistance from Kinxilu. It is half a day's journey from Shaochuan to Lishan County. The Empire's scientific research elites have not worked out advanced communication equipment such as wires and telephones. The Pigeon biography is the main channel for the transmission of important military information or important events. Hu Yozong came to Shaochuan from the imperial capital to take a seat in Shaochuan, in order to put a long line to catch big fish, so he never closed the net. As a result, Lishan County suddenly reported that a large number of anti-thieves were found, and they were deploying arrest operations and asked to send troops. The report of reinforcements destroyed all the netting operations at once. So why not make him angry and scold his mother? I want to take a gun to Lishan County and kill Kinxilu. Come on, call Wu Wenyu to me. Hu Yozong greeted the 8 generations of Kinxilu's ancestors. After calming down, he felt a little bit wrong. In his impression, it seemed that all the big fish and small fish under surveillance had not followed the Lishan County seat. What is the connection? What is the situation? He was worried that he had remembered it wrong, so he hurriedly sent someone to call the clerk Wu Wenyu, who was in charge of managing and sorting out information, to confirm. Report to the general that all the anti-thief under surveillance did not have any contact with Lishan County. After Wu Wenyu was called, he immediately gave the answer without even thinking about it, confirming Hu Yozong's conjecture. After Haiui was reorganized into the Imperial Security Bureau, several departments and institutions were expanded, and many strange people and strangers were recruited. Wu Wenyu is one of the talents. His skill is memory, and the things he remembers are basically printed on in my mind. I can hardly forget that the Internal Security Bureau is known as the living body database for people like him. The entire Empire Security Bureau has only 2 people. The words Kung Wu allow him to bring Wu Wen to life in spring. It can be seen that the Emperor is right. How much attention is paid to this matter? Affirmed by Wu Wenyu. Hu Yozong frowned. What is going on? Could there be 2 anti-thief? Right? This theory exists. The anti-thieves come from all over the mainland, and most of them are descended from the destroyed empires. Although they were cast under the banner of the Princess Song Yan of the Old Chu, they had their own small abacus and secretly developed their own strengths. Not surprisingly, the most confusing thing is that the officials and gentry of the Great Zhou Empire who have been brought up are going to die for a good day. In fact, the reason why these Baotandazu officials and gentry tyrants joined Song Yan's gang and conspired against Zhou was because of mistakes, corruption, scumbags, and their demotion to the emperor's office. They were dissatisfied and resentful towards the emperor. Song Yan's little finger hooked her, and he went over. These people are not only short-sighted, but their heads must be caught by the door. They don't want to think about how powerful the Great Zhou Empire is to dominate the East and West continents, and the people all over the world are united and rebellious. It doesn't matter if you die, you also put your family to death. Any emperor, even a faint and incompetent Daffa Jun, will never be merciful. Hu Yozong summoned several school-level officers, and discussed urgently, guessing that the anti-thief in Lishan County might be another group of people, but Kinxilu has already started it, and he will definitely be alarmed here and attract some people. To escape and hide, you can only close the net in advance. With an order from Hu Yozong, everyone took action. In the name of military drills, the troops stationed nearby were dispatched urgently. 3 regiments rushed to the city of Shaochuan, and 1 regiment blocked the traffic arteries in Shaochuan and set up checking checks. All foreign identities will be detained, and customs clearance will be released after screening. The 3 regiments arrived in Shaochuan 30 minutes later. The 2 regiments rushed into the city and blocked the city gates and all the traffic arteries in the city. The patrol team in the city cooperated in the operation and secretly spied on the Imperial Security Bureau. Under the guidance, all the blacklisted people in the city of Shaochuan were accurately arrested. The real urn caught turtles. None of them escaped, and the other group swept some farm villages outside the city. Suddenly, So many soldiers with live ammunition flooded into the city, blocking the city gates and all the traffic arteries in the city. The people were scared to death and panicked. Civil officials in Shaochun City were ordered to post notices to appease the frightened people. The panic in the city diminished, and all the people stayed at home honestly. Before the martial law was lifted, no one dared to take to the streets. However, some accidents occurred in the process of arresting criminals. Some criminals knew that they would definitely die if they were arrested. They desperately resisted and were randomly shot and killed by soldiers. Some may have thought that there would be such a day, so prepare in advance. When the soldiers smashed the door, they would take the poisonous suicide that was always on their bodies. Most of them were cowards. When the officers and soldiers broke in, they paralyzed on the ground. They couldn't even go. After leaving, some were so scared that they couldn't breathe. Their eyes turned white, and they passed out directly. On the contrary, although Wu Taniu, who was appointed by Song Yan as prime minister, was a literati, he appeared very calm when he was arrested. Obviously he had been psychologically prepared. Hu Yozong just kept him in a small room with good wine and food. Of course, like this kind of big fish, you have to escort the imperial capital to the emperor for trial and judgment, so you have to wait for it temporarily. Chapter 647. Too many people have been arrested. Even though Hu Yozong has made sufficient preparations, the two large prisons in Shaochun City are still full. Unimportant criminals can only be detained in a dozen improvised cells set up temporarily in the military camp for interrogation overnight. The arrests outside the city were not very smooth. In broad daylight, it was impossible to carry out raids on the blacklisted farms. The army was discovered as soon as they approached. The gates of the village were closed tightly. The stubborn members of the village used the walls of the village to resist. Shang Zhuang has secretly accumulated a large number of weapons and equipment such as swords, bows and arrows. Some villages also have muskets and homemade grenades, which still caused some small casualties to the encircling troops. The troops encircling and suppressing the farm used an intensive rain of bullets to suppress the anti-thief on the farm wall. The snipers headed one by one with a sniper rifle. The soldiers rushed to the bottom of the farm wall, blasted the gate of the farm with explosives, rushed into the farm, and annihilated the anti-thief in Shonai. In the course of the battle, some soldiers were shot and wounded, and they were killed in bad luck. They aroused the anger of the leading officers and soldiers. They started killing them. Even if they surrendered on their knees, they were shot and killed by random guns. Few captured. Hu Yozong was also helpless about this. These Kuba started to rush forward, and no one except their commander could keep it under control. The arrests outside the city caused some criminals to escape due to terrain and other reasons, but none of them were heavyweights. Hu Yozong didn't care too much about it. Later, he posted a portrait and wanted a reward all over the country, but few managed to escape. There are many hunters who rely on the government to reward bonuses. They are all experienced old rivers and lakes, and very few people can escape their sensitive sense of smell. This time the Dasu net is also very fruitful. All the big fish are caught, and all their family properties are confiscated. Not to mention, these criminals are the old dynasty elders or the grain gentry. In short, all of them are wealthy, and there are thousands of hectares of fertile land. The land of the empire has added some income to the empire's finances, and also allowed the local people to allocate a few acres of fertile land, so that the people are grateful and call the emperor's holy Ming. The bad guys should be killed. In addition to finding a large number of weapons and equipment from the homes of some criminals, the soldiers also searched for evidence of creation such as crowns and dragon robes, and also found a large number of letters from the homes of some important criminals. The agents of the Imperial Security Bureau touched the melons according to these letters, uncovered some hidden anti-thief, but unfortunately failed to catch Song Yan and other major anti-thief. After interrogation, Xiao and Xiao are all executed. However, before execution, A public trial meeting must be held to let the people understand the reason and eliminate their panic. Everyone pleaded guilty and enjoyed the torture master of the Imperial Security Agency. After the 360 sets of feast, these criminals only wanted one death. The last content of the public trial meeting is to start measuring the confiscated fields from tomorrow and distribute them by household and head. This is also a game of buying people's hearts and is supported by all the people. All important criminals were taken to the imperial capital for trial. Hu Yozong sent only one battalion to escort these criminals to the imperial capital. He secretly mobilized 2 cavalry regiments to support him, digging a hole and waiting for Song Yan and others to jump in. Unfortunately, this time the large-scale harvesting operation has already made Song Yan waiting for people to be injured, coupled with internal discrepancies. There is no power to hijack the prison car. After a major prisoner was taken to the imperial capital, after interrogation, he could no longer dig out any valuable information and then hold a public trial. Regardless of your reputation and ability, if you dare to rebel, you will all be thrown away and thrown into the chaos. Feed the wolves to the wild dogs in the grave. At this time, some people were shocked that their days were too comfortable, and they had forgotten the habit of the emperor. Looking back on that year, that was the master who killed Guoju. The court had been purged for several times and died. Go touch the dragon scales. Let's be honest. Yi Tan has been worried about not catching Song Yan. He is too aware of someone like Song Yan. It can be said that hatred has made her go crazy. As long as there is a chance, he will never let it go or get rid of it. If that happened, I was always thinking about it. One of the main tasks of the Imperial Security Bureau in the near future is to try its best to arrest the major criminals such as Song Yan who absconded. They want to see people alive and their bodies when they die. This is Yi Tan's order. The Imperial Security Bureau asked Danking Masters to paint according to the descriptions of some criminals. There is a pretty portrait of Song Yan, but each person's description is slightly different, and it is difficult to draw it out specifically. This makes the arrest work more difficult. In addition, there are masters of the rivers and lakes to help her change her appearance, and her whereabouts are uncertain, and she wants to catch her. Is indeed a big problem. Although Yi Tan was still worried about it, the big hidden dangers were eliminated. He no longer entangled in this matter, but devoted his energy to major national issues. The empire's education, science and technology, people's livelihood and other major issues need to be reformed and need to be resolved. The so-called situation is easy to change, and the nature is difficult to change. He still has everything in his busy schedule and he still does not forget his life as a monarch. Relying on the profound emperor's heart tactics, Hu Tan and Hudi, the old eunuch Suzalun feels a lot of emotions. This emperor's heart art was created by the founding emperor and used to conquer the battlefield to create the great power of the Great Zhou Empire. No one in the subsequent empires could successfully practice it until Yi Tan's generation was considered the second person to practice it. Blue is better than blue, but the emperor used it to conquer the pink harem. Is this a flourish or a waste? 1 year passed quickly. One day in Yangchuan, in the evening, Yi Tan came back from the Imperial Research Institute. 2 palace goddesses came to report that Lijai and Yanayu had gone home, each leave a letter. Yi Tan opened it and couldn't help but smile. The content of the 2 women's messages was exactly the same. They went out to travel the rivers and lakes to find suitable female disciples to pass on martial arts. Obviously, although the 2 women have achieved great success and no longer learn martial arts, they have no knots completely let go, but placed the knot of struggle for superiority on the female disciple he received. He could only sigh helplessly. He didn't know which senior said that where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and where there are rivers and lakes, there must be disputes. These words are classic. In March of Yangchuan, everything is full of vitality, everywhere is green. Wearing a hat, white gauze covering her face, wearing a white dress, Yanayu walks slowly on the flat official road. Her graceful posture attracts the eyes of passing pedestrians. After the reign of the world, the empire renewed vigorously and thrived. and there was prosperity everywhere. Passers-by talked and laughed, or recounted interesting stories, or talked about the new policies of the empire recently implemented, reached officials and nobles, and descended to civilians. Happy smiles are all over his face. Yanayu traveled all the way, all in her eyes. The first thing she did after she left the palace was to go to Tandu Mountain's fairy peak, and to worship Master's grave with incense to comfort Master's spirit in the sky. Master, he has indeed fulfilled his promise and allowed the people of the world to live a good life. In fact, sometimes, although it is ridiculous, he is not considered a sacred prince. He should be regarded as an unprecedented sage, and he is also quite good to disciples. The disciple is also very happy. Master, please rest assured. Yanayu knelt in front of her master's grave and whispered. Her gorgeous and beautiful face was not a trace of sorrow, she was as calm as an ancient well, only a touch of joy and happiness loomed in the flowing autumn waves. She stayed in the mountain for a few days, pointed out the martial arts of a few fellow students, and then floated down the mountain and began to travel the rivers and lakes. Chapter 648 Flower-picking thief. Yanayu walked slowly to the west, sightseeing and admiring the beautiful mountains and rivers of the empire, and seeing the people living and working in peace and prosperity, with a happy smile on her face. She knew that as long as someone was in power for a day, this kind of prosperity and happiness would be enough. Continuing, waiting for him 100 years later. The new emperor ascends the throne. Can it continue? Yo, how come you have become so sentimental? Yanayu laughed ridiculously, and continued to walk westward slowly. She has always been pampered, never sleeping with meals, and will go to the store every evening. She is not picky about where she lives and what she eats, and she has a place to stay. That's fine. It's a big deal. She sits cross-legged all night and eats more casually. Anyway, she doesn't eat too much. A steamed bun and water can also be a meal. With a lot of money on her body, there is no need to worry about spending it in the short term, and wait until it is spent. Just think of a way to make money. Yanayu's outing this time is arbitrary, without a destination, so she doesn't remember the days, how many roads she has walked. Anyway, she's just going to be sexual. Without riding a horse, she just wants to take a good walk and take a look. I never thought I would have such a sexual day. In the evening of this day, she walked to a small market town called Liuojiaji and stayed at the full inn in the town. There were more than a dozen guests in the lobby eating, all the tables were occupied. When she walked in, the guests who were immersed in the meal raised their heads and looked at her curiously. Several of them seemed to have hot eyes. Yanayu has long been used to this kind of hot gaze, and she also knows her appearance. Although she dare not say that it is shocking, but it is also amazing enough. So this time she went out. Besides wearing a hat and covering her face with white gauze, she also prepared 2 disguises. His mask concealed his face, but it was difficult to conceal his graceful figure, coupled with the spotless white dress, still attracted a lot of eyes. The eyes of men were fierce, and the eyes of women were mostly envious. She only gave birth to a daughter, named Xini, and she didn't get pregnant afterwards. She was somewhat overwhelmed. Thanks to the well-maintained postpartum, her figure was still like a girl, but she was plump, mature and charming, and her size was downside down. It's increased a bit. If you want to blame, you can only blame someone. If you say that you have more massage, you can get bigger. If you have more milk, children can eat more. If you have leftovers, adults can eat too. Think about some things in the boudoir. She is a bit hot when she is known for being ashamed. Girl, don't you want to squeeze? Someone enthusiastically asked. This servant is one of the fierce-eyed people. The voice of a certain place's dialect is in the voice, which makes people feel a little weird to listen to. If you don't listen carefully, maybe still don't understand what he said. Obviously it's not from the Zhou dynasty. Thank you. Amused to dining in the room. Yanayu said thank you, and stepped upstairs. She really didn't like dining in the lobby, and had ordered the store associate to deliver the food to the room. Diela, a middle-aged man who was at the same table with the young man who was talking, did not know whether he was caught by the evil or something. He stared at Yanayu blankly. The boss opened his mouth, and he was drooling. It was clearly an idiot. Yanayu glanced at the guy through the white gauze. Her pretty face was red, and she hurried upstairs with her head down. She blushed not because the guy was guilty of a flower knowledge, but suddenly thought of a certain scene, some chaos that someone said. The messy words made her ashamed. What kind of messy words? Such as uniform control, lie control, beautiful leg control, stocking control, voice control, etc. All originate from some ridiculous person. And what do you say? That everyone has a devil in their heart, are certain these incentives will be released. She doesn't know how she speaks, but someone said it sounds good, especially when she was doing that. When she was in a trance and couldn't help but moaning, someone said it was the best in the world. The most seductive voice makes her feel ashamed. What a ghost or a voice. Before that, she didn't believe she killed her. But now she actually encountered one. The guy's ugly face made her disgusting and disgusted. If it was Lijai, it might be an early one. She had a cold body, but she never hurt the innocent, even if she hated that guy very much. After Yanayu had eaten in the room, the store clerk came up to pick up the dishes and chopsticks. By the way, people brought a large bath bucket, poured hot and cold water, poured a full bucket, lighted the oil lamp, and then received the reward. Leave with a smile. These years, there is almost no money that can't be done. Yanayu doesn't like to take a bath in the big bathhouse, so she has to spend more money to ask the shop assistant to carry the big bath bucket and water into the guest room. At this time, the color of the sky has begun to dim. Yanayu closed the doors and windows, took off her mask, took off her dress, and soaked comfortably in the big bathtub. There is no way to compare with the palace outside. Everything is simple, only will be there. The warm water soaked all the way to the dust and fatigue. When she was about to get up and dress, her eyebrows frowned, her phoenix eyes flashed with a cold glow, her right hand was immersed in the water, and then lifted again, and a drop of water popped out with the magical power of a finger. An enchanting master like her, plucking leaves and flowers, can hurt people. The drops of water that have been filled with the true energy of the inner family are shot out like lightning. Through the window paper, there is a miserable howl outside the window, so half a time interval. At the time of rest, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground and painful groans came from outside. Yanayu quickly rushed out of the big bathtub, dried her body quickly with a bath towel, put on her clothes, put on a mask, opened the window, looked out, but saw nothing. The guy who wanted to peep was quite fast. If it weren't for her mercy, a drop of water harder than a steel ball would have penetrated his eyebrows, and it would have been a corpse that fell to the ground. After a while, the store clerk came and knocked on the door. Yanayu opened the door and asked the store clerk to take someone to dispose of the water in the big bathtub. She moved the big bathtub. She closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed with her eyes closed. Gong. The peerless master who has cultivated to a certain level no longer needs to sleep, but only needs to meditate to do the gong. You can rest and practice gong, killing two birds with one stone. I don't know how long it has passed. It's late at night, and all the residents in the market town have fallen asleep. Yanayu, who was already meditating like an old monk, suddenly opened her eyes closed with no trace of impurities. Door. Outside the door, two masked men wearing night clothes, black cloth masks, covering their mouths and noses, only showing their two eyes, were sneakingly squatting outside the door, blending with the darkness. A masked man lay down, took out a thin bamboo tube, and carefully leaned into the slit at the bottom of the door, holding one end of the thin bamboo tube with his mouth, and wanted to blow the enchanted soul and sense into it. The other stood aside and looked at the wind. Suddenly he felt something stuck on his left shoulder. He raised his hand against shooting and sex and wiped it away. The touch was cold, squishy, limp, suddenly felt wrong, and turned his head. Look, A disheveled, white and miserable female ghost stood silently behind him, her long blood-red tongue resting on his shoulders, and she suddenly wailed in fright. The other masked man who was about to blow the fascinated soul incense into the room shuddered with fright. The fascinated soul incense poured into his stomach, choking him to cough desperately, and he didn't care about picking up the one that fell on the floor. The thin bamboo tube jumped up from the ground and ran away. Seeing his companion was in a daze, he cursed and pulled him away. After such a disturbance, the whole inn was alarmed. Everyone climbed up the starting lights and opened the door to see what happened. However, the two masked men escaped quickly and possessed martial arts. They only saw two dark shadows flashing, disappeared in the vast night color, guessing that it was a little thief who wanted to steal something. Early the next morning, Yanayu had breakfast and continued on the road. Chapter 649 Interception. Yanayu continued westward, and in the woods about 4 or 5 miles away from the market town, there was the sound of violent golden clanging of iron weapons, and the rapid voice of gurgling. Although she could not understand, she could still hear the curse. Yes, the two men were fighting and scolding. Driven by curiosity, she quietly took a look and couldn't help but smile. It turned out to be the two flower pickers from last night and the two men who greeted her to sit at the table. No wonder the Chinese is a little weird and the weapons in her hand are a bit strange. Weird, like a sword with a real sword. And the sword technique is a bit weird. It turns out that it's not a Chinese native. As for which empire used to be, she didn't bother to care about it, just wondering how these two guys would fight in the woods. It was a sword slashing to death, as if there was some kind of deep hatred. The flower-picking thief specializes in bad women's fame, which is deeply disgusting. She didn't severely punish these two guys last night, but just pretended to be a devil and frightened. When did she become so soft-hearted? I was wondering whether to punish these two guys. After hearing a sharp scream, 7 men in strange costumes walked out of the forest, surrounded by a young woman in a black dress. They were plugged in the waist. The saber is exactly the same. Barga, you two bastards can't stop. The two flower-picking thieves who were inextricably beaten quickly closed their hands, and both bowed to salute the black-clothed woman, showing that the black-clothed woman is extremely high. They were gurgling to speak. Yanayu couldn't understand a word, but they could guess that they were explaining the reason for the fight to the black-clothed woman, and then they were slapped loudly by the black-clothed woman. This is the truth. Shut up. Standing on the side with his head drooping, not daring to speak again. Yanayu remembered that Yi Tan once told her about the conquest of the Yanri Empire. Look at the costumes and weapons of these people, as well as the bird language that she didn't understand. They should belong to the Yanri Empire. People, well, these people ran to the hinterland of the empire in a decent way, and appeared sneakily here. There must be some ulterior motive. When her mind turned around, she dismissed the idea of continuing on the road, and kept secretly watching nearby, trying to see what these Japanese people wanted to do. Have you all inquired? The black-clothed woman sullen her face, whispering to the two hapless slappers. Princess Choco, I've all inquired. The target will pass here, we just need to stay here. The two hapless guys bowed to answer, with a very respectful expression. Very well. You two go to the front and stare at it, and then you will have a chose, and you will have a laparotomy and apologize. Choco said coldly. Hey! The two hapless guys bowed and saluted again, and both went out of the forest. They were still staring at each other as they left. If no one stopped them, the fight just now would have been endless. Choco walked to the edge of the forest surrounded by 7 men. Some people took out a piece of cloth and spread it on the grass. Choco knelt on the cloth mat, while others knelt on the grass and waited quietly. On the other side of the forest, Yanayu leaned against a big tree, sitting cross-legged and waiting patiently for what would happen below. With half a stick of incense, 2 hapless guys ran back to report. Princess Choco, the goal is here. The target is 4 men galloping on horseback, and 2 middle-aged uncles are quite sturdy, with bags on their bodies, dusty and tired. and they seemed to have traveled a long way. The two young men looked a bit similar. They seemed to be brothers. They were both tall and sturdy. They had strong holds. A long cloth pouch was hung on one side of the saddle, and the inside was supposed to be a weapon such as a sword. If Li Ju was here, she would definitely recognize one of the two young men. It was she who let him go. She is currently one of the anti-thieves wanted by the Empire. The young master of the Feilong Hall of Snake Panshan, Li Bogo, next to him. It was his elder brother Li Jingzhong, and the brothers were ordered by his father Li Fu to escort the two elders to a certain place in the western continent. The four are riding horses and galloping on the trail. This road is not an official road. There are very few pedestrians. The harsh screams suddenly sounded. Several cold lights shot from the forest. The Li family brothers reacted very quickly, or bent over to avoid, or stretched out his hand to catch the hidden weapon that was shooting, but he stepped down the horse but couldn't avoid it. After hitting several flying lights, he made a sorrowful neigh, and rushed forward 10 steps before falling down. The Li family brothers jumped up at the moment the steed fell. They were not held down by the fallen horses. The two elders they escorted obviously did not know how to martial arts. He flew and fell to the ground with a broken neck and was killed on the spot. Another fallen horse pressed his thigh and screamed in pain. It is estimated that his leg bone was crushed. When the Li brothers leapt up, they pulled off the long cloth bag hanging on the side of the saddle. When they landed, they untied the cloth belt and exposed the long sword with its sheath. Next to the uncle, Li Bogo forcefully lifted the injured steed, while Li Jingzhong dragged the middle-aged uncle aside. Li Jingzhong drew his sword, and stared at the opposite woods vigilantly, his face full of anger and murder. "Brother, Uncle Wu." Li Bogo quickly checked the middle-aged uncle who broke his neck bone and confirmed that he had died. His face muscles twisted with extreme grief and anger, and his eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. The two middle-aged uncles are both artisans who can make firearms. They are very important to Song Yan and others. Li Fu will send his two sons to personally escort them to secret overseas bases, where the two artisans can safely make firearms and prepare. When something happened in the future, but he didn't expect to be intercepted and killed halfway, one death and one wounded, how could the brothers be extremely sad and angry? "You take Uncle Zhao first, I'll cover it." Li Jingzhong roared loudly, without turning his head, flashing murderous eyes staring at the men and women rushing out of the woods. Although Li Bogo was unwilling to train, he was a little in awe of his elder brother Li Jingzhong, and knew that his martial arts had a certain gap with his elder brother Li Jingzhong, so he didn't dare to hesitate at all. So Uncle Wu, who had a broken left leg bone on his back, through his leg, just ran back. Li Jingzhong saw the men and women rushing out of the woods. He was taken aback, and then gritted his teeth and asked, "Miss Chico, what do you mean?" "Mr. Li, we have no other intentions. We just want to invite two gentlemen to visit us, but I didn't expect that gentleman was unlucky. Sorry." Chico walked towards Li Jingzhong surrounded by several men. Her mouth she said to apologize, but there was no apology on her face. She made a gesture and motioned to go down and serve the country. "Stop, no one is allowed to move." Li Jingzhong suddenly took out a revolver from his arms and pointed at the approaching Chico. Chico and others apparently did not expect that Li Jingzhong would carry a shotgun. They were stunned for a while. They were so many and powerful, and their martial arts were better than the Li family brothers. This was an effortless task, but no matter how high your martial arts, no matter how powerful you are, the gun is still piled up. Who is not afraid? However, Chico's subordinates were still very loyal, and several people rushed to stand in front of Chico. Chapter 650. Sister Fairy Chico and others were in the same group as the Li family brothers, and they met. They were all under Song Yan, but Chico and his group had other ambitions. They voted under Song Yan's banner, and heeding her orders was just an expedient measure. In fact, it borrowed Song Yan's various conveniences to cultivate and develop his own forces in secret. Since the failure of the martial arts conference and several times of encirclement and suppression by the government, Song Yan and his gang have suffered heavy losses and had to be broken into pieces. They were hidden to avoid arrest by the government. Some important personnel were being transferred. Shiko learned through the inside that the Li family brothers were escorting 2 craftsmen who can make guns were transferred, so they intercepted and snatched people here. The vision and thought of Chiko and others are still keeping up with the pace of the times. Today, they have entered the era of hot martial arts. The backward cold weapons such as swords, bows and arrows have been eliminated. Guns and ammunition medicine are the way to win. Song Yan's gunsmiths are not surprising, because they never trust the Chinese people. They are just tools they use. Yan Ayu, who was hiding in the forest, was surprised when she saw Li Jinghong's gun. Her first thought was that Li Jinghong might belong to the military, either from the Security Bureau or from the Intelligence Department, but she heard Li Bogo's grief and indignation. Chiko and others felt that there was a big problem here, so they dispelled the idea of helping out, and continued to hide in the forest to observe. Master Li, if you have something to say, maybe everyone has misunderstood. Chiko Jishing explained that the right hand hidden in the sleeve had quietly clamped 2 flying horns. The 2 men standing behind her also quietly pinched the hidden weapon they were good at between their fingers, waiting for the opportunity to shoot. Misunderstanding? Li Jinghong's face was distorted with anger, and it looked a little hideous and scary. How can you be a fool and fool you? Bang bang bang. At this moment, the sudden sound of gunshots from behind made Li Jinghong's face changed drastically. You don't need to guess that it was his third brother Li Bogo who shot the gun. Although the 2 brothers harbored the revolver shotguns, they were not necessary. They would shoot, and the sound of gunshots would inevitably lead the court eagle dogs to pursue investigations, which was extremely detrimental to their actions. Chiko's ambush was not only their kill. The sound of gunshots was the signal of Hansen. Chiko raised her right hand, shooting 2 flying lights, and several of her men also sprinkled shooting hidden weapons such as flying knives and darts. For a time, the hidden weapons flew quickly and pierced the air. The sound became a piece. No matter how fast Li Jinghong reacted, he couldn't avoid the hidden weapons that came from the sky. What's more, the distance was so close, and he was slightly lost just now, and he couldn't avoid it. He instinctively pulled the trigger at Chiko and the others. Bang 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 bang. Li Jinghong shot out 5 bullets in an instant, and fell down with extreme grief and unwillingness. At least 2 flying lights, 3 throwing knives, 3 plum darts, and 2 money darts were hit on his body, although he didn't hit the critical point. But some concealed weapons are venomous with blood-sealed throats. Unless the right medicine is taken immediately, the gods will also be difficult to save. 2 of Chiko's men were shot and fell horribly. One hit the chest and was killed on the spot. The other was very lucky and only injured the thigh, but the thigh bone was broken and he was crippled. The other 3 bullets I don't know where to fly. Chiko's subordinates did not treat their companions for the first time, but picked up the revolver shotgun that fell on the grass, and gave Chiko with a smile on his face. Chiko took it, played with it on his hand, and carefully put it in his arms, let his subordinates search the loyal body, found out more than a dozen bullets and some banknotes, and waited for the customs clearance certificate. Then he helped the injured companion. The corpse on the ground quickly withdrew into the woods. On the trail behind, Li Bogo, with dozens of knives in his body, was lying in a pool of blood. However, he also stabbed 2 Japanese men to death, shot 3 of them and wounded 1, which was considered a profit. The remaining dozen Japanese people searched Li Bogo's body again, and all the bullets, money, etc. were all found. Uncle Zhao, who held the broken leg, took the body of his companion and quickly evacuated and disappeared in the vast forest. Li Jinghong was lying in a pool of blood. He struggled to get up, but he didn't have a trace of strength. The poison had spread all over the body along the blood vessels. The limbs were numb, and the blood flowing out of the wound had gradually turned black. Strangely, he saw the fairy sister descend from the sky, and then fainted. When Li Jinghong woke up again, he found that he was lying in a gloomy cave with a thick layer of leaves and weeds under him. A bonfire was burning next to him, and the cave was illuminated by flashes of fire. "Where is this?" Li Jingzhong realized that the numbness of his body had disappeared, but his limbs were sore and weak that he could not get up. After he was sure that someone had saved him, he asked out loudly. His body was too weak and he said something, all panting. "A small cave in the forest. I don't know where it is." Yan Yu, who was meditating at the entrance of the cave, heard his voice, got up and walked to Li Jingzhong's side. Li Jingzhong once again saw the fairy sister before the Kuma. His eyes couldn't help but be fascinated. This is the most beautiful person he has ever seen in his life. His appearance is superb. The temperament is super dusty and holy as an angel, which makes people dare not dare blasphemy. She must be a fairy who descended to the mortal world privately. She must be, otherwise, how could she show up at a critical time and rescue him who was already poisonous? "Thank you, fairy, for your life-saving grace, and you will be loyal to the next life and you will be rewarded." Li Jingzhong Xiang is grateful to the fairy sister, and seems to be muttering to himself. He is now confused, suspecting that he is in a dream, or in heaven. Extreme tiredness hits him and makes him feel bad. The eyelids are getting heavier and heavier, and he falls asleep again in a daze. Yan Yu shook her head, took out a small jade bottle from her arms, poured a fragrant red color pill into Li Jingzhong's mouth, and fed him some water with the water sack she carried. He added a few sticks of dry wood to the fire, then got up to the entrance of the cave and continued to meditate. In order to save Li Jingzhong, she not only fed him the medicinal Huishan pill, the holy medicine to heal the injury, but also consumed some internal energy to protect his heart, helping him to get rid of the poison in his body, and just rob him from it. Gai Mingwen pulled back. "I have to say that Li Jingzhong's luck is against the sky." He happened to meet Yan Ai and swallowed the detoxification and healing holy medicinal Huishan pill at the moment when the poison was about to attack the heart. The Huishan pill is the secret healing holy of Xuanmen pill. As long as you still have a breath, you can recover a life after taking the Huishan pill. The refining of the Huishan pill is tedious and difficult. It is regarded as the magical medicine of martial arts life-saving, and Yan Yu has only 2 remaining in her body. Li Jingzhong, she has a bodhisattva heart, and she takes a pill for Li Jingzhong, and she does not hesitate to consume the hard-worked Najia's any yuan to help him protect his heart and get rid of the poison. If it is someone else, it may not be willing to save. Even if it is willing to save, there is no Huishan pill. Li Jingzhong's luck can be said to be against the sky. When Li Jingzhong woke up again, he was able to sit up, but he was still weak. His body was wrapped in white cloth like a brown bean. Who would let him get so many hidden weapons? And none of the shots was critical. I guess it was the ancestors of the Li family who blessed him and was not dragged by the Lord Yan to drink. "Thank you, girl, for saving my life." Li Jingzhong is unforgettable. This time, Li Jingzhong was not confused. His mind was very clear, and he respectfully clasped his fists to thank you. "Before I have no regrets, you can leave now."